Good morning and welcome back to the 2025 Dodgeball European Championships held here at the University of Limerick with our host nation, the Republic of Ireland. This game is England versus Belgium. Tough game. See how it goes. England starting with a very, very strong six. Good luck to both teams.
Right, perfect. Lewis has already started you off. Apologies everyone, just sorting out some other issues. Great hit there from Lachey. Never work out whether people take it seriously or not. Leach, there we go.
Yeah, it's a big question, but Leach is how he goes for.
Perfect. Well, we are 5-on-2 here on court 2. Welcome back to another day of streaming at the European Dodgeball Championships at the University of Limerick. Two-ball hit on the stage. Well, what we expect to see here, Lewis, I think, to be fair, Belgium have been a really interesting route into this quarterfinal. I think they've been one of the sort of highlights in terms of unexpected placements in the tournament so far.
Yeah, for sure, and it's starting to get, with all these tournaments, that just the ability level across all of the countries is much, much higher. You know, Belgium a few years ago being a fairly new country, and now, you know, already to the quarterfinals.
Fantastic story. However, this will be by far their toughest test yet. Just getting my tea sorted out at the start of the day. And I think England here will just be wanting to essentially, if they can do this entire match in second gear, and they'll be quite happy with that. It's only 2 matches today, but obviously they're incredibly consequential now we're in the knockout stages. Third ball is won by England as they come forward with 3. Harrison straight onto the ankles of Dirks.
Yeah, it's a kind of a strange one with England in that you might say that it's not their starting 6 necessarily, but they could easily all get into that starting 6.
Yes,
you know, Dan Evans, unbelievable thrower. Tom Bell, quite young still.
Yes, upsettingly young, oftentimes.
And then a catch there by Nathan David.
Yeah, who is captaining this year at Euros for the men's side. 6-on-3 in terms of players. Excellent duck by El Amandi, number 11 for Belgium. 3 balls in hands for the Belgians. Hit on Tom Bell. Released by Naveen there on the left-hand wing.
And this is what Belgium need to do. They need to stay calm, use their own strengths, don't play into England's game.
Yeah, and I think work their way into the game. 40 minutes is a really long time, and you can learn a lot in 40 minutes, but I think we've just seen 2 hits in one volley there, so we will reset once again at 4-0 in favour of the English. Good to see some people on the stream. Do let us know if you are hearing us okay and whether we can adjust that for you a bit. Those of us who've been with us for the last 2 days know we've got some limited capability for improvements, but as far as we can see, the picture is good. Hopefully the sound is okay, and we'll be with you for the rest of the day here on Court 2 with knockout matches galore. Right, Belgium doing well there to remember to start with 6. That was a bit stressful. And it's, I think, a real theme of what we were seeing towards the end of the SCL course of the fatigue is unforced errors. I think for a less experienced team, they can really do you dirty because you can play fantastically mechanically, but it's those small changes, line faults, players coming in the wrong order, those kind of things which can really let you down when actually your standard of physical play is very strong. 2 balls finds Dirks once again.
But it's potentially just sort of court IQ. You could see there in that last set there was 2 remaining Belgian players and they both did a pre-throw against 4 or 5 England players, which You give them all the balls and you're going to struggle after that.
Yeah, certainly. You can see you shouted out Dan Evans, who's playing left wing for England. The speed of release is fantastic. I mean, a lot of strong arms on this England team. I think many people would say that's one of their finer points. But number 30 for Belgium, which was Naveen once again with an excellent reply to the hit there on the Belgian number 7. So Evans has been sent to the outbox. Big mistakes do find Lesage.
Yeah, 5 balls for England there.
Catching out clearly. Dirks is back in.
Okay, fair play. I think he's actually just fell off court, unfortunately. So I guess it's the same thing what you were speaking about earlier, is potentially too far back.
Yeah, just a little bit of a court awareness. And players are playing so close to these sidelines. And obviously you want to make full use of the court, that is completely correct, but it's a little bit stressful for those who are spectating. Free throw on Harrison Sanchez on 2 balls from England there from Bell, and Harrison still through. Very good. But yes, 6-0 in favour of England. Both courts, we believe all 6 courts are hopefully running in this hall on stream. You have Wales versus Czech Republic on court 1, also with Chris and John for the commentary. But do stay tuned for more matches here. Now, no subs as yet from the Belgians. We've got 4 players in the box and potentially another ball retrieving. So a full roster, depending on how this goes. So quarterfinals. So these guys will go into the lower 8 brackets, so 9th through to 16th. And in some ways, is this a learning opportunity for the Belgians more than necessarily an opportunity to actually push for the top 8?
Yeah, just progression in a tournament. You know, it will always help you for future tournaments, because then you'll get a better seed. You know, there's Belgium or other countries, not unfair, but sometimes you get drawn against, you know, your big shots of England, Austria, which makes your group a lot harder. Here we go. Oh, double hit by Evans.
Yeah, De Wild and Lesage going into the outbox. I feel like ricochet hits have played a massive part here at Euros, and Bell for England, who we comment on, one of their younger players, making a fantastic catch there on number 10, which is Dirks once again. David, unlucky for England. Harrison finds Naveen, but we are 2 on 5 here on court 2. We've only played a minute and 10 just coming up, so it's not, England aren't speed running these sets, but they're certainly showing strong intent to finish them, despite the fact that here set difference makes no difference. You either win or not.
England are probably going into this using this as a bit of a training game in a way, because if you looked yesterday, they were getting a bit excited, just releasing whenever they wanted. And there you go, the perfect example. Alex was within a couple of metres and made the decision to just calm himself down, which is not a usual Alex skill, let's say.
Oh,
catching out there.
Fantastic play from number 69, Kane. I believe Worms. Yeah. Which, yeah, we are also enjoying, obviously, seeing. Looks good, sounds good from Ryan Neal. Let's go on court 2. We knew we'd get there in the end. Yeah. Right, 8-0. I think you're completely right. So both teams trying to get very different things out of this match. And I really hope we're going to see, I think Belgium's maybe just trying to keep slowing England down. Because I think that really is the way to give themselves a chance to practice some of these tactics and skills that are going to come in really handy. It's their 3rd Euros, Belgium. They finished 16th in Drakten and 11th in Osijek, so they'll be wanting to improve on that. And they're in a good position to do so, because of course they'll be 9th and 10th available to improve on their 11th place finished. Wonderful jump there by El Amadi on the right wing for Belgium. Harrison! Thought I was going to bobble for a minute. There you go, but a catch made by the England side as the 3rd ball unfortunately ricochets off the outbox to give it back to England, who have the player advantage here. 3 balls going forward. You wonder whether Tom Bell, with the fantastic cover in the middle, maybe put Evans slightly off his stride there. But smiles all around on the England team, as you say, just working out those kinks, trying to get the pace. I feel like rhythm is so key to a fluid dodgeball game here. And yeah, I think you'll really see that. I doubt if England don't feel pushed I don't think they'll change their pace much throughout this entire first half.
And there's a few interesting tactics here by England. So usually players or teams will go up with 3, sort of all together in a line. But I was noticing yesterday, sometimes when Dan Evans was in the middle, the 2 wing players would be 2-3 metres ahead of him faking. And because he's got an unbelievable arm, maybe not in that, the curse of the commentator there, I think. Yeah, my fault. He would power up that middle and just...
lamp him.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, here goes Belgium. One player up.
Exactly, and this is what the confidence here, because of course if England is trying to settle, maybe your mind starts getting a few steps ahead, but you can't afford to do that. As De Wilde, oh my gosh, nearly a block catch there and just fumbled away, but excellent cover, I have to say, from England to try and distract him further. Bounce from Lessage's ball. Yeah, Alamadi jumps. 4 on 4. We have 1:10 remaining on court 2. Single on David.
Belgium sad. Belgium just need to not rush here.
Yes, and it's easy to do. You're so excited to have got into the set suddenly.
Especially when England have got that fast pace running up court.
Brucat, that really good attempt. I think just came in slightly too low. So excellent placement from the English players. It's so harsh, I think, in dodgeball, especially with catching. But sometimes it's just a really good throw. Like you can do everything, and then simultaneously as well. Sometimes with throwing, if someone pulls up a 1 in 100 catch, you did nothing wrong there. You've just unfortunately come off the worst in a 50-50 exchange. Single is unsuccessful free throw from the Belgians, and that will be a backline fault. The entire box motion Silatage just to motion him back to join them. 3 on 1, and we have Worms once again, last player in. Lovely movement from the Belgian captain. Jump by Harrison, double counter, finds Worms' foot, and Harrison just collecting the ball to put it back in the middle. Right, I think we've got a nice split of support in the chat going on. We're not doing polls on court 2, but towards the end of the second half, me and Lewis will be discussing who we'd give a shout for MVP. And then, of course, we will try and get you a post-match interview with someone interesting to TBC on what we're going to find in this match. So, timeout called. 2 things that two sort of simple, in inverted commas, things that the Belgians want to tighten up just to get a bit more in. We've seen it can happen. What do they need to do to get into these sets, Lewis?
See, they're doing okay with ball possession, which is usually something that teams struggle with, especially those new teams. But they are getting drawn in, they're staying too high up court. You can see England's running counters, they're so well practiced. Their positioning, that last frame there, you saw Alex Harrison stayed fairly close, but on that, his right hand side, our left. Whereas I can't remember who the other thrower, they stayed quite high, and it just gives Alex that angle of sprinting in at that ball and making an incredible hit as he usually does.
I do think the cross court, obviously, as for reasons you just explained, an incredibly strong tactic, and we've seen it used to devastating effect in matches across this tournament. So yes, I completely agree. So they don't want to be pushed back to the back line, but just maybe playing slightly more outside the neutral zone, just ahead of the ball return line, I think would really suit the Belgians, as Mester takes a really good catch on his knees there against number 7 De Wilde. Fakes galore, but huge aerial movement from De Bits in the middle there for Belgium.
And you will notice what's called a tombstone. Now, I'm not going to say who coined it years ago, but everyone does it now. And it is super effective. You might think it's a bit strange where you see a player just bum slide for 6 feet, but that ball just comes in low and just sinks into their belly. Yeah, obviously Nathan David looked a bit silly there because no ball was released at him and he just sort of scooted back, but he had the right idea.
Exactly, but it's almost gone the other way, hasn't it? In that people when they know their point blank, they're like, actually, if I sit down, all of me that you can see is catching zone. So now it's almost going to be where if you see someone drop, you then go, actually no, I'm fine, we'll get you another day. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see a couple of good ones.
It's got that added benefit of if you're quite close to them, you've really got to aim low, because if you get a headshot at that distance, you're carded. Yep.
No, I think it's you'll see some fantastic aerial movements. Also, the movement on the floor is so effective in terms of dodging and catching here.
Oh, unbelievable.
I think Harrison's having a very accurate day.
Yeah.
He looks quite pleased.
Yeah, you know Alex is having a good day when he's beaming a smile.
Yeah. And now he's going to let Tom Bell throw. He's done his bit.
Yeah.
3 balls come forward. So so much movement from Bell.
Oh, fantastic catch.
Evans again, this time by Vignier. As you say, I think maybe just slightly under-egging the catching ability of the Belgians. He's got plenty of power, but if you put it straight in someone's chest, it is catchable.
Yeah, there you go.
Back once again, little dead bug.
And as the days get warmer and warmer, the mop will be brought out, cleaning up those big slides.
Got a lot of love for Leach on the stream. Also, been commented how painfully you're finding it as a proud Welshman to say nice things about the English team right now.
Well, to be honest with you, they're all my good friends.
Wow, what a lovely thing to say.
Yeah.
Positive this morning.
Oh, always.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sort of keeping my eyes away from the game on court 2, which is Wales versus Czechia. Bit of trauma from that from years ago.
The PTSD is real for those of us. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Who are old enough.
Yeah, for De Wilde, I think Tombstone attempt, dodged the first one admirably, and then I think just looked up at exactly the wrong moment and just got skimmed in the face. So his nose will be stinging. No foul play there, just unfortunate. And of course, these balls coming in so fast, and we've seen players top easily sort of 65 miles an hour. So it is no joke. It can look a little slow when you're watching on stream, of course, but anyone who's been on court with any of these lads knows it's a bit something when you suddenly realise it's in front of you and you're about to be a little bit uncomfortable. But 2 on 3 here, so the Belgians again doing much better getting into these sets. But the big jump has not helped a bit as Leach finds it on the knees. Smart, I think, by Vignier there. Hasn't used all the neutral zone, but in this situation you don't really want to. Don't let yourself get too close to England. At the end of the day, you can dress it up, but proximity is danger in dodgeball. Yeah,
and it's not necessarily something that the teams from Britain are used to, with that such a large neutral zone, but the amount of training that all the countries have put in, they're getting pretty comfortable with it now, but it allows you to do that running counter and just get so much closer. Unlucky there.
Excellent frustration, I think, for Vignier, but really smart placement from Lech to just put that ball on the shoulder, especially when throwing a single in that situation, because it was a catch with 2 on 2. But positive movement, I think, from the Belgians in terms of staying on court, going much later in the set there. We've only got 6:07 left on court 2, so we'll have 2 sets, unless we have a very quick one.
You never know.
We never know. The players just keep coming. Time is a mere concept. There is only dodgeball. Certainly.
Yeah, they're long days. Long days.
I think also good to have this one as maybe as first in the day. Everyone's fresh-ish. And also just to get it done. And then they can all look forward to their next game. 3 balls come forward. Big release by Bell, who unfortunately I think has slipped on it.
Yeah, so whether you noticed then, you saw Tom Bell was so much higher than the other players. And potentially a reason for that is, if Belgium were to counter-attack, they've got Tom really close, he hasn't got a ball. And then you've got, who was it? Jack and Dan Evans on those sides, and scary players. Scary.
Yeah, I have previously bemoaned this current lack of mop in this hall.
Yep, mop.
Mop. But we are seeing it's not particularly, it's not as warm as we've been having recently in many areas of Europe here in Limerick today, but it does of course get a bit sweaty when you've got 6 courts going hammer and tongs all day in one building. So I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of that later on in the day. 3 balls in the hands of the Belgians, who are 1 player up after that loss of Bell. Let's see if they can maximise on it. What? Play it slow, or do you need to try and keep hitting England?
Yeah, you can't let them have that dominance in the centre of the court.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Lovely pressure forward, set with 3 balls. We'll see what Belgium do next. Big single!
Oh, great shooting.
I mean, in fairness, he didn't have his hands up, although Evans had already been hit, and that would have given away the 4th ball. Let's see, hope Belgium don't get punished too harshly for that minor slip up. 2 balls on El Amadi, but you can see the confidence from the English players. They don't need to rush it. They don't go for 2 players. They've got 140, and they're only 1 player.
Well, you look at that ball there, and seasoned Super League winners, all of them.
3 balls in hand. Slightly more in timing. There we go. These aerial dodges can be so effective, but just the awareness of David there to wait for the jump, as he can slightly pull that throw and still get the power, was gorgeous. Mester with a catch, and then immediately punished by Platnik, number 4 for Belgium. Good take by Mester. Great awareness by the Belgian. A really good exchange there. 4 on 2 in terms of players. 4 balls in hand for England. Block and
Oh, what a catch!
What a catch! It's Evans again. He's only just been brought back in.
Yeah. Everyone loves to see a diving catch.
We do. I don't think I've seen enough of those yet. So a request to players, 1 for 1 there. Harrison for number 12.
Oh, here we go, 1-on-1.
Right, let's let the dodgeball speak for itself.
And there you go, Belgium just let themselves sort of not risk it, but they went for stuff in that set. Here we go.
Woo!
Wow.
You see, I think Leach with that amazing fake and then go, the control he
Yeah,
had,
yeah.
the movement, and then the secondary dodge on the floor was fantastic from Horvin, who remains in.
Oh, dodgeball.
Glide, dodge.
12, 10
protect.
seconds. This is the point where maybe Belgium would have benefited from just staying at the back of the court, taking the
5
draw.
seconds.
Here we
2,
go.
1. Belgium are off the mark in this quarter final. What a 1-on-1 there at the end between Leach and Bouquet. Blimey, I can't move like that. Don't know about you. It just makes me hurt just watching.
Yeah, not anymore. Back in the day, before I took an arrow to the knee.
Yeah. Yes, but I think to coin an old Busbyism, as it will, can we interest you in a lateral? I think maybe a bit more sideways movement from the Belgians. These aerial skills and the low dodging to be fair are fantastic, but you've seen England warm into those sort of like almost like a mini fake and then release, which just draws the movement out, and then they punish the Belgians in the air. Substitution for England. Messer has taken a break, and we have Richards join us on court at position number 4. Signal from Platenick on Harrison is unsuccessful, just a little hop and split leak there. 3 balls to England. Evans, there we go. Big arm, shoulder placement, much more successful on number 21, who is Bonte. Just a skim. Evans with 2 big hits this set. I think potentially feeling like, right, been caught a few times. Let's just rein it in, get some hits, settle the nerves. Dodging from the middle by England.
Yeah.
4 players on 6. Sorry, Lewis.
Well, just keeping that ball high, because it's kind of got to that point where they know Belgium's either going up. They're usually jumping. And if again, you saw that thing where the other 2 players came up. It gave Dan Evans that chance to just see what the Belgian players were doing, and then he can get straight in and get the hit.
Yeah, 3 balls once again to the English. Great block by Burns.
And in.
David's had a couple of those. Just a little fishy. I think caught in 2 minds. Knows he's well capable of catching. Is it tactically relevant? And then it's too late. You've made a you haven't made a decision, and that's what's killed you in the end. But not good placement and good positive play there from Belgium, going for the players, trying to get those hits. Pressure on Bell, but the releases from the right hand side. You see on Leach's face, not convinced. Calls off the throw, goes back to set with 3. I think smart play there.
Clever, yeah. Especially in a game like this where, you know, it's 13-1 now, and England are still making sure they've got that consistent, sort of slow play, owning the game.
Yeah, they want to win this clean. You don't want to get a big score advantage and then keep scrapping your way to winning sets. They want to demonstrate that they can keep this very calm and controlled throughout. 3 balls in hand, only 1 player up though. The Belgians have 4 on court, but not for long. Evans has had a fantastic set. Getting Vinya there, blocked. Failed block by Richards. Hit by Leach. Leach didn't put his hands up, so that's fair enough.
You know,
we call that 3-all. Harrison is. Another point on the board for the Belgians.
It's just a loss of concentration by Leach there, wasn't it? Really, he just sort of.
I think he looked back to see.
He should have just played the whistle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just play the whistle.
But it's as you say, Ellen, we were just saying about how keeping it clean. But yes, I think just a little lax of concentration. Potentially, also is very aware of the time. But I think the Belgians doing very well to capitalise on that. Fantastic. Right. I would say, seeing as I know we've both got a vested interest in court 1 as well, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you shortly with a few thoughts before we get started in the second half on court 2.
And now I'm off to watch court. We're court 1. I'm going to go watch court 1. Everyone switch over just to see Wales hopefully doing well, and then come back.
Welcome back on court 2, as we have just been running around to see how everyone else is getting on. Of course, Lewis points out to me that I fundamentally misunderstood how quarterfinals work previously. Of course, this is the top 8. So huge news for Belgium, as we said, with that 11th place finish in Osijek in Croatia. They have gained default 3 places, which is absolutely massive. And you can see, I think, the skill coming through. But there are hugely consequential games. So our 8 quarterfinalists were Belgium, England, Czech Republic, Wales, Northern Ireland,
Republic of Ireland. Yep.
Fantastic, was the host of this tournament, and Austria versus Scotland. I haven't got all those scores for you, but you can find all of them on the dodgeball.ie website, where we are hosting all the scores, updating live after the end of the match. And of course, you can switch between all the streams which have these scores and times built in. So please do check out the other matches as you see fit. At the back of the room, we have a game between England women foam, Spanish women foam, and then we have, I believe that's Luxembourg.
It is
at the back against Slovakia.
I believe so.
I believe will be a lower bracket or positional.
Yeah, most likely. And just go back to what you said about this sort of seeding stuff. So top 8 now, you know, classic. You've got your Austria, you've got your England, you've got your NI.
But actually, what a story.
Yeah. The other 5 teams, you know. This will, I think Wales' best performance so far in these tournaments was 9th bar a few years ago. So they'll get a higher ranking, and for the next tournament it just helps because you end up not necessarily being in a team with one of the, you know, the other 4 teams that are in this quarters.
Of course, with exactly as you said, with the tournament style format here, what pot you're in for the draw has huge implications in your potential for performance for the rest of the tournament. So, as you say, all of these teams will reap the benefits next Euros when we will be in Spain. But here we go, away once again on court 2.
Quite a few substitutions by the looks of things.
There have been substitutions.
On both sides, actually.
On both sides, Stephen Dumbe. Bounce call by the Belgians. Everyone's happy with a bounce. Let's move on. 3 balls once again in Belgian hands. Big fakes again. I think Dumbe's reputation precedes him. Such a presence on that right wing for England. But 3 balls from England will come up. Big release from Christopherson. Another substitution who is wearing the captain's armband today. So who have we got on the far side? Verms is still with us. Sounds very morbid. Hoveen is still on court. Platnik we saw in the last half. 7 De Wilde. 97. De Kruger, I think played some, maybe not all. Great hit there on Leach.
It was potentially, I think that's called sort of turtling. Just sort of crouch down, head down, hit on the back, just like a turtle.
Oh, big movement of the neck.
Oh!
Britnell Craven, another substitution for England, being found on the ankles there. Another big movement.
Potentially that's a bit of overconfidence by England there. Just sort of a bit lazy.
Gosh.
Oh,
he's going to be livid with that. The movement in the air from Verms, but out and then catch, unfortunately. I mean, we all saw it. It was very impressive. Richards with the hit on number 25. To bits. But we are 3 on 3. I love this from the Belgians. It's 14-2,
here we go.
but we've got 20 minutes. Well,
they need some big dodges. Hopefully they were listening to us and they do some laterals.
I'll give that. He did indeed go sideways.
He did. And it was just that sort of perfectly timed, delayed ball there by England.
Yeah.
2 balls go, force the dodge.
And I do feel like it's classic coaching dilemma. Every piece of advice you give on dodging, there's always an answer to it as well. So very much as the pursuits of the players, we had another big dodge attempt there from 97. De Kruger. Blocked by Richards. Number 7 De Wilde is our last player in. Hit on Ndumbe. Oh, another, as you say.
There you go, yeah.
He wants to mind the back of his head. We would not like to see.
Not a classic Sam Richards sort of play there, stopping.
No.
Yeah.
As you said, I think England want this clean.
Oh, unbelievable.
And you can't get much cleaner than that. Apologies for the incredibly English minor swear there. Yeah, absolutely clinical there from Christopherson. And I think that really is the difference sometimes. But when you have the percentage points of power that you look at, are you going for ankle shots? Because if you haven't quite got the power, you'll get the speed the ball comes in means it's easy to dodge. But if you have got the power, they are so hard to defend against.
And when you look at this England squad, generally the taller players have got the faster throws because they've got that leverage.
Long levers.
So you look at England's lineup now. You got Finn, you got Britnell Craven, 27, and Dunbay, number 3. Hopefully we'll see a release.
Yeah, in the chat, Belgium, you are so awesome, from Johnny Gabriels. We couldn't agree more here on court 2. 16-2 does not for a second indicate how enjoyable this match is to watch. That was incredibly close.
Yeah.
Speaking of ankle shots, Platonic on Leach, but Leach coming out fine in that exchange.
That's the confidence there of, you know what, I'm just going to throw.
Yes.
My other 2 teammates are going to cover me.
There we go.
Catch by Britnell Craven.
But I think that cover, is so underrated for its impact on a game. But fantastic duck. 2 blocks over the heads. The first by Hoveen for Belgium, and then Ndumbe on the right wing for England. But yes, England are so confident in this. Richard's going to roll that ball back because it came through at speed from the court behind us. Big fakes, big dodge, block from Finley. Britnell Craven is caught by Christopherson, and yes, I think a bit of a sort of wry smile from number 25 Debates as he makes his way to the box. Hit on number 7, De Wilde, was unsuccessful
good 2-ball
in trading.
release.
3 balls. Oh!
He thought about it.
He did think about it, but I think unfortunately it's killed by the railing of the racing track that we're standing on up here. But would have been to be fair, one of the best run catches I've seen ever, and I think Britnell Craven would just have been off.
You know what? He might have let him try.
He might have let him
try because he's got to jump 8-foot fence there.
Yeah. Would have been particularly cruel. To bit him off there. But we will go again. We played 5 minutes already, going quite fast the second half. We are 18-2 with those 2 Belgian draws in the first half, and I'm sure we can see some more points on the board for Belgium here. But I think, even with the substitutions, the continuity of play from England has been really strong, showing their depth of squad.
And using the depth.
Yes,
that's a big thing for teams. You know, if you bring 12, 14 players, give your players a rest. So just looking at the box there for England, Brett and Arnie potentially haven't warmed up for this game. Save themselves, because even just doing a warm-up, it really does tire you out over 5 days.
And then you have to come down again, and then it's another injury risk, isn't it?
Yep.
We've had some excellent hits here by the England gentlemen. You see, really good, positive, still an aggressive play from Belgium. They're not being pushed to the back. They still have things to say in this game, and it's making for an entertaining spectacle. I think Christopherson's taken slightly by surprise.
Yep.
But does manage to hold on to that.
Some players just seem to have that sort of sixth sense.
Great to play with them, horrible to play against them. And Ndumbe stayed high, it's dodged! Dodge it, fingers for Ndumbe. Great pressure from the Belgians means that Hoveen and number 898, De Coutre were successful.
Fantastic catch by Sam Richards.
Sorry, Verms again.
There we go.
3 balls on target. A valiant attempt, read well, but there's no way you're catching 3 at once. I mean, maybe the sport ends, you know?
Yeah.
Triple catch, I think we all go.
And then game over. That team's won.
That was it. We completed dodgeball. We'll all retire. Okay, so 20-2. Quick chat from the Belgians, but I believe they used their timeout last half, so we will be resetting in 10 seconds. I don't know how well this background audio is coming through on the stream, but we are getting noisy in the hall here in Limerick as the other quarterfinals hot up as well. 13 minutes just under on the clock. We will have a number of sets, at least 4 sets here on court 2. But let's see. Great dodge again by Verbs.
And you could see there, he thought about it. He wanted to catch it.
But strong play.
Oh, that is an odd decision. It would have been a great catch.
Such a good catch. But no, and I think now you can see the sort of wry smiles from the Belgian players. What can they do to make a sort of, not a spectacle of themselves in the sort of sarcastic sense, but how can they show their skill here? The scoreline is what it is, but they've still got a chance to make a real impact on, you, the viewers at home, and us, to be fair, in the box. They've got plenty of support on the right-hand side. Really good hit there on De Wilde from the English lads, who are 5-on-3 advantage in terms of players right now. Big fakes.
Yeah, high press,
Yeah, waiting for that third ball for the Belgians.
And that sort of high press is going back to England just wanting to dominate the centre of the court there.
Yeah, Lesage with a fantastic ledge.
This is what they need to do, just wait, just slow themselves down.
Yes. I think a slight turtle dodge from Hovin, but it was very successful. They will now have 4 balls. Oh, except
yeah,
anyway.
called for line, unfortunately.
And Richards has done something as well. Many people out. One player advantage, 2
Oh,
not for long.
great hits there by Belgium.
Yeah. Bell dances around the back line once again, but never in doubt. I think throwing in time is great. Throwing ever so slightly out of time, sometimes even better, and that's what just caught Britnell Craven there. But Bell finds the knee of the Belgian number 33, de Lesage, who had that fantastic hit earlier. We are left with number 97, which is de Coutre. Block, step, 2-on-1 still here on court 1 with 1:05 to go. He's got time if he needs it. Bell dancing over the back line, but his heels did not touch the floor. The line ref is certain. And 2 balls and a line foul. I think just generally well played with that running counter. I think Christopherson saying, you're doing fantastic, Bell. If we could just take 2 inches further forward off the back line, we'd all have a slightly lower blood pressure.
Yep. Yeah, especially when you're in the box and they've got inches there and you're thinking, oh, let's hope they just
land, don't they? Like, if you put your heels down, my friend, we're about to have strong words. 22-2 here on court 2. 10:19 remains on the clock. Honestly, what a game. And I think you can tell as well, the atmosphere on court is very sort of friendly and very respectful. Everyone's here to do as best as they can, but these top 8 teams, they've already done a lot of hard work, so there's also just a lot of mutual respect. And an enjoyment in playing people that play with such different styles. Oh no, Bell's dodged. Number 10 for Belgium has gone. That was Dirks, who I think has rejoined us, having been substituted off after the last half.
Oh, fantastic catch.
Bell hasn't survived that. 33 once again. Lesage, another impact play with that lovely catch on his knees. England with 3 balls.
What do you think about the confidence then? Sunk a few catches, they're making a few more hits. Hopefully they've got that train already going.
Yes, although that doesn't help. Steve,
so that's a rebound catch.
Rebound catch, which to be fair I quite like as a mechanic, but it's really not helped Belgium. We are now even on courts. It would be a block hit. That is the first time we've seen that though this game.
Okay, yeah.
Which, and to be fair, with the pace of the balls coming in, I think that's been good blocking from the Belgians. Number 10, Dirks managed to jump that one. Richards wants the catch though, so well held by the Belgian players who come forward with 3.
You know, with this neutral zone that's much bigger and closer, you've really got to attack those blocks. Yeah. You can't just let it come to you. You've got to put your arm forward and get it away from you. It's
really intentful blocking.
And there you go, Britnell Craven falling to just that sort of linear up and down.
I think as well, once you've jumped, you forget you also have to block as well. 2 movements. Christopherson very competently blocked away. 3-on-3 with 1:20 to go here on court 2. Big fake. Richards, lovely block by Dirks.
Yep.
Bell stays high, but he knows it's not needed. He's going to come home, but take the left wing from Richards. 3 balls to Belgium. Using all of that space.
2 hits by Belgium. We're on 3-on-1.
What can Richards say about that?
Oh
my gosh, I'm sorry, I think he just kicked you in all the excitement.
You did.
Apologies, Lewis. Can he do it again?
Okay.
No, slightly wide, but he knows.
It's a good, what you might call a blue by Richards then, just wants to give the other team the...
You see, Richards very confident on the floor. Back in hand, can the Belgian captain see this out?
As long as he stays at the back of court, doesn't try to preemptively start countering.
Exactly. A very smart play there, exactly said Lewis. And Verms stayed at the back. Richards throws again. He wants Verms forward.
Here we go, here it is.
He's got to run.
There you go.
Smiles all round, catch by the ball retriever or the coach. No bad blood there, just a well played passage there. And I think Richards really did get England out a bit of a little hole there, a little pothole in the course of this match.
And you kind of expected him to do okay in that.
Yes, I mean
he knew it himself.
Yeah. I think I said this about England women when we were watching them against NI yesterday. You rarely see England look stressed. And that's because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they know also that even if they are down, they have those mechanical skills in their back pocket that they can create these opportunities. A short pause, I think, for clarification with the coaches. Nathan David having a quick word with referees.
Hopefully you can pick up the nice chanting by the Belgian supporters there.
Lovely to see so many people out and about, and the English supporters, I believe, are actually underneath us in the bleachers.
Yeah.
So good support for both teams. As the schedule sort of thins out a little, it's much easier for teams to support each other, which is very nice to see here in the main hall. 3 balls to Belgium. Big movement from Christopherson, but I think and Bell, but not necessarily needed. A little loose there from number 11. El Amadi, I think, has just been subbed back on. Oof, great hit from Dodgeball. Mop, mop, mop.
Oh, here it comes.
The blue roll, it's just not the same.
Where's the mop?
Where's the mop, we ask ourselves. Right, 3 on 6. Oh, 3 on 4, sorry, I miscounted the Belgian players. And 20 seconds played.
4 on 6.
4, yes.
It's been a long tournament already. Probably just talk about the facilities here at University of Limerick. You know that all players have got, well, as long as you've paid to stay here, ensuite rooms, double beds.
It's been really good. Self-catering with a varying quality of ovens, but you know, can't complain.
Mine's got no markings on whatsoever.
No, but a little laminated sheet.
We didn't have the little laminated sheet.
Ah, so mystery oven.
Yeah, so we had to guess. We sort of had a slightly thawed out frozen pizza the other night.
Wonderful.
Okay, 6 on 1 here.
Yeah, back to the matter at hand, exactly. And Richards again will not release. Lovely control there. I think he has had a very measured, calm, controlled performance here. And such impact as well. Number 3, Bouquet. What can he do? Massive lateral, unfortunately. Being found by 2 balls. 5:20 left on this court. We can hear all sorts of noises coming from the other courts, but let's stick with Belgium England just for a short while longer. Timeout called. Remember, it was an English timeout last half. Ah, thank you. If Lewis keeps talking, I'm just going to something out.
I do like the sound of my own voice, so let's go. Right, let's take a look around the room. Loads of supporters here at whatever time in the morning it is. To be honest, there wasn't really anything to talk about. But it's a timeout, it's not as exciting.
Oh, you know, just thought, you know. Yeah, just thought give you a chance to spitball, give the people what they want, more Diggins content.
Well, if you want more Diggins content, ask me to be commentator again. And maybe ask me to commentate the Wales game, that would be quite nice.
All votes in the chat for rogue commentary are appreciated but may not be acted upon, I make no problem.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just filling in to help out today.
Yes, no, and we do appreciate, obviously you've heard a lot of the 4 of us, but our guest commentators have been fantastic for, like I said, a break primarily, and also adding additional colour and context to the coverage here. And Dumbe, it has to be said, I think maybe a shaky couple of first sets has been clinical. I think a really, really good display from the English right winger. Bell and Christopherson having a small hug there, both dodging into each other, but avoided the ball most importantly. I will try and get you the score on court 6 a bit later on, Thomas, but at the moment we're sticking with court 2, and we will bring Leach back in.
Great sort of rebound catch there by Christopherson. Not necessarily needed, but if you bring that extra player back in.
Woof, lovely movement by 97.
I think Steve tracked him, but he was a couple of inches to the right.
Has had a really good game. Oh, again, just redistributing the balls. It's not football, what are we doing?
Oh, Steve.
Again. Dumbe on the wing. Who knew, right? and Ndumbe, well respected,
a fan favourite for sure.
If you do hear some sort of low noise when England are playing later, the Steve chant is a stalwart of dodgeball tournaments, although occasionally does sound a bit like booing, which is a bit unfortunate. But not today.
Curse of the commentator.
But they knew he was a threat, so Belgium has very smartly chosen to take out Ndumbe.
Oh.
Leach, having a little bit of a wobble his last few sets. But I think as well, it's a long day, and maybe thoughts are already starting to turn to what they need to do in their next game, because of course we will be seeing England in the semi-finals. But a 1-for-1 takes out
Tom Bell.
3-on-1. There's some big noise from the Welsh-Czech game. Time out to the Czechs, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about England versus Belgium, who have 3 minutes left on the clock. As Lewis starts to get a little bit twitchy.
No, I'm facing forward. I'm not looking to the right.
You can swap positions if you want.
No, it's okay. I need to concentrate.
This may well be the final set here. We are 28-2 in favour of the English, which again, I feel like I've said it a lot. We've had such entertaining games throughout this tournament, but the Belgians have really given us a game, firstly on court too. And to see their fans both on court would be wrong, and in the chat has been fantastic. Yep, loads of love in the chat for various people. Yep.
Belgium, they've won that centre ball quite a few times now, but just not being able to capitalise.
Has it been a half of ricochet catches, Lewis? That's the second I think.
Yeah, and I think you said it earlier, it's just that power that England and other teams, not just England, but you've got to really attack that block, get it down.
So, 2 balls on Richards, manfully dodged there. 2-player advantage. Richards is still on Britnell Craven's finger, will not be appreciated. Shakes his head, but smiling all the time, as he normally is. Lovely hit from Leach. I think maybe a good to just demonstrate that he is going. Rogue ball retriever clears the ball for the back court. Good to get out of the way so these guys can continue with their match. I think a bit of confusion. Very high pressure from the English, and turns out well for them as Leach gathers that ball and brings it back. Yes, couldn't agree more with the chat. Well played to Belgium, but of course we cannot detract from what's been a definitive performance by the English gentlemen. 3 balls to England, they're going to come forward together.
Yeah. Likely see, a single ball release.
Yeah.
Strange.
Very nice.
I would have thought England were maybe what's going back to that sort of calm nature.
And also to some extent energy preservation.
Well done, Finlay.
A lovely catch. I think as well, because if they can, they'd like to see this kind of rotation in the semis. And while 2 games of dodgeball, someone's like, we go to league, we play 2 games of dodgeball, we've done open tournaments. It just hits a bit different, doesn't it?
Yeah.
At this level of concentration, this level of expectation as well for the English, who have come to this Euros with one mission in mind.
Another rebound catch.
Yeah, excellent pop up from Bell, but England are here to win a gold medal. They're not being shy about that.
Yeah.
And there's still a long road to see it out as they progress into the top 4, breaking 30 here on court 2. We will have a final 90-second set here.
And England always look strong at these tournaments, but just watching them play recently, there's something slightly different. It looks like they're really enjoying playing with each other, which, it's hard because, looking at the squad, you've got Spartans, you've got Meteors, usually against competitors, but now bringing it into one team and liking each other, playing well together, smiling, Smiling, big things, smiles,
England is a good England to see.
Scary England to see.
Yeah,
you've got Steve or Sam Richards smiling at you, enjoying themselves.
Yeah, very, very terrifying. And the Belgians have done so well to stay positive, proactive,
for sure,
aggressive in this game. Ndumbe with another it's just a battle on the right wing, and unfortunately Ndumbe has been winning against Platnik time and time again.
Yeah, his opposition seems to be kind of enjoying it, really. Getting tested.
Wonderful! Catch from number 30, catching out for Hovin, take a bouncer. And then we had a bit of chaos. Christopherson didn't clock the cross court, excuse me. We're gonna clear something up on court 2. We're gonna keep focused on court 2 for a final 45 seconds here, Lewis.
Yeah.
As the noise in the hall
there's lots of hugs and stuff from Wales, so Going to assume they've almost won, probably, or guaranteed a win, maybe. If anyone can check for me.
Successfully kept the talk about court 1, court 2, but I do hope you have got our enjoyment of this game has come across on the live stream. Fakes, I think.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic.
39 seconds on the clock. You need those 2 points, my friends. You deserve them
Bounce
so much. Bounce called by the referee. We are 5 on 3.
Now,
Ndumbe on the left wing.
do you go for it as Belgium here, or do you just try and...
Yes,
okay, you go for it, Belgium. Yes, Belgium.
Oh, I feel like if we can, we're going to try and get Nathan Christopherson and maybe the Belgian captain as well to come have a quick chat afterwards after this fantastic display. On court 1,
Steve.
You can do it on the right, you can do it on the left. Another wonderful toe shot. Wow, wow, wow.
Another mop situation here. Timer stopped with 6 seconds left. Ball possession with Belgium. 2 players up.
It's a lot.
Are they going for it? They shouldn't. Hopefully this experience that they've had from the last tournaments, they might just stay calm.
If they take a couple steps forward, do you even get play ball?
No, they don't.
No. Yeah, stay still, Belgium.
Yeah, here we go. England on the attack. No. Yes, Belgium. Well played. Yes, Belgium.
Second set here. Third set, sorry. 2 draws and a win for Belgium. What a fantastic performance. But the headline act maybe in this game, England men should be very, very pleased with that, as it was a clean, clinical performance throughout, and so good-natured as well. Smiles all round, respect for all their opposition, and you get the impression of a very enjoyable game of dodgeball had by all. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream. Thomas Cragg's doing God's work, 18-8 to Wales apparently.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so we will see England join the semi-finalists, top 4 guaranteed. Potentially also the Welsh on court 1 as far as we're led to believe. Do please check the streams for anyone else you'd like to check the results on, or indeed the Irish Dodgeball website. And you have to stay here, Lewis, or should we turn the mics off, see if we can grab some interviewees and then be back shortly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
See you in a bit.
Back in a minute. Right, we are joined here back again on court 2 by England captain Nathan Christopherson. What do you want to say about that one?
It was a good game. I think the early start, it was worth it, obviously, after the scoreline. Quarter-final, we didn't really know what to expect from Belgium, to be honest with you. We hadn't watched too much of their games. They were a great side, a lot of unpredictability, a lot of different stuff that we weren't really used to. But I think our depth in the end managed to rotate a lot, get up, keep the high intensity up for most of the game, and then we just sort of, I think, disheartened them a little bit, and then it was just, but it was a great game, great respect between the two teams.
Yeah, we were saying on the stream, we had England getting a lot of love in the chat as well. I think it's so positive to see you giving a really clinical performance, keeping that calm and control right in, but evidently having fun with it, smiles all around, little few jokes between players. Is there a sort of, obviously you guys have come with one mission in mind, you want that gold medal, but are you feeling sort of more, a bit, compared to some others, maybe a bit more relaxed, a bit more gelled?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's been a lot of transparency between sort of coaches, captains, vice captains, etc., and stuff like that. So, and the mood in the camp's great. I think it helps that we're all staying in sort of accommodations together and etc. We're not all apart, but the mood in training's been great leading up to the tournament. Obviously, that goal in mind is to win the competition. But if you can do it by having fun, then by all means, it's even better. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best with your semi-final. I don't think you know yet quite who you'll be facing, but I'm sure that'll be a fantastic.
I think it might be Wales actually, so it'll be a nice home nations derby.
Home nations derby there, yes. So, well, obviously we're back on court 1 or 2 in the afternoon, but otherwise we'll let you go and do your recovery. Thank you so much for joining.
Perfect. Thank you for that. No worries.
Welcome to your commentary court. This is court 2 at the European Championships in the University of Limerick in Ireland. We have a fantastic quarter-final match for you now. The first knockout game in the mixed tournament. We have Northern Ireland Knights in the white and green versus Scotland in the pink. The teams for you now. We have leading the line for Northern Ireland, Adam Hill, Peter Morrison, Aaron Murphy, Eve Turkington, Helen Cunningham, Sarah McCloskey, Josh McElroy, Hannah Turkington, Johnny Hill, Hannah Lowridge, Abdullah Karim and Sam Laverty. For Scotland we have Scotty Whitelaw, Krista Bridges, Ross Grieg, John Duncan, Cameron Relton, Sarah Watson, Anthony Aldred, Amanda King, Becky Davis, Grace Martin, Valerie Laplante and Ian Barrett and Michael Farquhar. If you're new to the sport of dodgeball, this is how it works. You have 6v6 in mixed, that is 3 of some male players and 3 of some female players, and there are 3 different ways to get the other team out. You can hit them out by throwing a ball and making a hit on them directly. You can catch them out by catching a ball that they've thrown, or you can get yourself out by doing a line fault, which is to step outside the bounds of the court. You'll see one team, that'll be Scotland on the near side of camera in the pink, staying to this half of the court, and Northern Ireland on the far side of the court, staying on that side of the court. And then in the centre you can see a few lines. There's a central zone which both teams can go into. At the start we're going to have a runoff. You get to collect the 2 balls on the left uncontested, and the one in the middle, there's a competition for that one, so keep your eyes on the middle of the court when we start momentarily. Starting lineup for Northern Ireland is a 6v6 game here. We're going to have Adam Hill, Aaron Murphy, Sarah McCloskey, Helen Cunningham, Abdullah Karim and Eve Turkington. And it looks like Scotland are going to line up with Valerie Laplante, Scotty Whitelaw, Grace Martin, Anthony Aldred, Cameron Relton and Amanda King. Got the thumbs up from the ref there. We're ready to begin. There will be a 20-minute half in which we'll play as many 3-minute sets as we can. You win by eliminating the other team entirely, or by having more players on at the end of that 3-minute period. Now there's a line fault right at the start by Aaron Murphy, who crossed the middle line and competing for the middle ball, and then Helen Cunningham with a strike on Amanda King to level things up. Cameron Relton then hitting out the danger woman for Northern Ireland, who just made that hit. (5v4) in Scotland's favour currently. Just a pause in time there, so referee's just discussing what's going on. I think they just need to correct their clocks. So there's a 3-minute set that has begun. We're going to play as many 3-minute sets as we can fit into the 20-minute half. You can eliminate the other team entirely before that 3-minute set is over. And that might be what Scotland are trying to do here as they come up the court with 3 balls. A 2-ball release on Abdullah Karim, but he jumps inside the court. That lateral movement getting him away from the 2-ball attack. And there's a 2-ball attack put back at Anthony Aldred. Eve Turkington and Abdullah Karim with the hits there. Grace Martin takes up the middle ball, but it's released from the left-hand side Whitelaw. Then Abdullah Karim counters Cameron Relton on the right-hand side, hitting him out. Adam Hill also trying to counter Martin, but he's unable to make the hit there. But what he can't do, Abdullah Karim can, hitting Martin out on the shin. Ball's bounced back to Northern Ireland, and it's up to Abdullah Karim again to make another hit, this time on LaPlante. Whitelaw tries to go for Turkington, double counter. Looks like it was a catch and then a line fault off the back of the court, so he's caught Adam Hill. Adam Hill sent to the outbox for that catch, and Amanda King coming back in the rewards for making a catch. Counter from Abdullah Kareem, just high and wide this time. And we're joined by the fantastically talented Kath Thomas now on co-commentary.
Hello, thank you very much.
And that is the first set done, and it's gone to Northern Ireland, and plenty of hits made by number 42, Abdullah Kareem.
Yes, I think they're having a fantastic tournament, and from what I could see as I sort of ran up the stairs there, a relatively close set. It looked like we still had a few Scottish players, lovely catching out by Whitelaw towards the end, but would you say Northern Ireland setting the pace thus far?
Well, they got off to a bad start. There was a line fault right from the off, but let's see what happens as we begin the second set now. The score 2-0 to Northern Ireland. They take 2 points for winning the first set. Middle ball run off, won by Aaron Murphy this time. Northern Ireland just taking their time to make a call and press up court with 3 balls. Adam Hill releases and hits out Scotty Whitelaw on the left hand side of the court as you're seeing things. Scotland in the pink, of course. Time paused, and play will recommence with players on the back of court. Then they'll step into court to indicate that we have recommenced the second set of this match. There's been 15 seconds played so far. Kath.
Yeah, I think Adam Hill is an extremely experienced player at this level. Numerous Northern Irish caps, numerous GB caps from when that we went to Worlds that one time in Canada, and just such a fantastic player. This battle on the left hand side of the screen, as you see, is going to be extremely interesting. Fantastic block though by Aldred. Sees Kareem be unsuccessful, so we are 5-on-6 still in favour of the Northern Irish.
So one player to watch out for there on Northern Ireland. He's in the far left hand side of the screen as you look at it, and Abdullah Kareem starting well with a counter on Martin there. If you're watching the live stream at home, oh my goodness, a ball hits Sarah McCloskey, pops up in the air and hits out Hannah Cunningham, and then Aldred goes and throws an additional ball which hits her in the face, skimming that after the fact.
Happening on court.
If you are watching on the stream, if you can let us know how the mic volumes are, that would be much appreciated.
Yep, we've got some good engagement. The Scots are back, and pleased to see that we are, I think, doing better on the AV than we were for the last mixed game that I was commentating yesterday. Previous games and the schedule for today can all be found at the Irish Dodgeball website, so please do just stick that into Google. I think it's www.dodgeball.ie, but you'll find it if you drop in a quick search. As Bree was saying, do let us know that you're here. We know that support for both teams at home is huge. But after a quick chat, bit of a wave from Aldred, we're going to get going. Bit of a word from the referee. Everyone's happy. Let's go on court one. Yeah, I think just an apology there from Aldred for the unintentional consequences of that show. Loud and clear, there we go. Thank you so much, Lindsay, Ann and Kirsten.
Much appreciated. As we resume the action, it's 4v3 in the favour of Northern Ireland, and they've just extended that lead on court. Currently they have 4 players. They've knocked out the man on the wing, so there's just the 2 ladies left in LaPlante and King. There's an exchange, Hill for LaPlante, and King has it all to do versus 3 Northern Ireland Knights. A block by Abdullah Kareem goes back to the side of Scotland, so they have 4 balls in their possession. She releases again on Abdullah Kareem. It goes down into the ground, so that will be no hit, and it looks like there's going to be a double running counter. They're both coming up high up court, and Amanda King was caught high up court by Aaron Murphy, who does the counter down low on the player as she goes down to the ground, but caught very high up court. Kath Thomas.
Yes, I think so. So Amanda King, very capable of taking these catches, but yeah, I think the court positioning let her down. And of course, Aaron Murphy, number 20 for Northern Ireland, differs somewhat in stature to some of the players you'll be used to seeing here. I think he's well matched by Cam Relton as a slightly shorter male player, but his speed and release as well up court makes him incredibly difficult to deal with. And you saw him take that hit on King at the end. double false start on the middle.
So
that's Eve Turkington does well to get that ball back.
And this is one of the things I love about dodgeball. All different shapes and sizes can come and play.
Yeah,
and that's
you
to be
really
celebrated.
do make it your own, don't you?
Yeah. 6v6 currently. There's a single ball release to Aaron Murphy, who just steps out of the way there, and an after throw came in from Hill, but there's no hits. So it's going to be middle ball from Relton, trying to strike out the man down the middle, but it's an easy sidestep for Aaron Murphy. No luck for Relton this time. Northern Ireland pressing up, and a release from Abdullah Karim, who's got the most hits so far in this match. He's unable to connect with King, and Scotland Highlanders are going to go for a set play now with a single ball release cross court and a pre-throw coming in that bounced before it hit Cameron Relton, so no hits there. Kath Ward.
Yes, and so I think this is a bit bad pace from the Scots. Oh, and especially, oh my gosh, massive impact hit there. Go on, Brew, take us through
Adam Hill was hit out on the left-hand side. The ball popped up in the air, and then Abdullah Karim made the catch, which brings Adam Hill back in. However, when he was jumping up in the air and as he was falling back down to the ground, he was hit after he'd secured the catch, so that meant that Abdullah Karim goes to the outbox. Now we have 4v4 on court currently. Safe block from Adam Hill. He looks to counter Anthony Aldred, who gets down low and in the corner, maximising his chances of getting away from that ball. Survives this time.
Yeah, we had a fantastic two-ball release on Whitelaw as well. I think we're calling a bounce on that catch attempt.
But there was a successful counter from Aaron Murphy on King, and Northern Ireland Knights have a one-player advantage as they press up the court. There's an early pre-throw on Sarah McCloskey. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Aaron Murphy hits out Martin.
Yeah, very impactful from Murphy there. You'll see, I think now especially that Hill has switched to the wing. Murphy again with the hit on LaPlante. So we are 4-on-1.
He
with three
broke the block there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's broken the block twice. Martin and LaPlante, and then Hill finishes Aldred. Will we see a little bit more movement? Hill coming over to the right-hand side here. Do we think as Northern Ireland potentially settle into this game, we'll see a bit of movement in terms of their court positioning?
Well, in the mixed game, typically you see the male players coming out to the wings when there is one of them who has been hit out, and I think that's what we saw there. We saw Aaron Murphy coming out to the his right wing, and Adam Hill swapping over to the left wing as he was caught back in. I think he just wanted to get back into the action as quickly as possible, and that side was a bit nearer to the outbox as he presses up the court. He's going to do an early release on Relton, gets the hit. Whitelaw pressing up the court, testing out Aaron Murphy, but he successfully does a jump over the ball, blocking it safely, I believe, and referees pausing time to just make sure that they're making the right call here.
Yeah. No, I think that aerial movement, and as well an active block while his whole body was in the air there from Murphy was fantastic. I wonder whether Relton maybe didn't get sight of the ball until a little later on there. It was a sort of partial cross court that came in that took him out on that first release. But yes, we'll be having a quick chat with the referees. Of course, now the outcomes of all these exchanges are so consequential. We are, of course, in the knockouts, the quarter-finals here of the mixed division. No hit called. We will restart the action. 6 Northern Irish players and 5 Scotland players. 4 balls come forward. 2 balls on Aldred are successful as King moves out to take the right wing as we're looking at it for Scotland.
2-player advantage for Northern Ireland, far side of the court. There's a 2-ball attack on Adam Hill. He's sent to the outbox. He's a bit frustrated with that one, but they still have a 1-player advantage and they've got 3 balls in their possession. It will be on them to play. Will there be an early pre-throw? No, there's a cross court from Abdullah Karim, just sailing in front of Whitelaw, number 1 for Scotland in the pink. Coming up with 3, releasing 2 at Murphy, and it looked like they crossed paths in the air and both went either side.
Can't fault the Scottish accuracy, but the Northern Irish still with a play in hand, but Whitelaw ducks, but isn't successful that second time. Double release and Murphy finds him in the air.
Really good awareness to see that Whitelaw was without a ball to block, and they did a 2-ball attack to ensure that they got the hit on him, eliminating all the men from the Scotland team, and that's LaPlante going to the outbox also. 2 left as Northern Ireland look to extend their 6-0 lead. A 2-ball attack on Martin. Tracks her well, despite some really nice movement down and to the left, flattening her body on the floor.
Hit on Karoom.
Early release from King on Karoom gets the hit, but because they were both doing a counter,
Yes.
she had dealt with one of them, but there was the
There's
other
no
one
problem. Yeah.
bearing down.
And I think we've commented on before, the Northern Irish teams across the board are so confident in their cross-team communication, and they really do believe they have that cover, and that they're all on the same page in terms of how they want to play these sets out. So when they are coming up court, they have big confidence that if they're going to go for a play, their opposite number, whoever's up there with the ball, is going to back them and respond. It's difficult to say correctly because obviously it's such a reactive skill, but to respond smartly with the overall aim of being to eliminate the player or to provide cover. And of course, with only one Scottish player there, the headline there is, we just need to get this hit, so if I don't make it, you're making it.
100%. Fantastic analysis from Kath Ward there. We've got a timeout, so there's just 1 minute on the clock. We've got 20 seconds left in that before teams will come back on court and the action will resume.
Substitution, maybe a Davies in favour of Martin for the Scots. What are we looking like across
plays
the road?
her dodgeball with Manchester Bees.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of experience there in Davis, but I think we have an unchanged lineup, I believe, for the Northern Irish Knights as we head into this next set. 8-0 to Northern Ireland.
Why change a winning formula? Halfway through the first half here. High pressure from Barrett, who's just come on, number 77 on the right wing for Scotland.
Yeah. Making sure the call is heard as the three Scottish men press forward.
2-ball attack on Abdullah Kareem. Again, he jumps high and inside to get away and above those 2 balls attacking him. 2-ball attack on Relton, who does a jump and makes a catch.
I think he's got to be quite happy with that. It was a fantastic take in the air, but again, the accuracy of the Northern Irish means they do also secure the hit. So even Stevens, but not for long.
Ooh.
On court 2. Oh, whenever you speak, the situation changes. McCluskey with a fantastic catch on Whitelaw as Hill takes out LaPlante.
What an action-packed set we have with 1 minute gone. Cross court from Barrett. Running counter by Abdullah Kareem, caught by the new sub. Davies brings in Relton. Meanwhile, King going to the outbox. So we are 5 players for Northern Ireland versus 3 in pink for Scotland. Fantastic lateral movement and a jump by Turkington in the middle there to get away from the Scotland attack. Bounce before that hit Barrett, so no hit.
Yep. Cross court again on Relton. I think Davis making the right decision there to come backwards. And she's made a very strong impression on her first set on court here as Northern Irish come forward with 4 balls.
Yeah, good awareness from Adam Hill to come up court and grab that one, but he's caught out by Ian Barrett. It's somehow lodged in between his arms as he was looking to block the 2-ball attack there. So a nice catch for him.
You can see Adam Hill smiling. I think Barrett would admit he knew nothing about that, but did really well to hold on to it. And it proves that taking that small position, getting small behind the ball, you can just gather up sometimes at the incoming pace and make fantastic catch, which had a huge impact as Scotland now only down by 1 player. Great dodge by Whitelaw and blocked by Davis. We remain. Oh my gosh!
Barrett flew. Upshot of that, Turkington out. What action in the centre court!
Oh my gosh, Ian Barrett! The 2 substitutions for Scotland are storming this set!
Double attack on Murphy, sent him to the outbox. Now it's just Cunningham and McCloskey left for the Knights. She hops over a pre-throw. 2 separate attacks on the wingers. They're now back far side of the court in a defensive position. Looking active. McCloskey looks to catch. Counters Barrett, gets the hit. Cunningham's high, hits Davis. There's an exchange there. So it might be 1v1 as we...
There's all sorts happening here. The bar is down at the back. I believe... Everyone's going to leave it alone for a second. I believe we're going to be debating whether we time was intending to be stopped. Yes, no, I think that's fine. 1-1, everyone on court is happy. Well done from the referees. Awful lot going on the end there.
Yeah, and they had to make the call how many players were left on court at the end of that 3 minutes as soon as the whistle blows for that end of 3 minutes. So fantastic call by the referees.
Yeah, and good honesty as well we saw from Cunningham and also Davis. So everyone here, it is tight. I think 9-1, especially as the Scots maybe gain a bit of momentum. I think we're hopefully going to see them gaining a few more points in this half, because we still have 6:50 remaining on the clock here on court 2 as we get away once again.
Murphy with a second line fault this game, running for the middle ball, so Northern Ireland will start with one player down. Whitelaw tries to take out Turkington. Hill succeeds in his counter on Relton. Abdullah Karim just backing off into the corner now. Single ball attacks, but it's blocked up into the air, and Barrett makes a jumping catch to secure the out on Abdullah Karim, bringing back Relton for his team and giving them a one-player advantage. Block broken by Whitelaw, leaving just the ladies in for Northern Ireland versus 5 Scotland in pink near side. Oh, a disguised throw by Cunningham hits out King in the chest. McCloskey counters Relton, hitting him on the toes in the centre of court there, and comeback could be on here for Northern Ireland in this frame with 2 minutes left. Early pre-throw by Whitelaw separates the throws from Northern Ireland Knights, ensuring that there's only one coming in at him, easier to catch, which he does make, and a fantastic move by LaPlante to get away from the throw of Sarah McCloskey.
Yes, I think what an amazing turnaround in momentum from the Scots here. Those 2 substitutions, Barrett and Davis, have worked so well for the Scots. And I think the presence of mind of Barrett to take that leap over the halfway line off court to make that catch really has swung the momentum in this game. Relton did well to get a trade, I believe it was with Cunningham, and McCloskey has quite a lot to do there, but 120, she's watching her back, she knows that Barrett wants it, and wonderful timing from the 2 Scottish players means that we are now 9-3 on court 2.
Yeah, momentum just shifting a wee bit with Scotland getting a draw and then a win in these last 2 frames.
Yes. Honestly, I'm glad you're doing the play-by-play, Brew, because Brew's got me flapping my arms around in his peripheral vision, because it really is fantastic stuff here. As we've had comments in the chat about the pace of the game, and I think both teams have a very deep bench, so hopefully we can continue this real pace, because what a showcase match this is of the mixed format.
Yep, some of the best dodgeball you're probably ever going to see on display right here live on court 2 in the European Championships, as a ball released down the middle and a counter on Whitelaw as he was without a ball. Tactically made probably by Hill there to take out his counterpart on the left hand side. Then a post throw on Relton by Hill, doesn't connect, no connections in that phase of play. Scotland coming up with a 3-ball press. They're releasing one from the right hand side, and there's an after throw on Barrett, who splits his leg wide but just manages to connect with him there. Fantastic flexibility and movement from the Scotland player, but really well tracked by Abdullah Karim, as Northern Ireland unsuccessfully come up with a 3-ball press, releasing one there on Scotland Highlanders with 4 players left in now. They managed to make a hit by releasing 2 on Helen Cunningham. Very nice and accurate, but will this be a death sentence? There's 4 balls to Northern Ireland. They released 1, 2, 3 at Relton, and it was the cross-court one from Abdullah Karim that connected with the shin.
Yeah, I think really wonderful time we saw from the Scottish female players taking out Cunningham, but they have a lot of work to do. 2 players disadvantage, and if Hill's going to take catches like that, unfortunately, they are now 6-2. But
and again with the presence of mind to move up court and collect that 4th ball. Will it be another death sentence with 4? They're going 1, 2 at LaPlante, the second one connecting, despite some really good lateral movements. And laterals are fantastic. You saw Adam Hill in the earlier phase of play just doing a really big lateral movement to get away from the balls, split up the multi-ball attack, and actually ensure a catch. He moved right from the wing almost into the centre of court. That's just how much lateral movement was required to turn that play in his favour.
No, we are seeing fantastic acrobatics from both teams. We are 11-3 here on court 2, and Yes, what does Scotland need to do? I think for me, maybe the possession, the ball control was a little, lax is too harsh, but maybe they got a little carried away there and gave away the fourth a number of times, and as Brew was saying, were extremely successful when they did have those 4 balls in hand using a combination of 2 and 3 ball releases. Ian Barrett unsuccessful on the rush there. Aaron Murphy will take the ball back for Northern Ireland. Great start there, pressing forward with 3. And we have big fakes, big release by Adam Hill, but Whitelaw docks underneath, and Scotland will set with 3 balls.
Yeah, he made himself really small target there, so that's fantastic. And using the full confines of the court to maximise his potential for evading the incoming balls. Single ball released by Abdullah Karim. It goes wide of Barrett, who looks to counter Murphy, and then is there going to be a reply? No, he's warded off by Ross Grieg, number 6, who plays in the Super League for Bedford Rangers.
Yeah. Pop up, no catch, too far forward to be fair. Ross Gregg apparently, as I was corrected by the
fantastic,
commentary
thank
yesterday.
you for that, Kath.
So we appreciate our Scottish, the Scottish particularly being very vocal in the chats, which we're loving the engagement here.
Yeah, keep your support up for your team, keep everything positive, and cheer on your friends, family, and your favourite players here at the European Championships. 5v5 and a hit on the shin of Ian Barrett by Abdullah Karim, who's probably made the most hits.
His hit rate has been phenomenal in this game. He's basically got to be 80% plus in terms of success rate. But
Greg,
Cunningham has been hit by for Northern Ireland.
Yeah, really good tracking by Greg, because there was a nice move by Cunningham, a 2-directional dodge, down and inside. Greg then put out himself in the next play. 1, 2, 3 balls released at Whitelaw. The catch brings King back in and sends Turkington out. It's 3v3 now. We have 1 ball on the side of Northern Ireland. Aaron Murphy trying to soak up some of the pressure. Yes, it looks like they're all going to go for him, but he's just, by the time he knows that they're coming for him, he's backing off. He's at the back of court, and they don't manage to get any on target this time around. Northern Ireland with 1 ball each, 2 balls released at Amanda King. Abdullah Karim electing to block the pre-throw, and that's the end of 3 minutes, and that hit right at the end secures the win for Northern Ireland, only by 1 player, but it's still 2 points on the board for the team in white and green.
Yeah, fantastic play. I think much better from the Scots in terms of ball possession in that set as we head into half-time, and a bit of a time to regroup as well, so I'm sure there will be words of encouragement, but also some technical and tactical discussions being had by both camps. Scotland really keen to attack these catches, as we saw in that last set, and I think Whitelaw had huge success out of a 3-ball attack, and that turned them to be even on players, I believe. But King at the end there, 3-on-3, you can see why Scotland would want to turn it from potentially 1 point on the boards to 2. And I suppose now we're in the knockouts, you've got to be pushing for those wins. The game has changed from the group stages. Set difference means nothing. You need to be getting back into this game. So what would you want to see from Scotland, Brew, in order to maybe make this a slightly closer contest? In terms of score, I think that players on court were going down to, they are staying in it until at least the last sort of 20 seconds, but then Northern Ireland always seem to have the answer to come out on top.
It's been really tight so far, and I don't think Scotland are playing a bad game at all. I think you highlighted there they were going for some catches quite aggressively, leaping off court, dropping down and doing lateral movements to try and split multi-ball attacks up and separate out the balls to make catches for themselves. More of that would be fantastic, and I think they need to have more success down their right-hand wing against Abdullah Karim. They need to come up with some answers there.
Yeah, we aren't running polls on this court, but we will be trying to get someone up for an interview after. And I think, to be fair, if we're looking at impact, Abdullah Karim has been fantastic for Northern Ireland in the first half. But do let us know who you think is making a real impact here on court too. Myself and Brew are going to take a couple of minutes, get some water on board, and we'll be back for the second half of this fantastic quarterfinal game.
Thank you, Kath Ward. Yep. We're going to be back for the second half. 20 minutes of dodgeball to play. Scotland trailing 13-3 currently. And one change for Northern Ireland Knights. Johnny Hill, number 18, comes on in the middle there. No changes from how Scotland finished the second half over on the far side in the pink coloured kit. Northern Ireland coming up with a 3-ball press. It's going to be released down the middle. Hill on Greg. Barrett looking to counter Hill, but he's caught it. And he just sort of stepped away to the far side of court, giving himself a bit more reaction time to try and make that catch. A double ball attack on Greg. Northern Ireland a bit lucky to get one ball bouncing back off the nets behind into their possession, so they have 2 balls to defend with. Single balls exchanged on the right hand side between Hill and Whitelaw, but no hits there. It's been quite even on that side in the first half. Greg getting a hit on Cunningham.
Yeah, no, I think that Hill catch, you just saw a big move, but also moved his body towards the ball, which made that really work for him. Bounce called on McCloskey, another big movement there, but you can see she's looking, if she can get it low, she's very confident catching on the floor. Really aggressive play from the Northern Irish, even with this 10-point lead, Brew.
There was a after throw from Grigg on Hill in the middle there, who just did his body really well to make a block, and Morrison feeding the ball back into Hill for the next play. 5v5 currently on court. Early pre-throw by Whitelaw and Hill, who hops over it. Northern Ireland putting in the 4th ball. They're going to release 1-2 at Whitelaw, who tries a jump, but the second one connects, and he is sent to the outbox. Northern Ireland with a 1-player advantage and a key player eliminated for the Scotland team in pink.
Yeah, we have a short time stoppage just for Abdullah Karim to do his shoelace, which of course is very important. Safety is always the most important thing on court here, but we will restart with 5 players on for Northern Ireland, 4 players on for the Scots, and 3 balls in Northern Irish hands. I think what I'm finding really interesting is the Northern Irish split up. Is often we've got a fake and then a slightly delayed release here, which I think has been quite successful in baiting out some movement from the Scottish players. Hill throws through the block, Martin leaves a ball in dead man territory. Kareem's done well there to get a result. Greg, here we go. Davis once again finds herself at the back of court and on her own with a lot of work to do against 4 of the Knights.
What fantastic action here on court 2 at the European Championships in Limerick. A double after throw from high up court from the Hill brothers on Davis to close out the set. Northern Ireland extending their lead now to 15-3, and they might look to start making some changes in the second half if they believe the win has been secured.
Yes, certainly, because it's Northern Ireland as well. I think are not shy about their ambitions at this tournament. They want to go all the way. So there is also an element of, while they're doing well here, as we said earlier, they want to win definitively, but they don't need to win by many sets. So let's get that rotation. But equally, from what we've seen from Northern Ireland this tournament, rotation means very little in terms of continuity. They're so in sync as a squad. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Laverty come off the bench, potentially McElroy, to see what they have to say in this game against Scotland.
Poor throw from Abdullah Karim, goes down into the ground. He's punished with the counter by Ian Barrett, but then there's a reply cover shot from Hill on him to make it 5 players apiece. 1 man out on each side. And Davies out also. Not sure what happened there, and Grigg hit out by a 2-ball strike just now.
Yeah, I think again maybe Greg looking for an aggressive catch there, but is it the time? We're so early in the set, 2:20 still to play here, and I think maybe depending on what happened at half time, great hit by Whitelaw though on taking it. I think that's more what we need from the Scots, maybe a bit more focus on the throwing, having the positivity there to get the hits, and maybe looking for the catches a bit later on in the set for me.
Well, the thing about going for catches later on the set is not necessarily the time in the set, it's waiting for the right one.
Yes. Exactly, yes, a much better point actually, but yeah, making sure that you're not forcing opportunities, you're taking the ones that are provided to you.
Early pre-throw red, and Northern Ireland able to make a 4-ball attack on Whitelaw to secure the out and leave Highlanders with a mountain to climb. They have 2 players left in only, 4 balls, they take them both coming up. A 2-ball attack on McCloskey, fantastic tracking to make the hit. Both balls connected well there, so great stuff from the ladies in pink. A single ball straight at Adam Hill, then the cover shot from Martin as he looked to make the counter is collected by Hill in his lap, a catch bringing Abdullah Karim back on. They've got a single ball attack actually to finish things off. Hit credited to Johnny Hill, number 18.
Yeah, I think such a mental game now for Scotland. This is a big score deficit. Obviously, we're incredibly impressed by how they've been playing, but there's no getting around the fact that the 3:17 is quite the mountain to climb, as Brew was saying. We do have a substitution, Hannah Turkington taking a well-deserved rest, and Luffridge coming on. Where are we at now? So we will see. Also substitution on the Scottish side. We have 2 of the women's players changing from the bench. I'm going to go and look up some shirt numbers.
Yeah, so we've got Morrison introduced, and he takes an early out. The third fault at middle line from the runoffs for Northern Ireland in this match. McElroy coming on the left wing, as you're seeing it, for Northern Ireland.
There we go, that's the right one.
Yep, Greg with the catch there. Watson coming on for Scotland. Plays for the top team, Granite City Gorillas. And is it number 2, Bridges also?
I believe so, playing in a position 4.
The sole Edinburgh dodgeball representative for Scotland in this squad selection for mixed team. Tongue out by Barrett, he knew he was caught out by the cheeky shot on the legs by Josh McElroy, number 10 for Northern Ireland. They have a 1-player deficit. McCloskey blocks safely as she kneels down on the ground, taking the pressure off her teammates. 2 balls looking on the right hand side. Counter from Whitelaw on Hill, and the cover shot from McElroy, unable to hit out the man on the right side of court, as you're seeing things.
You get the impression there that Whitelaw was quite happy to die as long as he took Hill with him, but he did a fantastic dodge against McElroy there in the neutral zone.
McCloskey broke the block of Whitelaw. Action on the left-hand side of court sees Greg out as well.
Yeah, and the ricochet catch from Luffridge brings McCloskey back, so we are 4-on-2 here on court 2. With 2 of the Scottish women again with the work to do. 2 blocks by the Northern Irish gentlemen, and they will reset with 3.
Number 29, Lowridge, actually picking up MVP vote in an earlier mixed match in the tournament on court 2 here. What has she got to show in this second half for Northern Ireland? Morrison on the right hand side, but it's McElroy on the left who releases. Lockridge passing the ball off to him so as to keep him super safe with the ball to block. He's a closed target there, much harder to hit when you have that ball in front of you, which you're allowed to block with, which he does expertly there, kneeling down to make his body a smaller target, try and get as much of it behind the ball as possible. Northern Ireland with 4 balls, they release 3, and it's the delayed one by Morrison which connects with Martin.
Yeah, really well read by Morrison. I think Martin dropped for that catch, and Morrison just took advantage of the fact that she was looking the wrong way, having dodged correctly the first 2 balls from Northern Ireland. Pressure up court by number 13, Watson for Scotland.
Yep,
but there we go.
Pushing McElroy back, but perhaps should have elected to go for an open target with the closing seconds of the set, but too much left to do in that short space of time for the new substitutes. So Northern Ireland managing to get a win despite making 3 changes there. The consistency that you mentioned earlier seems to be sticking.
Yes. Yeah, I think really, I think we've seen a little bit of turn. I was worried about Scotland at the end of that last set. It looked like heads were going down, but actually there was a lot of positive play there. But yeah, changes mean nothing to Northern Ireland. The whole squad really on the same page as we look towards extending this league. 19-3 here on court 2 as Aldridge rejoins us on court, substitute for Barrett. And yes, Scotland already lost Greg on the rush, but they pressed forward with 3.
I love that squat down by Lowridge, making herself such a small target, getting underneath the attacking ball. Morrison releases down the middle, no hit, just wide of the mark. Scotland with everything to do in the second half here. They managed to get a hit on Turkington, who puts her hands up and makes her way to the outbox number 33. 1 ball stuck up court, but it's marked by Aldred. So just got the one ball to defend with, and they elect to go at that ball holder, Scotland there. Not the most aggressive play they could have chosen. Northern Ireland back in possession of 3, releasing one at Aldred, which he ducks under, and now Scotland back in possession.
Yeah, I think much more positive from Scotland this set, because also, right, fine, big work to do here. Could they win? Wonderful
Big
from
play.
Martin.
Big play there.
Yeah, fantastic. But equally, this is not the end of Scotland's tournament, whatever happens, so they need to learn from this and make sure they're bedding in for their second match today. Hill charges down the wing, but the comms are clear from Morrison, and Northern Ireland will reset with 4.
Hill just exhibiting his jumping skills there as he releases 2 balls with his partner at Whitelaw. One of them popped up in the air and looked like it was bouncing down off court, but he just managed to stick his hands out and collect it whilst keeping himself in court to bring their contingent back up to 6 players. Full team on court with 1 minute 10 left. They hit out Morrison with a pre-throw in exchange for the life of Aldred. We have Cunningham and Lowridge left in, and 1 minute left on the clock. They might be trying to just elongate this match or this frame as much as possible. They both came back with 2 balls to block. Lowridge desperately trying to make a catch by diving forwards because one popped up in the air, but unsuccessful in doing so.
Yeah, I would like to give Sarah Watson, number 12 for Scotland, all the praise here. I think her cover for the Scots has been fantastic, but you saw Whitelaw celebrate earlier in the set, and I think those 2 points are going to be so key here for Scotland. Not necessarily in the overall match here. We've only got 8:40 left, so we're looking at 3 sets left with a 14-point deficit. But that confidence moving forward today for Scotland, I think, will help them hugely. Not to distract from Northern Irish, a strong performance overall still, but can they tighten up once again and just squash this Scottish momentum before they really get going? Full start from Hill will not help, although Lowridge done really well there to get the ball. 3 balls to Northern Irish as they push forward up court.
Nice movement by Martin there. Lateral movement, and then also putting her legs out of the way. Fantastic post throw by Morrison on Whitelaw once he had identified that Whitelaw was the player releasing. 1 player advantage to Northern Ireland as Morrison goes for a cross-court shot on Aldred. He's smiling, he knew that was a cheeky one targeting him. Love seeing the enjoyment on the faces of the players here in Limerick.
Ultimately, we are all here for the love of the game, and to see the players really enjoying this quarter-final is fantastic. Do let us know in the chat if you've got any suggestions for who we might want to speak to afterwards, and any MVP shout-outs. But, how many ricochet hits have we seen in this tournament, Brew? It's a lot.
Yes. The only thing you can do about those is to keep your awareness up and your eyes as open as possible and as wide as possible, because you've got to be using your peripheral vision to spot those and either dodge them or catch them.
I think it flatters the thrower a little. Often, obviously, it's a good hit on the first one, but they are mainly sort of luck, really, with the pop-ups. You can't plan for them, and that's certainly swung the set in favour of the Northern Irish here. But the Scots will have 4 balls, so as they come forward with 1:25 left in the set, what can they do?
Fantastic from Martin, who's had a bit of a stormer of a set here.
Absolutely.
Also plays for London Storm in the English Super League. 1 minute remaining in this set. Pre-throw on Martin, and that's the end of her contributions to this set with 50 seconds on the clock as Northern Ireland collect 4 balls, make a call and decide to release 1, 2, 3. The timing was off, but as Aldred was already in motion, it was difficult for him to. He was committed to the dodge.
Yes, and then off balance, again. So the amount of movement he managed to create was very impressive, but ultimately it was just a matter of time with the number of balls in Northern Irish hands there. We are 21-5 here on court 2. 5:45 remains on the clock. We have 2 sets at least to go, but the Northern Irish will be progressing through to the semi-finals. You see the acceptance in the box, hugs between Whitelaw and King, 2 of the most experienced players on the Scotland side, who you understand their frustration, but I think a fantastic game where Scotland just haven't quite had the answers to the question that Northern Irish have been asking.
Yep. And I think it's Michael Farquhar for Granite City Gorillas who's come on for Scotland on the right hand side of the screen as you're looking. Number 79. He'll be looking to show his coaches what he can do on court. Northern Ireland with the two Turkington sisters on court now as well. One slips through the legs of Eve, number 15. McElroy with a safe block as the Northern Ireland men press up the court, electing not to throw as possession was going to be in the favour of Scotland. And another one going through the legs of a Northern Irish player, this time Johnny Hill in the middle. That one couldn't go through the legs of Martin. It hits her on the shin. One player advantage to Northern Ireland, and not very many hits thus far, but there's another one on the left hand side of court. Hill on Aldred there, who was charging up the court to make a counter. Oh, very close shot there, and then a running counter by Morrison. Bridges looking to supply the cover, but unfortunately hit out in this phase of play. Oh, so close. Michael Farquhar looking for the catch there. Looked like it was just outside of his box area.
Really good placement on his upper shoulder as we have Watson last in for Scotland. A lot of work to do. She's had a fantastic game, but what should she do against 4 Northern Irish balls? Jump. And again, once you're in the air, unfortunately, with lots of balls now, Northern Irish Hill making the smart choice just to wait until she lands, when unfortunately it's incredibly difficult to get that secondary dodge once you're off balance from coming it down from
yeah, so when you're coming up as a group, you really want to be making the opposition do a dodge. So if I do a fantastic big pump fake motion and convince one of the players on the opposition team to make a big dodge, especially a jump dodge, my teammate, who is the person who's going to release, might be looking to hit them when they're up in the air and they're already committed to the movement, and the only way that they can come back down, well, gravity's friend, coming back down and hit them on the legs as they are on their way down. Now play has resumed. There's 3 minutes left on the clock. This might be the last frame if it goes to time, with the score at 23-5 Northern Ireland. There's a after throw from Morrison on Farquhar, as he was the player who released, and an after throw by McElroy because he had identified that Aldred was releasing cross court and just left his body an open target there, so that was well identified and executed. Early pre-throw by Greg on Hill, who blocks it safely. Morrison releasing instead and making a hit, I believe.
Yeah, I think Morrison was a substitution into the second half for Northern Ireland, and he's been fantastic. So many hits, which is not to detract from McElroy on his opposite wing. They've both been fantastic. But yes, with 150 remaining here on court 2, we have 3 Scots versus 6 Northern Ireland Irish Knights, dodged by Eve Turkington. Will we see, with a hit on Bridges by McElroy, a 90-second set brew?
I think Northern Ireland would actually prefer not to do an extra set, but we'll see what happens. If they get the hits, then they get the hits, and that was an accurate one by McElroy there.
Yeah. Smiles from Martin, I think. She knew what she wanted to do and just didn't drop quite far enough for the block.
And we're seeing a safe ball by Peter Morrison there. They know that Greg is a fantastic catching player, so they put that high and wide of his body, hard to catch, and he's just returned the favour to Morrison, hitting it down and low to the side of him. Hill doing one down and low to the side of Greg. Morrison doing one down and low to the other side of Greg, and that might be the way that the rest of this set plays out. Yeah. 2 balls released at Morrison. Does he get the catch? Yes. Catch called by the referee, and yeah.
Blimey. Right, so I did wonder whether we were going to have 50 seconds of can you throw 20 centimetres off Ross Gregg's knee, but we didn't quite manage it, as Morrison, with a 2-ball release, managed to make a fantastic catch there. So we are 25-5 here on court 2, going into the final 90-second set. and Northern Ireland are victorious. These short sets, though, often offer really interesting opportunities, especially for teams that have maybe struggled on the scoreline. So can the short nature of this final frame give Scotland a chance for an extra 2 points on the board, just to set them off on a positive note on their journey into the sort of lower bracket for the 5th to 8th playoffs? Let's have a look. As for the last time, we recommence on court 2 in this quarter-final. 3 balls to Scotland. Reset. They come forward.
Oh,
Big
fantastic
release.
strike.
Fantastic play there. And ball back, which is always a bonus when you get a really clean hit.
Yeah, get the clean hit, and it's so powerful that it comes back to your team. You get to make the next play, but that's not actually how it turned out, with Morrison electing to do a pre-throw, hitting out number 79 for Scotland. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, there's an exchange, McElroy for Aldred, and it's 4v4 now with 52 seconds on the clock. There's a double release on Martin, who does a jump but unable to evade those balls, and an early one from Morrison, who caught Greg not watching, and 2-ball release on him. They go either side, and it looks like Northern Ireland have the advantage with 35 seconds left on the clock. There's high pressure from the right wing of Morrison. He goes for an early pre-throw, and another early pre-throw by Hill enables Morrison to make a catch, and they finish it off with a double counter. Turkington making the hit.
And we are all finished up here on court 2. 27-5, I believe is going to be the final score, just going through on the referee's app. Bru's going to go downstairs and rustle up an interviewee for us, and it's all smiles. You can see from the body language of the Scots, a fair game's a fair game. They didn't quite have the answers there, but huge congratulations to our Northern Irish Knights, who will progress into the semi-finals this afternoon. Well, thank you so much for all your engagement on the stream as well. We're really pleased to be bringing you all this coverage of our knockout games. And I'm going to come off mic just for a second, get a bit of water on board, and we'll be back for a post-match interview. Stay tuned. After this, we will be going, I'm sure, into the women's semi-finals, she said with confidence, and as we watch Scotland come in for a bit of a debrief. So much respect between these two nations, and we will join you back shortly.
Okay, it's Brew Cousins here, and I'm back to interview the star player for that match, Abdullah Karim. How are you doing? How are you feeling, having just come off court?
I feel wrecked. We still have 2 more intense games to go. We have Austria, I believe, in every category. We play them in semis for both men's and mixed, and the ladies will play them in quarters. So it's gonna be a tough day. Like this, today is the toughest day in the tournament by far. So yeah, looking forward to it. Just trying to manage my arm and myself to keep up those high intensity games.
One thing that we noticed doing the commentary, you in the first half, your arm was a real asset to the team. You were very accurate with your throws. How do you ensure that your throws are consistently powerful and accurate? How do you train that, Abdul?
Well, basically is when I first started, I didn't have that like at me, so it took me like a while so I could get my throw to be on point. But because in 2019 when I started, my throws wasn't as good as now at all. But then during COVID, I started to take dodgeball more serious and start to like gym and all, because I was like, during COVID I was literally 60 kilos, and during COVID I just took the advantage of COVID because there was no dodgeball.
Yeah.
And I just was like training like 3 to 4 times a week in a gym. Yeah.
And that really shows. I remember doing a trial for Northern Lights with you once, and you absolutely ruined me on the fitness test.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to play against Austria. That's gonna be the first time we play against like Austria, men's and mixed. So it's gonna be tough games. But I'm not worried about like the players I'm gonna be facing as much as I'm worried about managing myself and managing my arm, because we are like well prepared for this. I've been preparing for this for like months.
And that preparation should see you through very well, because I know you've done that meticulously and you're a very hard trainer.
Yeah.
What was it that got you into dodgeball in the first place?
So basically my cousin Abdullah Darwish, he used to go to Queen's dodgeball sessions, and in one of the times I just asked him, oh, can I just come over and try dodgeball? And then I just give it a go, and I was like, okay, yeah, I like the sport and I want to take it serious.
What would you say to somebody who is in Northern Ireland and thinking about trying out dodgeball?
Well, every time that I bring up the fact, oh, I played dodgeball internationally, people would just like be like standing there amazed. They were like, dodgeball? Is it like the movie? I was like, yeah, it's the movie. And and then like I'll have like a combo with them the other day, and they would say, oh, how's the volleyball?
Yes, I used to get that a lot as well. Yeah.
It's like, it's dodgeball, guys. Yeah. I think like in like N and I, we're struggling number wise. Like I think
so. It would be great to get more people interested, involved, and coming and playing for some of the clubs there.
Yeah.
What clubs are there in Northern Ireland that people could get in touch with to join?
Yeah, there is. I believe there's 4 to 5 clubs. Well, there's Capao, the one that I play for. There's Ballyhackamore, and there is the Queen's one, the Queen's Dodgeball Club, and there is Crossfire, and there's a new club, Tornadoes. So, and it's on like. And there's sessions on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
So whatever day you want to train on, pick your club accordingly, and it's there for you.
Yeah, so it like suits your schedule. So,
what is it that you love about dodgeball that keeps you coming back?
To be honest, what drives me the most, I'm a very competitive person. I just want to be the best at of what I do. I've been trying to push for my spot for a while now. And finally I got it, and what pushes me more, I'm aiming to win mixed and men's gold, and then to win worlds mixed and men's with NI.
Fantastic. And talking about being the best, you get the MVP vote for that match. Congratulations, Abdullah Karim. It's been a fantastic interview. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Take care. Okay, and next up we're going to be joined by the fantastically talented Ross Grigg from Scotland.
Hello, hello.
Ross, how are you doing? It looks very hot down there on court, and that was an intense match. You just had a battle there.
You could say that. I think sweating so much because Northern Ireland absolutely brought the heat. What an unbelievable team to play against. It really shows the golfing class between those three top teams. And the rest of the competition. Bear in mind we're having close games with everyone in our group. You know, the likes of England are steamrolling these teams.
A really tight match against England earlier in the group stage.
Yeah.
Well worth watching back on the Day 1 Court 1 stream for those interested in watching another fantastic performance from Scotland Highlanders. Now that game there didn't get the win that you so desperately desired, but we did see some fantastic performances from people across the squad. How do you ensure that coming here you're able to put your best out on court?
It all comes in preparation, which is a bit of a cliche answer, I suppose, but you know, we've trained hard for the last year. Worlds, we were really disappointed in our performance. We came up against some tough opposition and we didn't perform the way we wanted to. Obviously our mixed team isn't as strong without Scotty, and you know, he's proven time and time again how good he is. But the most important thing, you know, is our team cohesion. I think that's something we're really proud of and something we're really happy with. But again, it comes from, to answer your question, you know, the hours we spend together, you know, the 8-hour sessions, the drives together, the evenings, the night outs. I know it's, you know.
What's the camaraderie like?
Honestly, when I joined Scotland 8 years ago, the difference is you know, chalk and cheese. We are such a close-knit unit.
What can you attribute that to?
Honestly, a lot of that is down to the likes of Anthony Aldridge coming in. He's managed it. The divide when there was an English player divide and a Scottish player divide when I joined, and it was quite a horrible environment to be a part of, which isn't, you know, saying this live on TV probably isn't the best thing to say, but it was, and
Well, tell us about how good it is now and what's got you there.
Well, yeah, so Aldridge sort of really bridged that gap. You know, Scotty coming back and, you know, making just, it's so difficult to sort of put into words. The whole team as a whole comes together. There is no divide now. There is no you and us. There's no thing in Scotland. We're all Scotland. We all want to do everything. We'll all die for the badge. And
you can see that on court. Everybody pushing together as a team.
Exactly that. And if we make mistakes, I think in the past we'd get at each other's throats. I for one was poor for it. And but now we're like, you know what? No one's making mistakes on purpose. We're not doing anything. You know, we're not doing anything that we don't think is going to help the team. Everyone is doing everything they can to help the team. And you know what? This is my last one, unfortunately. But you know, just to be a part of this for the last 8 years, it's been an absolute honour. And you know, so overwhelmed at how much I've enjoyed it and how much I've loved the family that is Scotland.
Yeah, fantastic performance and a fantastic career, Ross. So congratulations on that. Are there anybody at home who might be watching or listening in that you'd like to say hi to or a thanks to?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all my family, hopefully they're watching. They might have turned off by now after seeing us get pumped like that. But you know, you've got Mo Harvey, June Ritchie, who both watching in the stream. I believe she's corrected my name pronunciation.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Which is fine. Thank you so much, Grandma. Mum, Dad, my daughter Fia, who's the reason I'm leaving Scotland. Thank you for that, Fia. God, Kelsey, my wife, who I love dearly. But yeah, thank you so much to all my family who supported me over these years to let me do this and funding me for most of it.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Ross Grigg.
No worries. Thanks, Andrew.
Top stuff. Thank you. All right, next up on court 2, we're going to have another quarter-final, so it's a knockout match. It's going to be in the women's category, and it's England Lions versus Sweden Spectaculars. England will be in the white kit and Sweden in the yellow. And your commentary team for this one is set to be the fantastic Kath Ward, who you heard with me on the last match, and Ben McAdam, nicknamed Swiss, who will have plenty of insight on the Swedish Spectaculars. Don't go away, more dodgeball action coming next. Hello and welcome to the live stream commentary court 2 at the Dodgeball European Championships here in Limerick, Ireland. I am joined by the fantastically talented Ben McAdam, who will be taking us through the Swedish squad.
Yes, good morning everyone. We've got a very experienced team with a blend of younger talents. We have Sigrid Ugler, number 86, Felicia Strolin, number 18, Kaiser Lundgren, 95, Elin Werner, 73, Karin Grodzinski, 35, Elsa Edvardsson, number 98, Julia Sekulic, 77, Eliza Friedman, 28, Linnea Nero, 25, Moa Wilhelmsson, number 24, and Emma Olsson, 44. We have our head coach Edvin Torkelsen, and retrieving for us we have the amazing Will Robinson and Julia Rolfelt. On to you, Brew.
So the squad for the England women's cloth team is as follows, led by number 5 Charlotte Josiah and the vice captain number 6 Abby Gower. Then we have 7 Sarah Town, 8 Lauren Hems, 9 Imi Sharp, 10 Kez Tranter, 20 Tara Jones, 32 Anisha Khan, 44 Alice Bonsignore, 55 Rebecca Soden, 77 Jintar Dalkintite, 92 Lauren Gallagher. And the refs just signalling that we're ready to go. Sweden starting 6 are going to be just gone through by my co-commentator Ben here.
Yes, we have Kaiser Lundgren on the left, followed by Ugla, Edvardsson, Strolin, Grodzinski and Sekulic. And the mid ball goes to England. Lauren Gallagher with a big throw. Oh, Elsa almost secured that.
England starting.
Oh, and a fourth ball given.
Can Sweden press home this advantage? Early pre-throw from Gower.
And a great hit.
Side. Josiah hit out on the right-hand side. Was it Grzinski with the hit there?
Yes, I believe so.
High pressure from Sharp and Gower on the defensive side.
Julia with a nice defensive throw. Kaiser tried to follow up. Oh, great honesty by Imi Sharp. Well done, Kaiser Lundgren. Now England need to punish with their response here on the 4 ball. Oh, good dodge. But unluckily Sigrid got hit on the punish by Abby.
4v4 as it stands. Nice feet there by the England Lion, just getting them out of the way in the nick of time. Sweden coming up with a 3-ball press.
Ooh, great shot by Kaiser Lundgren on the toes of Abby Gower.
One player behind now, England Lions. Is going to
and a great catch by Karin.
Brings in Edvarsson.
Now let's see there's been a lot of practice for the Dodgeball Sweden and how to practice in these scenarios, and a great trade. Unluckily the ricochet came onto her. Well done by Julia Sekulic.
So she secured the hit on Gallagher and then the ball bounced back and hit her, which means that she's out.
Yes. The ball is live until it hits the wall, the floor or the ceiling.
Fantastic explanation there. And what can Lauren Hems do? She's 1v4, looks to counter Grodzinski, who goes down and low, getting her body behind the ball as best possible.
And I think England are looking to, or Hems is looking to play for the pre-throw catch game. He's going to look. Oh.
Referee's just pausing time to make a call. One of the assistant referees asking for a cloth perhaps. Don't want to see any injuries, so any perspiration on the court needs to be dealt with.
I think it was an invalid throw by Karin. She was trying to do a safe throw because they know that England's opportunity to get back into this game is a catch.
So every throw that is made in this match needs to be within a metre, I believe, of the opposition player, otherwise it is counted as an invalid attempt and you will be called out for that, which is what has just happened.
We'll see. Lauren Hems is a very, very experienced England Lions player.
And another invalid call. Just bounced down in front of Hems, no chance to catch that, but Sweden still with an advantage, and 22 seconds to hold out.
Let's see if they can get a safer throw here within the 1 metre.
Oh, that looked good.
And Lauren Hems is trying to run down Elsa. Great hit by Lauren Hems.
1v1 with 9 seconds to go. It's on Stralin. Number 18 releases at Hems.
And I think they're going to take the draw now. What a good game. Great opening set.
And when there are tied number of players in at the end of 3 minutes, what does that mean, Ben?
Then it means 1 point each for both teams.
And if you eliminate the entire team before 3 minutes, or if you have the most amount of players left on at the end of 3 minutes, then that's 2 points to your team. So after the first set, we are at 1-1, and we're ready to begin the second set of this quarter-final match. Sweden versus England. Sweden near side camera in the yellow.
And Abby Gow is so fast on that opening rush. And they're letting Lauren release. Lauren Gallagher. And now Sweden's response here. Oh, good throw by Ugla on testing out
High
Hems.
pressure from Sweden, just forcing England back to make a set play.
Oh, great shot by Lauren.
I loved the movement there by Stralin, just twisting her body to make a smaller target for England Lions to ultimately miss.
Strolin is one of the most frustrating players to play against. Very dodgy and also great at catching. Hopefully we'll see some of that in this match.
And we should say that you know this personally, training with the team yourself, right?
Exactly, so we've been training hard this year in the Dodgeball Sweden setup. And Felicia is representing us in both the mixed and the women's team.
What a moment of pride for the star player there. Double ball attack, but it's hopped over. Running counter on Gower. She blocks both of them successfully. Gives her team possession of 3 balls.
The timing was a little bit off from Sweden there. They wanted the double running counter, but the timing wasn't quite there. Great throw by I can't remember that pronunciation. Dalkinite. Dalkentite.
That's Dalkentite. And a fantastic strike on the shin of Josiah by number 77 for Sweden.
And here I think the Dodgeball Sweden's background, we've got a lot of all 3 of the throwers up now.
After throw by Gower.
Great punish.
Mark, putting England at a 1-player advantage in the second
and
frame.
And with 4 balls. Whoa! Pre-throw and catch by Julia Sekulic.
Phenomenal.
What a turnaround.
1 player out for England Lions because that was the player that she caught also. High catch as well, up on her shoulder. Very well executed. Lots of action going on court. Little exchanges here and there, but no outs. And Sweden with the lead. 40 seconds to go. Plenty of players left on court.
A double ball commit. Are they going to punish now? Oh, well dealt with by Lauren Gallagher.
Yes, she just maximised the court there, ran all the way back and then got down onto her knees, making her body as small a target as possible.
Oh, great hit by Dalkentite.
20 seconds on the clock. Another tight frame here. Single ball release to Hems.
Good target selection by Ugla going. She knows she needs to get a draw here. So she needed to get a hit on a non-ball carrier for a high success rate on the throw. And England committing 2. Good punish by Dalkentite.
Just going in England's favour there. There was an exchange at the end, 1 for 1. So England with the 1-player advantage kept that, and it was 3 versus 2 on court at the end of that frame. So England taking the 2 points and taking their advantage to 3-1. Ben.
I agree. I think what Dodgeball Sweden needs to try and correct now is that double running counter. They've had 2 big opportunities, but they just haven't been able to synchronise the throws and beat the blocker. Let's see what they're going to tighten up
in our 3rd set of the match.
And I think Lauren Gallagher again. They changed up the release on that opening throw. And 3 balls now.
Lots of high balls coming in by the Swedish Spectaculars, which England are just ducking underneath for the time being.
Oh, good.
Another high one from England Lions there.
Yeah, exactly. I think the meta's changed a little bit. Previously in the women's game, it was a lot of low throws, and now I think both teams are very. Oh, great hit by Kaiser,
and the earlier one by Sekulic.
Kaiser's been taking those, even giving the full ball, trusting the team to dodge. Ooh. Oh, and
She
Julia did
celebrates
just that. Edvin, the coach, telling Dodgeball Sweden to calm down and play smart with the lead now. Oh, well probed by Ugla onto Abigawa.
Yeah, she just did the gazelle hop move where you're kicking your legs behind your body, trying to make as small a target as possible and get as much of your body mass behind the ball as you can.
And I think it's a smart target selection there, and a great catch by Elsa.
With a pre-throw also hitting Gallagher. Number 92 going to the outbox for England Lions. A bright start from her though in this match.
I think Dodgeball Sweden will keep trying to probe Abigawa. She's the fastest counter on this team. Oh, and a great pre-throw by Josiah onto Julia. And
yeah,
four balls.
Just getting her throw in before Sweden can come up and make a group set play. That's what we call a pre-throw here in Dodgeball. Oh, she plucks that one out of the air above her, and I think was hit on the leg after making the catch. Catch celebrated by her teammates in the outbox. So we now have 4 players for Sweden, 3 for England Lions. On the
great hit by Sigrid, and then you see the handball to the background, the diving pre-throw to the ground.
Yeah, I loved that movement after she had made the play. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, a
pressure off the court there.
Nice. Let's see if Hems can turn this set around again. It's the same player difference as in the last match.
Yep, she's had a great survival in the first half of the first half so far.
Great block by Sigrid.
25 seconds on the clock.
Good, safe throwing from the middle.
Hems needs a catch and a hit with 15 seconds on the clock.
I think Sweden should be happy to just try and burn a ball here, even if it's invalid. They'll be happy with that player difference.
Nice.
Good job. And now Sweden will see out the final seconds of this set and draw up the match.
And they're happy with that one. A fantastic sideways dodge by Stralen, just opening the gate, you might say, turning her body to the side, making the big H, some people would describe it as the goalposts of rugby, and just making your body a smaller target for the opposition, and also with the lateral movement helping her get away. And she's awarded with some high fives as she takes a sub here. Who's come in for the Swedish Spectaculars?
Linnea Vidos Nero. Here we have quite an embarrassment of riches and throwing talent on field now for Dodgeball Sweden. Kaiser Lundgren, Sigrid Ugla, Linnea and Julia all are high-level handball experience, which tells them their throws.
How many of these players have come from a handball background, and what does that give you coming into Dodgeball?
I think it's both in the natural proclivity to pick up the Dodgeball throwing motion. Oh, and Elsa plucks another catch!
Wowee, that was a big
been
move.
On fire. I think there's both the competitive spirit and the throwing power that you can transfer quite easily from handball. It's also a very coordinated team sport, so I think. But there's also plenty of players that don't have a handball experience that have been building. Oh, unfortunate by Kaiser.
Yeah, but
great catch by Josiah.
Dodge on the back line by Lundgren before that, and Nero with a hop over the ball as Sweden press up the court. England Lions with a full contingent on court. They have 6 players on court. Hems ducking underneath that one. Just the 5 players for Swedish Spectaculars as we approach the halfway point of this set.
Oh, great cross court by Abigawa. Sigrid tries to punish. Let's see what they're going to push now. Oh, great pre-throw by Sigrid. They're going to push for the 4th ball. Good cover by Carden. Yep. Now how can they follow up on this? Oh.
2-ball attack on Imi Sharp, but she evades, ducking down and inside the court, and they threw it just where she was a second ago.
Great pressure on the pre-throw to make it Dodgeball Sweden's full ball attack a little bit off. And now England are so calm and disciplined. They're trying to bait out the pre-throw so they can reset. Unlucky, just a bounce.
Oh,
and a great trade by Sigrid, evening out the match again.
Yeah, just releasing a pre-throw on the back foot, hitting out Gower there. Fantastic balance to pull it off. But unfortunately, she is giving away a catch there, and that brings Gallagher back in for England Lions, and they have a 2-player advantage with 30 seconds left on the clock. The game tied at 3-3 currently. Could things be swinging in the favour of England Lions in the white and red?
Sweden need a catch to tie up this game. Oh, great follow-up with the 3 balls.
Yeah, it's really difficult to make a catch if you've got 3 balls coming at you, right, Ben?
And exactly, and great timing and precision from the England setup.
2 single balls released with the final action of that game. England taking the 2 points for having more players left on at the end of that frame. And in this match we're seeing a lot of players left on court and a lot of the games going the full 3 minutes, Ben. What can we attribute that to?
I think it's just both teams playing very sound dodgeball fundamentals. They know if there's no collapse after a mistake, no pushing too hard once you've had a big gain.
Absolutely.
Just playing disciplined and sound.
Yep, and we've seen some fantastic catches thus far. Hopefully there'll be more to come with a split jump by the Spectacular there on the left-hand side. My goodness.
I know. It's amazing to see the blend and how far our dodgeball women's team have come. Great hit by Linnea, and she's fired up.
Dalcantite just caught in 2 minds as to whether she should go for the catch or the dodge. And
good trading there. I think Dodgeball Sweden trying to unsettle the big arms of England by doing a little bit of a pre-throw or post-throw so they can't step in with a full throwing power. Oh, good test there.
England electing to keep the same players on, and we've had a few more substitutions for Sweden. You can make as many as you like throughout the course of the match, so long as
great hit by Linnea, her second in this set. She's heating up. 2 for 2. We also had a substitution on the Sweden side. Uglid is resting for Elin Werner.
Oh,
nice move there.
Fantastic duck dodge, squatting down low, getting out of the way. I love to see that. And Werner is the captain.
Exactly. She's been probably the most experienced player we have, along with Linnea in our Dodgeball Sweden women's setup.
So a fantastic choice to lead the team.
And we've seen that from England, Charlotte Josiah, the longest standing player and captain for England. I think from the very beginning, I was there. But she has led England throughout the years, and her experience has shone in this match. 3 catches.
One
absolutely clutch.
Out of the air, above her head, which was particularly fantastic. 5v4 in Sweden's favour, but they've released
2 catches
at 2 separate targets, 2 catches. England getting 2 players back in, Sweden down to 3 with 54 seconds on the clock. Oh, that's really swung things, hasn't it?
Indeed. It'll be interesting to see, and a hit called on Elin Werner. It'll be interesting to see if the Dodgeball Sweden coach decides to call a timeout. There might be 1 or 2 smaller things to tighten up again to take into the final potential 2 sets of this match.
We have 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock for the first half, and we will play as many frames as we can fit
and
into
a great committing all 4 balls onto Kaiser, the smart choice.
She made a really good movement in court, like a lot of lateral movement, but they tracked her really well.
Yeah. And there's the smart choice. They didn't want to risk giving away a catch. And even if they didn't get a hit, there's only 2 players from Sweden to punish.
And 2 seconds left on the clock, so it means that England will take the 2 points now, with the referee blowing the whistle for the end of that set.
It's now 7-3 to England. And timeout called by Edvin. What do you think the talk will be for England? How do you think they'll read what Dodgeball Sweden is going to change, or what? Maybe I should start with what I think Dodgeball Sweden is going to do.
That would be a good place to start.
I think they're going to try and tighten up their focus. There's been a couple of catches on their 3-ball attacks, on their single balls. So I think they need to get lower on their throwing, or better pump fakes to try and take away the eyes for the catching. I think they might try committing 2 balls as well. See how alert the England wingers are by committing 2 balls onto one of the ball holders on the England side.
That would really test them, wouldn't it? For England Lions, I'm not sure they'll change much. They haven't made any substitutions yet, and the game is still very much in the balance currently. It seems pretty close, so can Sweden just get 1, maybe 2 points, 2 sets back before the end of this half? Might be possible. However, I think all of the frames we've seen so far have run the full 3 minutes, Ben.
Indeed, I think it's really good to see from a biased Sweden perspective that every set has been very close, bar the last one. I think there's a lot that we can still see coming in this match. I think, we brought on Elisa Friedman as well.
Number 28.
To I think also change it up and get a bit more control.
And you called that they were, you expected them to make a timeout, and they did. So let's see if it's made a difference here as we look to close out the second half in this quarter-final, England versus Sweden.
And Sigrid Uggla back on as well, onto the left wing. Charlotte pushing up. Oh, good light feet by Sigrid Uggla.
She just split them wide, let the ball go in between them.
Now
the nutmeg you
3
do
big arms coming in for Sweden.
6v6.
I think England are a bit happy to take the 3-ball attack here in this match and backing their arms to get hits.
Yeah, they've got some powerful throwers on court right now, but that one was down into the ground, and of course if the ball hits the ground then it's dead.
Great
that sailed
swinging
over.
shot by Linnea, but Abby just ducks under it.
Yeah, I think you were saying some lower shots from Sweden would be good, and particularly on that left hand side where you have the shorter players, Gower and Hems.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well read by Dalkintite.
Dalkintite.
Is it Dalkintite?
I believe so.
Okay. We'll see if there's any comments that can maybe correct us before we struggle. Dalkintite. Excellent.
5v5. 1 minute 7 on the clock.
Oh, great hit by Logal and a great counter by Kaiser.
Yes. Love that by Lundgren.
Hitting the ankles of Imi Sharp. 1 ball for Dodgeball Sweden here. And a nice pre-throw dodge by Sigrid, but just couldn't connect on her pre-throw.
Yeah, England
3
extending
balls,
their lead
45
to 2 players.
seconds in the half. Woo! Oh.
Safe block by Gallagher.
Dodgeball Sweden need to increase the risk now. 30 seconds.
Werner just changing her body position to look to make the block.
We'll see. Hopefully they're going to commit 2 balls onto someone without. Yes. Unfortunately they can't connect. 15 seconds. 1 last attack. A catch will draw this.
3 balls ready.
Hello! Almost a catch from Elin Werner.
She went for it, and that's what she needed to do. Very difficult when there's 3 coming at her. 4 seconds on the clock. They're going to go for 1 hit.
And they get the hit,
but that's it.
Unfortunately not enough. And that will bring us to the half. 9-3 England.
My goodness me, what a match. And we'll rejoin you for the second half of commentary. I've been Brew Cousins, joined by Ben McAdam.
And we're back, and there's 40 seconds to go before the half restarts.
And it looks like England are making the one substitution. Kes Tranter coming on, who plays for Derby Phantoms in the English Super League, one of the top teams out there at club level.
Which team won the Women's Super League this year? I think, from my understanding, I think it's always been incredibly tight, that you never understand who's going to win. It always comes down to the final game day.
Yeah, so the top teams over in England, Bedford Mighty Eagles, London Storm, Derby Phantoms and Leamington Spartans, and they're well represented in this England women's cloth team.
Setup, yeah. And Dodgeball Sweden leaving the middle ball to England. I think Abby Gower is pretty much uncontested speed-wise versus what we could field.
Too rapid as Gallagher aims the shot, which is evaded with a sideways dodge.
Dodgeball Sweden have also swapped wings. Julia now, oh, great trade by Julia, and she's fired up. Not a trade even, just a great hit. That wing switch looks like it's going to help out. Now, and another catch on Charlotte Josiah, or by Charlotte Josiah.
Her stats will be looking good in this match.
And a good throw by Dalkin Tite. Oh, line fall by Lauren Gallagher.
You have to stay within the confines of the court.
Oh, well ducked, well solved by Julia there. And she got Abby Gower. Now it's up to England to try and respond with their full ball attack. Oh, Julia Sekulic on the cross court pre-throw, just disrupting the rhythm enough to ease up the pressure on the mid players so they could dodge. Great hit by Tranter onto Linnea Nero. How will Sweden respond now? Two ball attack onto Tranter, and it connects. There's a lot more aggression now from Sweden. We see them taking the trade, see them. Oh!
Loved that dive, but it was well tracked by Sharp, who secures the hit.
And they're giving the wing to Felicia Strolin, and a safe throw from Charlotte Josiah, trying to pin down Julia Sekulic. She's done so much damage this set. Oh!
Dalkin Tite leapt in court, kicking her feet out to the side, evading those balls with expert dodging skills.
And yes. Oh! What a catch by Julia Sekulic!
There was 3 balls coming at her. She just picks the right one.
And there's now 4 balls. 45 seconds now. 3 balls for Sweden, sorry. And a 2-ball attack called. They need to make a safe, smart play here. 1 more ball. Oh! And a bounce called. 30 seconds.
In front of the player, so it doesn't matter if it hits you after it bounces.
Bounce called.
Yep, so that catch, not a catch because of course it bounces.
We need to start pushing.
Balls are dead if they hit the ground first.
Was that a pre-throw?
From Josiah connects.
And the catch by Imi Sharp onto Felicia. 5 seconds to go. England happy to take the draw here. Good risk there by Julia. No, and that's a draw. Whistle called before Julia got hit.
Yeah, loved that we saw Sweden pushing for the win there. Will they be happy with the draw in that set?
I feel like they would have let that set slip away from them a little bit, but they made the right choices. It's just when you're facing a team like England that have been in these scenarios, in these tight, close, high-stakes games, they know how to step up, and I think this is still a learning curve for us in these positions. So I think it's so fun to see us making the right choices, and we'll get there as well. Yes, Sigrid gets a great catch and ducks under the punish.
The secondary dodge I thought was fantastic. After she secured the catch, she was wise to the cover shot and then just squatted down low to evade the high ball that was coming in at just where she had been catching that ball seconds prior.
I think they're discussing if there was a line fault. I'm not sure in which direction. A line fault by the retriever, so all the balls have been given over to England. Who do you think they're going to target on the England side?
So yes, it's all the balls over to Sweden in the yellow kit far side. Who are they going to target? Well, they should probably target the danger woman, or who they view as the most dangerous opposition player for England.
I think there's two ways to look at it. You can either try and commit a lot of balls to Charlotte Josiah so she can't catch. She's been taking a lot of single catches. Or you try and take out their arms. So Lauren Gallagher or Imi Sharp. And they went for Lauren Gallagher.
Amazing crumple dodge. She just folded away into nothing on the floor, and she gives a smile to her England compatriots.
There's multiple names for that kind of dodge. There's the pancake or the puddle.
The puddle. I love it. Going to be using that one with a dodge to the right by
Great track.
High pressure from Gallagher. Attracts the attention of the spectaculars.
And I think that led to Lisa Freeman picking up the ball on Tranter. This has been a very, very good set. Both teams really pushing, and again, Charlotte Josiah, what a catch by her. And a double is bounce first, called onto Kaiser Lundgren.
So there was one hit, and then the ball bounced and then hit another player, so just the one hit with the counter by Josiah.
Oh, and a great clip by Dalcontite, following the movement of Felicia and just getting her hand. And now Sweden pushing up, and they get the draw. They commit 2 balls. Oh, that was the right choice by Kaiser, but a perfect punish by Imi to keep the player balance level.
Yeah, really nice pressure from the left wing coming up to cover their teammate.
And Julia Sekulic goes for the... Oh! That would have been another clutch play from Julia this set. Pre-throw and almost a catch, but Dalcontite just enough on her throw and perfect placement. Now Elisa Friedman doing so well. She got a great catch in this set.
Can she get
4 balls.
Around?
And she does a safe ball there. And that's a smart play in this scenario. If you're down alone, you want to have the ability to be on the defensive. You have more options there. Exactly there. The pre-throw and the catch! Oh, wow!
Plucked it out of the air as she sat down on her bottom.
This is incredible to see. This is her first European Championships.
Wow.
She's hasn't been playing dodgeball for long at all.
And she's just turned the set in Sweden's favour.
And brought on her club compatriot Sigrid Ugler. And 3 balls over to Sweden, 25 seconds. And a great Dalcontite looking for the drop catch. Oh, and a great double hit there. Now Sigrid has 3 balls. She needs to get a hit. 10 seconds. There's not going to be time for it. And another one. And Charlotte Josiah is so experienced. What a set.
Fantastic stuff. I thought it was going to swing in Sweden's favour. They had some amazing plays in that frame. It did go down to the wire. 1 player advantage for England at the end of the 3-minute set, and again another catch for Josiah. They need to come up with a plan of action for that player.
They really do. I think they might need to start committing 2 balls at Charlotte Josiah, because she's just... You can't leave her on court because she's so experienced. She is the captain, she's leading and guiding the team. But if you commit a single ball, she's been taking all of them this match. So it's a bit of a dilemma. And a great movement from Sigrid, so agile. And now 4 balls. Sweden are going to try and push up, and we're going to commit 2 onto Imi, and a bounce up catch, bringing Imi back on.
So the ball hit her and she popped it up in the air for a teammate to catch.
it's very frustrating being on the receiving end of those. You did the right call, you did the right execution, but unfortunately the rebound comes up, and then if you have a player with great awareness, they can take that catch and lead to you being out. Oh, 2-ball commit onto Lauren.
Yeah, the second one tracked her really well. Gallagher sent to the out box. Sweden now with 3 players versus the 5
And
of England.
down by 2, and 4 balls there. England happy to give 4 balls to Sweden, since they can't throw 4 balls as 3 people.
Yep, the max they can release is 3.
Good pressure from Tranter to push them back. Great hit. And now scores are level. 3 balls to Sweden. And they're going to start pushing now. Still though, the 2 of the most experienced players from the England setup on court. And they're going to try and play on the defensive here. I think they're going to try and let Sweden make a mistake, or try and force a mistake from Sweden from the defensive position. Oh, and they're going to do a double running counter there. Ah, Julia just unable to get out of Abby's well-placed throw.
Yeah, 2-ball attack, very hard to dodge.
And I think it's the speed from Abby to push them back. Oh, great block by Charlotte. And they're so clinical. Abby Gower and Charlotte Josiah play at the same club, which lets them have this synchronization on the wings. They're really pushing Sweden back now. What would your choice be to adjust for Sweden when you have these such high pressure from the wings from England women's?
It's a really tough one. You pointed out there the speed with which they press up the court and the timing. It's been absolutely spot on as Sweden choose to take a 1-minute timeout.
And I think that's what Edwin's going to try and address here now as well.
What they could do is stay high. After you've come forward with a 3-ball press, one of your players releases, perhaps from the middle, then your 2 wingers stay high. And then if England are pushing up the court really fast and they're not alert to the fact that you have stayed high up the court and balanced, you can then do a release on them as they are accelerating into you.
Exactly. I think that's a great idea. I think that's what I would say as well. Hold your ground. At least do a pump fake, try and disrupt their motion. As soon as they try and dodge, because they're accelerating so quickly forward, you try and do a pump fake, get them to move, and then throw quickly afterwards when they're off balance on their dodge.
Yeah, really good idea. And yeah, they need to switch something up because they are trailing by 10 points with 10 minutes to go. It is doable, but they need to be winning their sets with 2 minutes on average from here on out.
Yeah.
Come back into the game. So
I would say feasibly there's 4 sets within the match, given the 90-second rule, which is if the match ends, or if the match clock ends, if the match clock it doesn't end before the set is finished under 2 minutes, then you automatically have another 90-second set. So irregardless of if there's 1 second left on the match clock, you always have another set. And now Elsa is taking the left wing and Kaiser on the right wing, and a great throw from Linnea. Such a threat with her big arm. And England pushing back now. Town is on. Oh, great punish. Lauren Gallagher doing exactly what we discussed, but to Sweden, holding her ground and forcing them back on the counter attack. 3 balls for Dodgeball Sweden now, pushing up. Kaiser Lundgren trying to unsettle Imi Sharp, and now England coming up. I think England happy to play a slow set and just throw balls, test out, slow down our wingers so that we can't get into the game. And Abby, catch and line fault.
Catch was first though.
3 balls from Sweden. I think, as you said, we need to start increasing the risk for Sweden, taking more chances to try and get quick sets. Oh, well played by Elsa there. Increasing the risk, going for a drop catch was the perfect decision there. Well done. She has been taking catches this match as well.
Yep.
Good cross-court test there by Kaiser.
Doing well to celebrate some brave play there, Ben.
I think 5-3 again to England now, and still slowing down our wings. Oh, Linneo bringing back onto the defensive side, trying to give us options on the pre, post or the catch. And they commit 2 balls to Linnea, but very safe, and she's able to get over them. Now maybe they're going to call a 2-ball attack here. We'll see. Yes, a cross-court 2-ball attack, and Tranta gets under. And well dodged by Emma, soaking and absorbing that pressure, which we hadn't been able to do in the previous set. And Charlotte gets 4 balls trying to catch Kaiser sleeping. Now they're going to try and push 3. Oh, well punished by Lauren, and punished by, look, Linneo. So much action, it's hard to keep up with this.
Yeah, but you're doing a fantastic job, Ben, so please do continue that. Gallagher has been exhibiting some really high pressure on the right hand side as Town goes for a catch there, unable to make it, and it is 3 England Lions near side in the white versus the
and Linnea able to secure the 1-for-1 there, but it's a numbers game, it's an attrition game this set. And now Kaiser's going to try. Yeah, oh, good honesty. There was a little bit of discussion there. If a player has raised their hand, but it's so difficult to judge there. So if a player does raise their hand, they are admitting they're out.
Then you shouldn't be aimed at.
Then they shouldn't be aimed at, are they?
It's very difficult if you're mid-throwing to stop it, though.
So it's a hard one to ref, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, a good decision by the refs there. Let's show some appreciation for these fantastic referees, all volunteers here at Limerick for the Dodgeball European Championships.
It's been really, really high level reffing. It's been incredible to experience as a player and watch as a spectator as well.
Yeah. And if you want the quality of refereeing to improve in Dodgeball, when you're set up for line reffing duties, take it seriously, and if you have somebody refereeing you after the game, constructive feedback. Don't be complaining. Constructive feedback, help them get better.
Oh, unlucky there by Kaiser, trying to take the 1-for-1.
Sweden taking lots of risks, and it unfortunately not working out for them so far this frame. Only 40 seconds gone, but they're already half of their team eliminated.
Yes, I think it's hard. I think that the match has been secured for England, so now I think it's just practice for Sweden, trying to change a slight different strategic style, and Josiah with another catch today, and a punish on Felicia. It's been, I think there's so much for us to take away from this game. I'm very proud of all the players, of the coaching, and I think, yeah, an invalid call on Emma Olsson there, just not within the 1 metre.
Yeah, so just the 4 points on the board for Sweden, but I think it has to be said they played very well. There have been some outstanding moments in the match for the Spectaculars.
I thank you for that, and I 100% agree. There were a lot of sets that were coming down, as I mentioned earlier, just on minor 1 or 2 player differences. Every set taking the full 3 minutes.
Yeah, staying in it till the end, fighting till the last second as well. Love to see that in your dodgeball matches.
It's great to have that experience, the competitive spirit, and just keep learning, keep developing. And I think it's England have been around for so long that they have this experience innately, and it's great to be able to start picking up this experience more and more as Dodgeball Sweden.
Jones on the wing now for England.
And Alice Bonsignori also came on.
Line fault at the runoff in the middle though for Bonsignori.
And now 5v5, 3 balls to Sweden, pushing up court, good pump fakes. Also a new left winger for England, Rebecca Soden, Lauren Hems's teammate at Leicester White Tigers.
And she's exhibiting some high pressure. Gallagher read that well.
Great hit by Kajsa Lundgren. Following up on the trade, 2 balls, 1 player lead maintained by Sweden. Great catch by Linnea on the side move, on the track.
Fist in the air in celebration, awarded with some claps from the fans on the side.
And I think this is really great to see, Sweden have kept up the intensity, and it's shown because it's the new players that England have substituted in that have been getting taken out. And I think that's such a great testament to what we've achieved today, is maintaining intensity, maintaining focus, and being able to capitalize on newer players that maybe haven't gotten their head into the game yet. And a great 2-ball attack that connects Elin Werner, Kaiser Lundgren onto Imi Sharp. Now 3 balls for England, Towns and Gallagher, and great movement from Felicia, absorbing that pressure, absorbing those balls. 1 minute 10 in the set. How are they going to push back now? Keep control of this set. And great focus by Elin Werner, even with Towns' throw, to secure that rebound catch.
Yeah, Town was just trying to put her off by putting one in at her.
And smart sound play here by Sweden. Let's see what Town can pull out here.
Town is a very talented player.
Also in the setup for a long time.
Yeah, and she's a serial winner with Bedford Mighty Eagles. Some of their best dodgeball comes on the back line.
And I think we have been prepared on that. You can tell by our defensive throws here. Really trying to minimise our risks.
Yeah, you know the threat of Town, and you are throwing some safe balls in, but they're all been valid so far. Fantastic stuff from the Spectaculars.
It's been good adjustments. We had that set against Hems in the beginning where we had the 3 invalids called. So it's great to see the adjustments and the coach talks paying off as well. And the players reading. Well done there. Match secured for Sweden. Set secured for Sweden.
And a good way to finish off. Hopefully they can take that momentum into the playoff games, which stay tuned for, by the way, because these can be some of the tightest and best dodgeball matches you're ever likely to see.
And I think that's it's the really up and coming nations that are battling to try and get into the semi-finals, that are really pushing for these spots, pushing for that experience. So yeah, as you said, they're always must watch. I think there was a cut timeout called. I think this must have been by England. I think they're just trying to get all the newer players that they've subbed on into the game, into the tactics.
So we've got Khan coming on for England. That's your number 32, I believe.
32, yes. So Khan and Jones playing together again from the Storm setup, and
biggest club in London.
Yeah.
Who has impressed you the most from the Spectaculars this match, Ben?
Well, I think it's very hard to say because I'm so proud of all of them. I think I've been Elsa Edwardson and Elisa Friedman. Elsa's been around for a bit, but Elisa pulled some amazing plays out at her first European Championships. But overall, I'd have to say Sigrid Ugla would be my player that really stepped up to the occasion. This is her second international tournament at club level.
Wow, so she can certainly be very proud. Would you be up for doing a little interview with Sigrid Ugla?
Absolutely.
I'll try and secure that for us, and we'll see if we can get one of the England Lions up to talk to you too.
Who would you say from the England setup has impressed you?
Well, it's been Josiah with the catches. I've very much admired Gallagher's throwing power and aggression on the wings also.
Yeah.
But a solid performance from a phenomenal Lions team, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to track these teams into the later stages as well. I think it bodes well for both, as you mentioned, the playoffs, but also the semis and the finals. There's just the high-level nature of dodgeball that's been on display here. And a good stop there, but Alice with a great connection onto Felicia's knees.
Pinpoint accuracy.
50 seconds in the match clock. Are they going to secure? Oh!
Yeah, I think that was secured.
Catch called. Well done by Elin Werner, the captain. She's had a phenomenal tournament. And Linnea, what's she going to do? She's going to go for the throw on Khan. Just
really
great moving.
Yeah,
using every inch. And now Linnea's trying to reset and try and take the defensive. I think she's going to try and pre-throw and go for a catch. Oh, well secured by England. Hard to hard to blame or fault Linnea there. Not much she could have done.
And with 10 seconds left on the clock, we might get a final 90-second set to give the England Lions substitutes some more game time and a bit more experience against a very high-level team for the Spectaculars. And we'll be getting underway with the final set of the game in just a moment.
Yes, and we can see the team spirit from Dodgeball Sweden still cheering. The men's team that are waiting to come on also cheering. So it's been, I think we can be very happy with this. Obviously the result isn't what you'd want, but there's so much we can learn and grow, and I think everyone's going to be better and more experienced. And a fantastic snag by Elin Werner, jumping in the air. I love those. I think I'm so impressed by the jumping catches. The knees tucked.
Percentage one to make, right?
Yeah, there's so much proprioception in your body. You're tracking where you are in the air. Oh, great snag on Taron. She read the cross-court punish from Kajsa. And a great hit by Linnea onto Soden. And a great hit by Tara onto Elin Werner. Bounce called though. England, Sweden 5v5. How are we going to push this? Oh, Alice moves out of that one. And 3 balls to Sweden. 30 seconds. I think we're going to try and play a bit aggressive. Alice putting lots of pressure onto Linnea. Just disrupting the rhythm. And 2 balls dedicated.
Fantastic
No hit called.
I loved that.
A bit of confusion. Yeah.
Tricky to hit since she's come on.
Yeah, she's been so good to dodging all those balls.
Wow!
Was that a catch?
Oh my goodness. Fantastic dodging of pre-throws by Town, but her ball was caught. Was that right?
I have no idea. There's been so much action. What a hit by Freya.
Finished 3-3?
I believe so, yeah. I can track those last seconds of that game.
My goodness, have to watch that one back on the stream to just take stock of all the action. What an incredible game here at the University of Limerick, Ireland, at the Dodgeball European Championships 2025. England Lions coming away with the victory. They will progress to the semi-final. Fantastic performance though by the Sweden Spectaculars.
I agreed. Thank you so much for commentating with me today, Brew.
Absolutely loved your company, Ben. Thank you. I'll try and secure us some interviews now. If you'd be happy to do those, please stay tuned for them. We'll try and get one Spectacular and one Lion up to chat with Ben in the next few minutes.
Brilliant. Thank you, Brew. Have a great day. Hi, welcome back. I'm Ben McAdam and I'm joined here by Charlotte Josiah, women's captain and MVP from the quarterfinals match against Sweden. Hi Charlotte, how are you feeling after that match?
I think as a team we executed our plan really well. It took a few sets to get into what we wanted to do, but that's just sussing out the other team. Obviously before we've watched a lot of footage from the tournament of Sweden, so we knew what we would come up against, but it settles the nerves first couple of sets and we grew into the game really.
And coming from a biased Dodgeball Sweden perspective, how did you feel about facing our women? How's the progression, the tactics, what do you think we can take away from the match?
So I think over the years, I think I've played Sweden quite a few times,
Yeah.
already mixed or women's. I think Sweden has really developed in their women's side of the game. I think their throwing power is, exceptional. So I think it's always, we have to be on our A game. We can't take anything for granted when we come into these quarterfinals. So I think Sweden as a country in terms of the women's dodgeball has done fantastic and really grown over the years.
And it's been great to see that intensity. I think that match was a really good testament that we kept you on your toes. I was mentioning that I was very proud of all our players and the coaching. You've had a phenomenal tournament as a team so far. What preparation has gone into that?
So we try and prepare. It's just not about the on-court stuff. We've done the on-court stuff for quite a while. Like we know what we're doing in terms of the basics, throwing accuracy, making high-pressure catches, moving well. But it's the off-court stuff. So the game analysis, making sure we know our opponents really well, hydrating, nutrition, everything to get us in the best that we can. I'm a big believer in fine margins.
Yeah.
So if anything I can do to make me 0.1% better, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, and it's just so inspiring, and I think that game was so amazing. So if you are a woman that's seen this amazing display of athleticism, teammates, camaraderie, how do you get into dodgeball in England?
So I'm a PE teacher, so shout out to my school, Chorley High School for Girls. We play dodgeball within school, and I know a lot of schools are doing it, whether that be primary or secondary, but there's a lot of clubs out there now, and the women's game is ever developing. So get onto British Dodgeball website, have a look at your nearest club and get involved. It's a great sport. Even if you're transferring from other sports, effectively, if you can throw, catch and move, dodgeball's for you.
It's a lot of fun. Please do try it out. You won't regret it. Thank you today, for Charlotte. Amazing play, amazing interview, and refresh. Get ready for the semis.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to watching you again.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye. Really nice.
Thank you.
And now I am joined by Sigrid Ugla, MVP from the Swedish side in that quarterfinals match against England. Sigrid, how are you feeling?
I'm a bit sad we lost, but I think we really gave them a great game. Like we really showed up and gave it our all.
Yes, I was saying earlier to Charlotte, as a Dodgeball Sweden, very biased, I was so proud and impressed about the levels we displayed in that match, both in terms of athleticism but also decision making. How have you prepared within Dodgeball Sweden? Can you share for that?
Yeah, well, we have had quite a lot of camps also as the women's team together to really get our team together and get the spirit up, which have been really great. So I think that's a big part of it, and then we really showed up for each other.
And how are you feeling for the next couple of matches? Are you in a good shape?
Yeah.
How's the team spirit after that amazing display?
I think it's really high. We're happy with our performance.
And so I also want to say, for any players or any people from Sweden watching Dodgeball today that have been so impressed by the athleticism, the amazing camaraderie on display in this match, how, if I'm in Sweden, do I get into Dodgeball?
Well, first of all, you go to Lund and play for my club because we want you. No, but we have clubs in the big cities in Sweden, so don't hesitate to hit us up on Instagram or whatever. Social media is a great way to start, and we're always happy to answer any questions.
Amazing. Please do join. You will not regret it. It's an amazing sport, amazing team spirit. Thank you for today, Sigrid. Keep up the great performances later on. And yeah, have a great day.
Thank you.
On the mic. That was it for the interviews. Coming up next is a men's playoff game, Switzerland versus Netherlands, and I'm going to leave you in the hands of better, more competent commentators. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Ben McAdam for that amazing commentary and interviews afterwards. He'll be back on court 2 to commentate the women's semi-final with Kath Ward at 6:40. The next match here will feature the Switzerland men's team in the knockouts. I'll be back for another quarter-final of the women's competition at 2:40, followed by the mixed semi-final at 5:20. Stay tuned for some more fantastic dodgeball action at the European Championships here in Limerick, Ireland. Next match coming in the next 20 minutes.
Thumbs up all round as we start here.
2 balls on the Swiss side, 3 on the Dutch. No quick start. They aim for Ben Pavel, but he gets down nice and low, gets out of the way. 3 balls on the Swiss side now.
And a great dodge there from the Netherlands.
Well, the hit was made 6-5 up to Switzerland.
That hit on Dibetaz brings it back to 5-5. And dodge there from, no, it was called hit, I thought it might be, on Marchal. Brings it down to 4v5, but Switzerland have 3 balls. They go up, they get the hit. It's a lot of back and forth trades at the moment on group throws.
Yep.
Not really seeing any counters, it's just hit, hit, hit on the groups. And another hit from Greg Zoni. Double block from Frank. Gets them ball possession.
Just staying off the back line there.
Yeah. One of those lanky players. I nearly did hit.
Line fault.
Oh, it's a line fault. I was going to say, I didn't think that had actually hit. So that brings it down to 3-all.
2-ball
And
throw.
a counter, a very well dodged there by Pavel and Pash. I think they both kind of eyed it up, wanted to go for it, but didn't want to risk accidentally catching it at the same time and getting out. So well left from them.
Good dodging.
Yeah, really, really great dodging there. So, ball on the Netherlands. Nice, very, very safe release there. Good block.
Oh, line fault called.
Is that 2 in 1 set from the Dutch? I mean, to be fair, the other one was
the other one was a dodge.
It was a dodge over the line. I think we can forgive him for that. That is unfortunate for the Dutch. There are 1 player left against 3. And he goes for the pre-throw, hits Frank, but he's hit by Fabre in return. That's the first set going to Switzerland. It's interesting, 2 very, very strong throwing teams that are clearly backing their throws quite a lot. There was very little as far as, revenge attacks, running counters, even pre-throws in there. That was mostly just going up, releasing a single, hitting a player, giving them possession. They come back, hit the player.
Definitely. I think both teams are looking for the punishing shot, so once their team's released on a counter to immediately... So they want to do that single ball release, and then if there is a counter or a quick counter on, they'll take on that countering player.
Feels a bit cagey to me as well at the moment. Feels like they're trying to get a read of each other's styles initially. And a great hit straight down the middle on Pesh.
I don't think these teams have played in Euros for a while.
Not for a while. Usually Switzerland men have managed to break out the group, so quite unlucky this time round to not. And the Dutch men have been unlucky to not break out the groups in previous years as well, so they've normally been on the wrong side of the draw from each other. So they're not particularly well versed in each other's play styles. They'll have watched match footage, I'm sure, yesterday and done a little debrief, but there's only so much you can prep for a team you've just never played. And a hit on Dibetaz.
Good fakes from the wings there.
Yeah, that was really, really great faking. It forced him to dodge and then got stuck into Frank there. He just didn't quite manage to get out. Mashad tries to get a free throw, it's blocked out the way, and that leaves Frank just sitting duck, really.
Again, players looking for that dodge first and then releasing if they can get the fakes in well.
2v5, 2 very, very strong players though from Switzerland still left, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Yeah. Great counter attack there, really nice cross court from Marshall.
Saw that the cover wasn't good enough and just took advantage of it and picked the player out.
He was just kind of stranded up court there. And yeah, they identified that really well. They've got plenty of time, there's still 1:15 on the clock. So, it's not wrapped up yet. They can kind of wait and take their opportunities as they show up. Not if they're getting hit though. That's just Ben Fab left now against 4 Dutch players. They've got the ball advantage and the player advantage. Oh, that's a line. Yeah, that's a line. He's a very, very good dodger. He plays in the Austrian leagues, Ben Fab. And you can kind of tell by the way he dodges. He dodges in a very Austrian way. Very dynamic, very elegant.
Very airborne.
Very airborne. Unfortunately, it's a bit hard to tuck your feet in and not do a line fault sometimes. If you jump from the wrong point, you're going to land in the wrong point, and that's just what happened there. He knew it. As soon as he landed, he looked back.
Especially with 3 balls coming at you, to twist your body in a way to dodge all 3 in the air, it's a tough one.
It's a toughie. So Netherlands with a quick start there, but don't manage to make the hit. And Gonta Fab goes up, gets the hit that time. 1 player up on the Swiss side. Single ball release and a hit. No, it was called bounce. Yeah.
Bounce.
I think he thought it was a hit. It started going off, was called back by the refs. Good player honesty from them. Netherlands with 3 balls now going up. Still 1 player down.
High
and
ball.
1 for 1 there. A catch on the other side brings Zoni straight back in. Has to run to go tap the outbox just to confirm that he was out, but he's caught back in. And
Double
a hit on
Frank. Maybe? Maybe not.
I thought it did, but I don't think the refs saw it. I think that was a bounced off him onto Dibitaz, but not called, unfortunately.
Either way, 3v3, evened up.
And a good drop from Dibitaz. Tries to get the hit, but it's blocked neatly out the way. Another block from Fab. I think they're basically, keeping control, trying to get 3 balls because they know they've been making hits on those 3-ball attacks, so you might as well just wait for ball possession, and it seems to work pretty well for them there, I think.
Then again, it was a free throw and then immediately the punishment which got the hit.
Yeah. Well, it was a group throw and a punishment throw. So, just 1 Dutch player left now, number 21, Colin Ender. 2 balls, what can he do? Goes for the drop catch, it's not quite close enough. Fab placed that very safely. He aims at Fab, leaves him open. He goes for the catch on Zone, not Zoni, that's Dibitaz. But it was right at his face and he couldn't get his hands around it. Really, really great control there from Switzerland. They knew that he was going to go for the catch on the group throw, so they placed it nice and safe. Waited so they could get him on a counter instead, which is a much more likely situation to get a good catcher out like that.
Yeah, it was important that the heads didn't sort of roll after 3 people walked almost simultaneously. Kept their heads up, 3v3
quite
still.
A sudden team change.
Yeah, it was.
Sort of looked down, I was like, oh, they've all gone.
Yep.
That's Switzerland gone, but they managed to bring back the control and had it sorted. I feel like so far, I don't know if it's the bias, obviously, of being on this side of the court, whether it'll feel different when it's flipped around, but it feels like Switzerland's got a bit more control going on at the minute. They're getting the hits on the single ball releases a little bit more.
And that's what's making the difference so far, because they're both looking for those punishments, but it's just not coming off that frequently. People know that it's coming.
Yeah. Not many catches yet, though. It should be interesting. Both teams are very good catching teams. And Frank gets hit out. Pressure there from the Swiss to bring the Dutch back. But they are 1 player down currently. Single ball release on Gonta. He tries to get the catch, but he can't get his hands around it. It was very, very low ball.
Yeah,
I think it
very
hit his
close.
knee.
He had set himself, he was ready, but...
Yeah. No, he
Just a well-placed
identified the
ball.
right throw, but it's a good throw. Marshall attempts to get a counter there, but doesn't quite find his target.
4v6. Block on the right hand side.
And a nice hit there from Zoni.
Gives away the 4th ball, however. 4 balls with the Dutch now. Wonder if they'll release 2.
And Marshall finally gets
Release
his
3.
hit. But he's hit out
and
as
the
well.
ricochet.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. You see it happen in slow motion. He has no idea that ball.
The whole of the left court was screaming, dodge.
Problem is, all that screaming just means he stops and turns to work out why everyone's shouting at him. It doesn't help really.
Immediately,
That's
2
great
hits,
hit.
however.
Fantastic shooting from Zoni.
Right back in the
Back
set.
game. 2v2 now. Two single ball releases on either side. Neither find their hit.
Four balls.
And a great dodge from Divitas. Again, one released on either side, but neither hitting. And they try and capitalise on the bit of chaos there from the Dutch getting the ball in hand, but they didn't quite manage to pull it off there. Dutch have the ball advantage. Divitas gets out of the way. Switzerland with 3 now. 40 seconds left. And a fantastic hit from Zoni. He's really got his eye in at the moment.
Cross court like that, right on the knee.
You can tell he's having fun with it. He's enjoying just getting those cross courts. Lots of diagonal shots from him.
He's very much looking for the lazy feet, the planted legs.
I think that's the thing with a... Oh, that is a filthy catch.
That was amazing.
I was caught in the ankles there. By the number
And they're going to
55.
clean it up.
I can't quite read the name on his back, and it's yeah.
Fantastic catch.
Brilliant catch from him though. And that'll bring them right back into the game. Was he called out? Was he hit out, I guess?
He was hit straight after there was a counter.
So it'll be a 1v1 now. Between I think that's Colin Ender and Vera Divitas. I think he heard a whistle from a different court there. Been told, feet on the back line, whistle blown.
3 seconds. I think they'll wait the
Yeah,
timeout.
they'll let the time run out. Yeah, both teams there happy to take the draw. It's not really worth risking it at this early stage in the game. You might as well take the draw. There's only a set between them. If it was a later stage of the game, I think maybe you'd have seen a bit more movement there. Yeah, like you said, only 3 seconds on the clock.
The Nets might need a bit of a fix because they've just come undone. I think that was from the other court. Someone stepped on the net and it just pulled it loose.
What are your thoughts so far then on the matchup, the different abilities going on?
I think ability-wise they're very similar. It just comes down to who's taking and giving away those opportunities. We saw that situation there where the cover wasn't quite on and the 2 balls, like both wingers knew instantly that the 2-ball release was on. Got the counter, got the hit. And both teams are looking for single ball releases where possible. Try and get the hits where they can.
I think what's been interesting is, obviously I'm biased, I'm Swiss, but watching the Swiss play, it feels as if they've been aiming for ankles, was what I was about to say, and that proved me right there. I think they know that the Dutch like to hop around and flick their feet all around.
Ball not live.
Ball was not live, unfortunate. I don't think both his feet were behind the line, so they've been picking out ankles here and there because they know that the Dutch can catch if you throw higher up, but they're quite, in a very simplistic way, they're quite tall players, the Dutch, and there's quite a long distance between their arms and their feet. So if you aim for the feet, harder to catch.
Lovely running counter on the left there. Again, taking advantage of the cover.
So far, Faflad got his hit and then Fab got his hit as well. So that's 4v6 now, and a great dodge. Marshall hit out and Fab also hit out, so both wingers hit out in the same play there on the Swiss side, evens us right up. Interesting thing to note, the Swiss brought in Moeb Rafla, so number 33, who wasn't on before, so he's been subbed on. In place of Bash.
Shoelace to be done.
Yeah.
Quick pause in time. Players return to the back line.
The middle players on the Swiss side, so Bash and now Hafla, are both very good, very strong, heavy throwers. It's the really strong arms that you just place in the middle to just gun people down. And Hafla hit out there. He skimmed his hair.
Interesting call. 3 releases at 3 different times.
Yeah.
At different players. They got the hit.
Do we think that was deliberate? I can't even think how you'd phrase that call. Just do what you want, right? And Zoni hit, Frank hit. Dibdes is the only one left. I think the Dutch are really capitalizing on chaos here. They're sort of making the Swiss panic a little bit, go for things that they don't need, and it's looking a bit more frenzied. I think the Dutch are coming out in the frenzy a lot better. They're reading the game faster. And jump dodge from Dibdes. He's got 3 balls. Release a single down the middle, and the Dutch are gonna fall over.
Line fault.
Yeah, another line fault.
I wonder if those type of calls where you saw the 3 individual throws is they're looking for the fakes to try and get someone to move, and as soon as they see someone start their dodge, then they pick out the throw, and maybe that's how they're doing it.
Because they seem to be reading people's dodges very well. It's sort of the delayed throws that they're getting a lot of hits on, where one ball will be released and other people dodge out the way it's clear space, and it's the other people that they're hitting out. It's not the original target. So you're right, they're kind of splitting their targets up a bit more. Timeout was called
by the Swiss.
Yeah, I would have assumed that. That makes sense. They're feeling a bit panicked. What's happening there was they did well in the first 2 sets by being really calm and waiting for the Dutch to sort of give them balls, go up, release single ball, and they were working that calm game. And now the Dutch have responded by forcing a bit of chaos, a bit of frenzied energy into the game, and that's not working against the calm style anymore. The calm style means that they're just getting caught unawares. They kind of look a little bit slack, a bit lazy, about half a second too late on everything that they're doing, because they're thinking still in that headspace of I need to do the safe thing, I need to do the really, they're overthinking it basically. And if they were just reacting to it instead, they might have a slightly better chance. So I think they're just working out how do we switch that up a little bit? How do we not let them get us all out on those bits of chaos? Keep your eyes up on the players who still have balls right after the first ball release, because there's gonna be another one coming any minute. And
still only the 1 catch so far, which was, to be fair, quite incredible.
Quite a good catch, yeah. Yep. If that's going to be the only catch we get, I don't think we can be mad about that.
Unfortunate from the Swiss there. They got the centre ball, but knocked it into themselves, and it crossed over the Dutch side.
Subbed on Max Kolep as well now, number 11. He's come on in place of Ben Frank. And Marshall hit. I think that skimmed his hand a little bit.
Flurry of exchanges as well as they look to counter the counters. Second catch made.
There you go, we've got 2 on the board. It's what, 5th set of the game, 6th set of the game?
I'd expect we see more in the second half as arms tire out.
I think you're right. And Ben Fav is calling a bounce there. Refs aren't quite sure, they're going to come in, deliberate. I think they're getting some comments from the Austrian side as well, letting Ben know whether or not they think it was a bounce. His teammates from club level. Okay.
Bounce called.
Bounce called.
Restart with 2 minutes remaining of the set.
Asher Chakran, number 55 is the GOAT. Can you tell us his name? Because unfortunately it's not on the sheet for the commentators. He's one of the only players whose number was not written next to his name, and I'd really like to know, because you are right. He's playing incredibly well, and it's very upsetting to not be able to shout his name out. And Zoni hit out there. Again, this sort of chaotic play going on there. They're just forcing the Swiss out of position, then waiting for them to dodge, and then they're just nabbing them. 3 balls on the Dutch side.
Lovely shot, straight onto the knee. $5v1. Such a strong fake, it forces a line fault.
That's 3 line faults, 2 of which were from Dibitez on the Swiss side. They're struggling with the lines for
Currently
some
more
reason.
line faults in this match than catches.
That's a fascinating stat, isn't it?
That is a stat
How
you
many
don't see
games
very
can you
often.
say that's happening after 6 full sets played? That's quite impressive.
And
That's only 3 on the Swiss side. The Dutch did 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're on 5 line faults so far in 6.
And 2
frames.
catches.
Oh. So scoreline now in favour of the Netherlands, 7-5 on the board. And
Some
a hit
miscommunication there from
Yeah.
the Dutch going for the left-hand balls.
Bit of confusion.
Gives the Swiss 5. Well invested on Ellis Miller. Great hit.
And a block from Marchal. After that going up. Big throw, but it's blocked neatly out the way. And a good dodge there from Max Kohler. He kind of eyed it up. He's delayed a little bit there, thinking, well, I might go for a catch there. And then realised, no, we're 5-4. We don't need a catch. We're fine.
Well, he was set for the catch, and it was a great shot just off.
And that's the catch. He's like,
and he
I'll
gets
take
it.
that one.
But then immediately
He's
a
hungry for
ricochet catch on the Dutch side as well.
Yeah.
I don't
They're
know
calling Max
who.
Kohler, but I don't think it could have been Max Kohler.
I don't think so.
Zoni's gone out. Was he going out for the catch? There were so many things that happened. I don't think anyone came in as well for Max Kohler's catch, and it should have been.
I don't know.
Because there was someone in the outbox when he made that catch, and it was Uga from memory.
There were 2 catches. Both of them count.
One of those ones where you kind of need a slow-mo replay to work out what's going on, but obviously the refs don't have that. We could have that, but it's not going to change anything, is it, if we know?
I don't know if we know, to be honest.
I'm not sure, honestly, from the angle. It's complicated. They're all trying to explain exactly what happened. And perhaps looking a little bit exasperated. Not too happy. Quite a lot of players talking to the refs. Yeah, they're trying to work out the timelines and the people involved in the timelines. Zoni out. Yeah, good. Kolep, I was going to say, I don't think Kolep had anything happen. But
I think they were calling for an out on a player who didn't throw the ball.
yeah, I was going to say, I didn't really see a world in which...
When the person who
Kolep
got
could
caught
have
has already
been
gone out, I believe, is what's happened.
Yeah. Either way, the outcome of all of that deliberation is it's 4-4 with the Dutch with 3 balls.
And 1:45 left of the
Lots of little
half.
fakes just to see if they can bait out a pre-throw or bait out a dodge more likely.
Lovely catch.
I knew he was going to do that. He turned his body right towards him after he threw. He knew that there was a free throw coming in from that side. He read it perfectly. Doesn't matter that he's hit there. He's still done his job. He got his catch. And it's a 4v3 now. 4v2. 2025. Thank you so much. I'll get a pen and write that down, and so that way future commentators know. And that's a hit on the wrist, on the number 42, Boomer. Nice controlled finish from the Swiss there, brings them right back into it. 7-7.
With a 90-second set to finish. The half.
Close match. By definition, a 7-7 is as close as you can get.
Yeah.
It's one of those, if there's more players left on the court at the end of the match, that's better for the team.
If you hit more players, you will win more matches.
If you don't die, you will win. Yeah, 7-7. Bevers, the ref there, telling them to quiet down before the whistle.
Yeah, the quiet crowd here. The Swiss, the Dutch and the Austrians are watching.
Turnover called. Not sure what for, but all 5 balls have been rolled over to the Swiss side. They're explaining, it was a false start. A delayed false start call from the line ref there.
I think it was foot not on the line.
Yeah, which I'm not sure that's a turnover. Depends what side.
I think it counts as a false start, and a false start is a turnover, right?
Yeah. As long as he was on court to some degree,
yes,
then it's fine.
Yes.
Either way, 5 balls on the Swiss side, which is a pretty perfect start for a 1 minute play set.
Yeah, second set in a row this has happened for them.
And they get a hit. Marshall. Another time pause.
The net's fallen and down again.
Marshall there had a delayed throw. He waited for them to all dodge down and then released on the Dutch player who was already on the ground, having dodged out the way successfully of 3 other balls.
False start. Foot wasn't on the line.
Yeah. On the restart.
No, on the start.
No, on the start. But why is he telling us that now?
I think he can't hear our commentary, can he? He doesn't know that we've already heard.
He just wants us to be in the loop.
Yep.
We already worked that one out. But a wonderfully helpful referee. So Netherlands now with 3 balls. Yeah, Marshall heard the whistle on the other court, on court 1. Single ball release on Marshall. I think he got tripped up a little bit there with Divitas knocking him a little bit.
Lovely shot.
Fantastic shot.
Pulled the ball right across his shoulder just to swing it around to the left.
Such a strong thrower. That's the one guy in training that you don't really want to see running after you, I'll be honest.
Well, great target to get out then.
Yep. He had his body in the right spot, but he didn't really manage to angle his chest quite right there, and it bounced straight off him. So 3 balls now on the Dutch side. It's 4-4, 37 seconds on the clock. Very, very close set. And he goes for the catch, but it bounced off the ground before he got it. So that's a hit. Netherlands need to get the hit there. They release a lot of balls, but they don't get a hit. And Zoni there screaming at the team to calm down, chill out. You've got 4 balls.
9 seconds.
And they get the hit. And there's nothing now the Netherlands can do. They're going to release, but a bit of needless danger there from the Swiss, but it all worked out. Showmanship, I think. That's how I describe the Austrian style of play that Ben's got. Showmanship. Always makes for a fun watch. Not necessarily always the smartest thing, but it's very, very fun.
In that situation, if you 4-2 up and you send one player up to sort of
put a bit of pressure on.
Be a tribute, sacrifice themselves if necessary, just to keep the distraction going.
Yeah.
9-7 lead at half time.
Well, I'm happy.
Well, I'm sure. I think the Netherlands.
Non-biased commentator here.
The Netherlands will be a bit disappointed that they've given themselves. They were up 7-5, and then 2 sets in a row they gave away 5 balls within the first 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Wouldn't recommend doing that to hold out for a win, especially when they had the momentum. They'd ridden the momentum through the timeout of the Swiss. They obviously got to 5-all, then they won the set following, make it 7-5, and then gave away 5 balls, and now it's 9-7.
I mean, we say this as if there's a massive gap, currently, but there isn't. It's a single set, and it's been nip tuck pretty much anywhere. It's just little things everywhere that are changing the sets around. I think the Netherlands went up by 1 set at one point, but otherwise it's fairly consistently been the Swiss.
They were 7-5 after the timeout.
So the Swiss won 2 sets in a row, but before that, then it was the Netherlands winning 2 sets in a row. So it's really been a lot of. I think when it's 2 or 3 sets, then it goes the other way 2 or 3 sets. It's very much adjusting tactics around each other, right? Like it's the Swiss doing their calm, collected stuff, the Dutch adjusting around that, forcing a bit of drama. The Swiss adjusting to that back and starting to get their dodges a little bit neater and getting out the way of those, putting a few more fakes in, and getting that ball possession, because that's what you can get off of chaos, is you can get ball possession. So now the question is, what's the next step? What do the Dutch do to adjust back?
Yeah, I think the main thing is the ball possession. I think three times they gave away 5 balls in 2 sets. It's hard to get players out when you don't have anything to throw at them.
By nature.
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
And both teams are smart enough to not throw balls in a way that makes it easy to catch. So, and we haven't exactly seen many catches this match either.
No, which is fascinating.
You're gonna have. This is a ball possession game, taking advantages where mistakes occur, and I think right now the Dutch have made more mistakes than Swiss.
Yeah, but marginally, very, very marginally. Single set in it is not very much at all.
I was talking to Max earlier, and he was saying dodgeball's a sport where the score doesn't lie, and well, we said it's only marginal, and there is only 1 set in it. So that would track.
So we've now got the Dutch on this side, which is very useful because we can now see the names on their shirts. I apologise in advance for how both of us are going to absolutely butcher these names, but we'll try our best. A little bit of warm-up play going on between the Dutch.
A few score updates on the courts around the hall. Currently Italy leading France 10-6. Denmark are drawing against Hungary 9-all. And the Swedes have just gone 10-6 up on court 4. We also have Portugal, Slovakia, and then women's foam, Sweden, Ireland, 5-0 to Sweden currently, and Italy, France, men's foam is currently 2-all.
That's pretty good for France. So, teams starting to line up a little bit here. Coaches wandering around with a nice big notepad there on the Dutch side. I think that's got their subbing rotor on it.
I believe they have a whiteboard as well, just to...
Do they? Have you seen the Norwegian whiteboard?
Yep.
Their calling system involves a whiteboard from the coaching box, which is novel, I would say. You haven't seen any other nations doing that. And my bet is there's potentially a good reason for that.
I'm not sure. I'd love to talk to them to find out more about it, but I think it's less a calling system, more of a who to target.
Yeah,
it's usually just a singular number of something.
But what is a calling system if not who's to target?
How many balls you're
There's
throwing?
one number on a whiteboard and there's one person's target. Where do you think they're going to be throwing?
Oh, God, yeah, but whether it's
They
a...
can obviously disagree with what's written on the whiteboard. And it's a fascinating pose from Blakeman. Real sprinter's pose there.
Stretching himself out as long as possible.
And that's long if you're Dutch, you know. You lie down as a Dutchman, you're already taking up half the court.
Just moving his starting blocks there. No, still not quite got it right.
That's proper full-on sprinter pose. I bet he was a sprinter in high school. It's like Darko Saric from the Swedish team was a international level sprinter back in the day.
Fascinating.
It's always fun finding out what people did previous to their dodgeball careers. You find a lot of people who are very good catchers used to be goalkeepers in football, and you find a lot of the middle ball runners used to be sprinters. 3 balls there from the Dutch. That sprinting setup clearly working well for Dijkman de Gloed. And a great dodge. No, not a great dodge from Dick Bez. I thought we got out of the way of that.
Yeah, but the Dutch giving away 4 balls.
Again, clearly didn't hear your commentating.
But I'm no coach.
Immediately getting the vengeance shot against the Dutch captain. And getting a free throw there on Bisa.
Good covering and awareness to be able to recover that ball.
Ooh. That was nearly very spicy from Boomer.
Saw an opportunity. Just didn't
so
execute.
He was just sort of looking off, talking to his teammates.
Van Hulen just missing the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Marshall still going strong. Big pressure from the Swiss wings there. Leon used to play baseball. Okay, that makes sense. Wait, which one's Leon? Is that the Leon? Yeah. Good. Okay. I don't think I know enough about baseball to know whether that would mean that he knows how to sprint, but clearly knows what he's doing. Baseball is another classic sport to have done before dodgeball. Is that you can throw a ball, you can whip it. You can normally kind of see it a little bit in the way they wind up their throws if they used to do baseball or softball. And Marshall, he lets his hands slip out to try and go for a catch. I don't think he couldn't have got his body behind it without stepping off court, so he didn't need to do that. Doesn't manage to get the catch. But Kuleb gets the hit against Boomer. Nice block from Hafler. 3 balls on the Swiss side. Quite a lot of time still left in the set. A minute left with 3-2. Balls on the Swiss side. Single ball release from Zoni. Agwandon easily blocks it out the way. Nice slide as well for him. That was fun. And a lovely dodge. Little tuck in from Raffler. Tries to get the hit on Agwandon, but nothing really hitting each other at the moment.
I think the Swiss are looking for a safer throw. Just make them throw, make them tire themselves out.
Yeah. And 2 ball release, and that's unfortunate for Dijkman de Gloed. He dropped his ball and needed to collect it, and that just gave way too much time for the Swiss to run up and hit him there. And hit him they did. There's 3 seconds left, they're not going to be releasing. Agwandon doesn't have a ball. Absolutely nothing he could do there. And that will be another set for the Swiss. That was unfortunate for the Dutch. I feel like if he hadn't dropped the ball, then he could have had a really, really interesting few plays at the end there, but he just fumbled it. And it's such a small error, but you saw immediately how fast the response was. Look at him line up. Phenomenal.
Only 1 foot this time. Oh, 2. Oh, wow, that's a 1-person sprint start.
Yeah, I mean, the Swiss aren't even running against him anymore. The Swiss best runner is Valhéon. What was that? Valhéon Dibitas, who's currently subbed off, so there's no point even trying against a very good runner if your own best runner is on the court. And a catch there from Hafler right before he was hit, catching out. Not sponsored. That brings Swiss on back to 5, it's 5v5. You didn't even laugh at my joke. You just smiled silently. They can't hear your smiles, Nick. A lovely, lovely set of dodges from the Swiss side. And Wells tries to dodge down, but doesn't quite get flat enough there.
Full
I'm
commit.
very much enjoying the fact that there is a Dutch player also called Wells, and he is also the number 17.
Amazing. More things you have in common with other dodgeball players.
What a lovely coincidence. And a block there from Mashad. Oh, and a great hit from Degman the Gloop. Does a cross court against Zoni. Zoni was so focused on Pothoff that he just didn't see the ball coming in from his side. And a safe throw.
Game is starting to get a little bit looser compared to the first half.
Yeah.
A lot more people looking for those pre-throw, post-throws.
Oh, and a 1-for-1. I think that's it, as we're starting to get later into the game and you start realising, okay, we actually have to win these sets. These are... Oh, and that's unfortunate. Kodeb doesn't manage to get the hit at the catch, and it bounces off his arm, I believe, into Marshall. They're going to discuss it, but I think that was pretty clear cut from my point of view. Bounced off his forearm right into Marshall. The question is if it bounced right before it hit Marshall, because it was quite close to the ground. It'll be hard to see for the line refs because they were in the same line as Marshall. The one that was closest to him was. They didn't have a particularly great view on that. Yeah, 2 hits. That's what I thought it would be. That's a huge, huge cheer from Pac London. Telling his team to cheer as well. But that is massive for them. That brings it to a 3v1 instead of a 3v2.
I think the difference as well is you saw the Dutch had 4 balls for the last 2 volleys.
Yeah.
And a line fault.
And that's it. That's another line fault. And Carroll steps off. That's his first set subbed in as well. That's an unfortunate way to end for him. So, Netherlands only dragging by a set at the moment. So much time left. Really easily could go either way. But yeah, what we're saying is we've been seeing 2-3 sets in one direction, 2-3 sets in the other. Netherlands have just broken Switzerland's streak, so the question is, do they manage to get second on the board now? Start building up and climbing back up. Block from Pafla, who's been moved out onto the wing. Another block. Really gunning for him. And Bash.
Amazing catch.
Oh, Bash almost got hit on Bagwanden, but he manages to do a little juggle, gets the catch. And there was an attempt there to get a ball into the chaos, and that also didn't hit its target. So the Netherlands still sitting pretty happy at 6 players. Switzerland only with 4.
But again, they had the 4 balls, were able to throw 2, got the hit.
And a pre-throw from Pafla, and he dodges the first and then gets hit by the second. That's what we were seeing the Dutch do so well in the first half. This slight delayed throw, get them right after they've dodged. Because the Swiss are just dodging and keeping themselves vulnerable right after the dodge. They're not dodging and keeping their bodies up ready for a catch. They're not twisting enough. They're committing too hard to the initial dodge. Philip getting his feet over, Elgmars, all there, I'm butchering that.
I think the Dutch are really trying to get the pre-throws out of the Swiss so they can invest 2 balls straight away.
And Sony there managed to get across court on Dijkman de Booth. They're only 1 player down at the moment. Yep, block called. 4 players up on the Dutch side, but they've only got the 1 ball, and they're not going to want to release it, and the Swiss know that. They don't manage to capitalize on it.
1 player up, 50 seconds.
And an attempt at a cross cut from Philip. And absolute chaos, I believe. Yeah, potential dangerous play there. I think the players are hugging it out to kind of show that they don't want anyone to be carded there. They accept that it was a fun play, you know.
It was a ball that was landing in the neutral zone. Both players jumps for it. It's
exactly.
we haven't seen many of them for a few years now, but
I think Elgersmar got a hand on it though, which will mean that he's out as well.
Yes.
But yeah, that was interesting. Polip tried to get a free throw shot, so that's why he was sort of left himself vulnerable. And then the ball hit his knee, went up, and yeah, you saw what happened next.
Does this mean it's a 2v1 or a 2v2?
I think 2v1, 2 on the Dutch side. I think we'll have Pothoff and Van Hooydonk.
Because whilst that was going, there was a hit down here on the Dutch side.
Yeah.
But I don't know where the other out was on the Swiss side.
Good question. Can't even remember who else was in. It might have been the other Fab. I genuinely can't remember. And they're kind of not standing in the out order, I don't think. Oh no, it might have been Andrew Carroll. Yeah, that seems more right. Either way, there's a hit on the Swiss side. Well, 2 hits on the Swiss side, 2 hits on the Dutch side. So it probably will end up being a 1v2 unless we've got either of those facts wrong. But I think the Swiss think it's a 1v2, the Dutch think it's a 1v2. Yeah, they're explaining or asking something to Elgersmar.
I think they are just checking that he touched the ball when they collided, which means the ball was live, he is out.
Yeah.
Warnings given to both sides. And there was a line fault on the back side, which is why it's a 2v1. Did you get all that?
I was sifting through replies in the comments.
So I believe it was warnings given to both sides.
Yep, correct.
For dangerous plays.
Yep.
I think
that's the best outcome you can give there, because it was dangerous on both sides, but they both enjoyed it. So.
Yes, and I believe there was a line fault on one side, and there was a hit on the other.
So it's,
hence 2v1.
Carolina did a line fault. Okay. So it'll be a 2v1, like we said. Pothoff, Van Hooydonk against Zoni. Zoni's got the 3 balls, so he has to go up first. He's a very, very strong player from the Swiss side. It'll be a very interesting.
Still time for a catch.
Seconds. I think he's gonna go for the free throw. Yeah, he's gonna try and get.
He gets the one.
He is
wins the 1v1.
A fast player up court. He can catch, obviously, but he knows that he's speedy. He knows that he can get that explosive power forward, and so what he wants is to be hitting them. And he's still got. This isn't in his favour. He didn't want the 3 balls. He wanted to be on the counter side. He's looking at the time left. But he knows. Yeah.
Time.
Still, a 1v1 there at the end is still decent enough for Switzerland. They maintain their lead. It's 12-10 on the board. And yeah, Zoni couldn't have done much more there. He really wanted that running counter. He knows that he can win so well on a running counter. We saw him do it once already. But the Netherlands weren't giving it to him. And that was absolutely correct. Nor should they give him the running counter. Pothoff read him very correctly, knew what was going on, and returned the balls and forced him to have the 3-ball possession. So with that, 12-10 on the board with just over 10 minutes left in the game. So probably about, whoa! And an immediate catch by Dijkman de Groot. That was a fantastic catch from him. Very neat, very tidy. Unfortunately, a hit there on Pothoff, and he seems quite angry himself. He knew that he should have twisted his body a bit faster. He was a bit slack on his dodge. And after that, just neatly moves his leg out of the way, dodges the throw, and does a post, immediately getting the hit. And then calls a bounce to make sure that they know that the second hit didn't happen. Very honest play from him there to make sure the Dutch know that they've got their players left. And a great counter shot there from
Block
Wells.
onto his own foot.
Yeah. And And Fav
no.
doesn't think he was hit. The line ref right next to him didn't think he was hit either. I think both the centre refs thought he was hit though, and I, from this point of view, to be honest, also thought he was hit. But it'll be interesting to see. Having a little conversation there to discuss what's happened. Discussion still going on. See a lot of conversations on the Swiss side. They're trying to talk to each other, explain what the tactics are if the call goes one way or the other. Alex Bembridge calling on the Dutch coach to discuss what happened. And I believe it was called as a bounce in the end after much discussion. So the Swiss are on 5, the Dutch are on 4. But it's on the Dutch to throw. And throw they do. They don't get the hit. Fab doesn't get the hit either.
Fantastic dodging.
Like doesn't get the hit.
In the neutral zone like that, dodging.
Huge amounts of dodging going
2,
everywhere.
3 balls.
Like 4 releases and dodges everywhere. And a hit there.
Doesn't
and a
even dodge that one.
Kaplan's had a fantastic set so far. I think he's made 2 catches and 2 hits. Phenomenal from him. Absolutely phenomenal. Oh no, a catch and 2 hits.
Catch counter starting to rise now.
Yep.
Quite a few being made.
Well, when you bring Kaplan on and put him on the wing, he's going to be making catches, I'll be honest. Lots of cheers on either side from the audience. I think you can see just on the left-hand side the crowd watching. So Dutch have 3 balls, it's on them to release. They're only 2v6, and they've only got 1 minute 30 to turn it around.
Great lateral dodge there to get out of the way.
I think they're going to have to get a catch to turn this around. They're definitely going to have to get a catch to turn it around now. I'm tempted to say just step off at this point.
With 8.5 minutes left, no.
But you never know when the seconds are going to count at the end. Either way, it doesn't matter. Wells hits. And that gives Switzerland the advantage. I believe the Dutch aren't doing a timeout. They're just doing a very, very quick team talk. There's always 30 seconds between each set, so just about enough time. And interesting play there from Bash. I think he knocks the ball over to the Dutch side. And he gets hit. Hafler shoots at Van Hoedelen. Blocked out the way. 4 balls on the Dutch side. And a double hit on Ludo Fav. I didn't even notice for a second there. We have both Fav brothers on court.
Fav and Fav.
For 20 seconds. And a good dodge from Ben Fav. See, now I have to say their first names because they're both in play. And Elksmark gets nicked by one of those balls. So we're only 1 player between them at the moment. 5v4, 2 players between them at the moment. Max Collop doesn't manage to get out of the way, doesn't lift his legs quite far enough. And Ben Fav tries to get the counter but doesn't. Dijkman de Groef, or the revenge rather. And Hafler goes for Van Hoedelen in a pre-throw but gets hit out by Pothoff and doesn't make the hit on Hoedelen. So 2v5, 2v1. Sorry, 5v1. Wrong way round. And a hit there.
Back to 1 set in it.
Such a close match. You can see the referee Bruno from the other court leaning over to see what's going on. Oh no, it wasn't Bruno. It it'll look the same from behind. Either way.
Bruno has just finished the Danish-Hungary game.
Yes, so he has. Yeah, a lot of the other matches have wrapped up a little bit behind because of all the timeouts, I think. Of course, ref timeouts, rather.
Yes.
And that's unfortunate for Frank. He had just been subbed in and he hasn't quite warmed up into the game, and they just take him right back out of it again. Van Hoogtelum
Two hits
gets nicked
there.
on the ankle, and it flips up off of his ankle into the Dijkman de Groot. Lots of fakes there between Raffler and Ross. And a block into his own foot from Wells. Great shot from Kulip. 3v5. And a fantastic punishing counter there from Raffler and Carroll. The Groot was just stuck on the floor, he had nowhere to go.
I think the Swiss have done a fantastic job of noticing when there are mistakes occurring on the opposite side.
Yeah, they're not losing their heads when things aren't going their way. They're picking their opportunities right, I think, at the moment. And triple release on Elgersman. Again, nothing he could really do there. Those were in decent time, plus a little delayed one just in case. And Ross tries to get Bash as he runs up to collect a ball, misses. 3 balls. He's being told to step off. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to the end of the game, you start really starting to feel the seconds that are left.
Timeout called?
Timeout. Yeah, timeout called instantly. That's a tactical timeout call from the Dutch. Obviously, they know that they need to come back, but the reason they pulled it so fast there is that if you pull the timeout really quick, you don't eat into those 30 seconds between the set. It comes out of the timeout.
Yes.
So you don't lose an extra 30 seconds on the clock, which is so precious.
And we know this Dutch team can win sets quickly. They did it in the mixed. They got 4 sets in 6 minutes done to beat the Swedish. So they know how to win sets quickly.
They're going to be feeling it. 4 minutes 11. That'll definitely be 2 sets.
But it's the small things they need to iron out. That double hit was slightly self-inflicted because they were so bunched up on the right-hand side. The player playing one in from the left was in line with what you see as the second ball on the left-hand side at the moment. So all players were sort of cramped on the right-hand side, and then just a cross-court hit. When you've got that angle.
I was going to point out how good it was on the Swiss side, their placement on court. You could see that the 2 wingers, Hafler and I can't even remember who it was on the O's. It wasn't Fav, but the 2 different wingers on the Swiss side positioned themselves slightly higher up when they're in defensive mode, so that way everybody behind them had that little bit more space behind them. So they were all really well spaced out, whereas the Dutch felt super cramped, even when they were down to 4 or 5 players. It's always going to be cramped with 6, but if you still feel cramped with 5, that's wrong. You've done something wrong with your placements. And a hit on Kulip from Wells, and a hit, and a hit, and a hit.
Was caught busy celebrating and got punished for it.
Yeah, hit off Van Hoogtelum into Wells. I think they're actually in the wrong order in the outbox there. And a hit on Bash. He checks to make sure that it didn't bounce, and it indeed did not. Dutch coming out really, really fast here.
Very aggressive.
Hilariously, there actually needs to be this fast because they do have time on the clock. They were guaranteed 2 sets, and they needed 2 sets. But they need to try something, and they need to try and stress the Swiss out and break their confidence a little bit. And I think they've succeeded in that. I think that's the advantage of going fast at the start there. And a hot hit on Ross, and a hit on Frank, and a hit on Potov. Counter, counter, counter. And Dijkman de Groot and Elgersma switch sides.
3v1. Ricochet catch.
Right into the end off of Carroll. Into Dijkman de Groot's hands. And it's just Raffler now. And he has to win the set. He wants to win the set.
If they want to win the match before overtime.
A draw will do Switzerland perfectly fine in this draw. So in this frame, because if they get a draw, that kind of stops the Netherlands from being within reach. So what Hafler wants to do, the reason he's not stepping off or anything, is because he just wants to get 2 hits. And he thinks he can do that. He's got a minute. I think he can do it as well. He's also a catcher. He's going to do the pre-throw. And he's going to block. And he gets hit! And a fantastic hit from Dijkman de Groot. We haven't talked about MVPs at all. We've been so focused on the match.
Yeah, of course.
But honestly, Dijkman de Groot's performance in the second half in particular, I think, has been impeccable. He's been really, really good. Aside from a few early sets, I think he's really made an impact. Yeah, I'd have to give it to him. I think on the Swiss side, Zoni had a really, really good first half. Hafler was very shaky in the first half. I was a bit surprised by how little he seemed to be in the game. And now they've moved him out middle, put him on wing, and he's dominating over there.
1:35 remaining.
So interesting that it's 1:35. That doesn't.
No.
No, because it's 2 minutes in EDF, isn't it? Yeah. So it will be the final set, unless the Dutch win it.
And then it will be overtime, I believe.
And it will be overtime. Exactly, it's a knockout match.
Which I definitely forgot about 3 minutes ago.
And the Dutch, they're getting the double hit, is putting them exactly where they want to be. They get the hit off Hafler, they get the hit off Bash. They are getting everything. It's all falling apart for Switzerland. And there's no point.
That's it, overtime.
That was rapid though, to be clear. That set finished in 40 seconds.
Timeout call.
And with every single Swiss player hit out, and I believe 5 Dutch players were still on court in 40 seconds. That is not a good look for Switzerland. That's not what they want.
I think it is a final 90-second set. Is it? Or is it overtime?
It was so fast.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it should be overtime. I trust Alex Bembridge to know.
They all know the rules.
I'm sure he's going to give us a big wave or something, explain something.
The sports hall has filled up quite a bit around us. Everyone else is done with their games. Yeah. They're all waiting on this one to finish.
Watching this.
Obviously the organisers will always want it to be running quickly, but we love the atmosphere it builds.
Switzerland lining up, Netherlands lining up, their supporters trying to outshout each other. Huge amount of noise. The Italians, the Norwegians, and the Swiss cheering for the Swiss. And I believe the Austrians were being very quiet, to be honest, because they are sat next to the Dutch. But you've got the Ben Fab element. But you also got the Catty Weber element. Yeah, they have no way of knowing where they're meant to be sporting. Final set. And it is a 1 minute 30 set because they finished the last one so fast. If this ends in a draw, then it goes into the overtime. But I don't think either team's going to let it end in a draw.
No.
That's not good for Switzerland. One down. They are
single ball
stressed.
throw.
They are very stressed. You can see they're signaling each other, calm down. The momentum's really on the Dutch side here. Fab misses. Bash gets hit by Elgersmar. 2 down on the Swiss side. 30 seconds gone. And a block from Hafler, safe, but it goes straight back to the Dutch. It's not what they want. Call it. Looking for a catch, I believe. But it's not going at him, it's going at Fab, and it hits him in the shoulder. Time paused.
As the ball has gone all the way onto the other court.
And it's 3v6 with 40 seconds on the board. The Swiss finally have the majority of balls for the first time so far. They need to be making an impact here. I wonder if they're going to call separate targets because they need to be getting hits. Single ball release from Lafleur on Pothoff makes the mark.
Probably 2 volleys left. They need to get a counter on. Gets
and it
hit.
hits, 2 hits. It's a 2v4, that's perfectly fine for the Dutch. They're happy with a 1v1. You can see they're cheering Van Hoogtelum as it comes off. And neither throw hits its mark. Ross hit though by Hafler. The Dutch don't have to throw. They have 3 balls. They have 3 players against 2. 1. And that's a win for the Netherlands. And what a win it is. You see everybody on the sidelines rushing in. What an incredible moment for them after the heartbreak their women had in their match just before, to come into this and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. They seemed out of it only 3 sets ago, and they just pulled it back. And that 40-second win in that set before was it, because not only did it mean that they went into this 130-second set, they didn't have a full 3-minute overtime, they had a quick one, which is much more to their advantage playing-wise. But it also meant they were in the Swiss' heads.
Yeah.
If you get all 6 players hit out in 40 seconds, you are going to be rattled. And there's nothing you can really do to fix that in 1 minute of a timeout.
I feel like the Dutch have mastered the art of the comeback at the moment. The amount of games they've done this tournament already, bringing it from 2-3 sets back to win, not just draw, but win, is impressive.
No, that was a remarkable performance from the Dutch. Absolutely incredible from them. Incredible as well from the Swiss before that. They did so well to get up. They didn't quite manage to build enough of a lead. And when it came down to it, the Dutch swung back with rapid force, and it rattled them, and they didn't quite know how to respond, and they didn't work out how to respond in time. Big shrug from Ben Favre there. It is what it is. The Swiss aren't where they wanted to be, and the Dutch are very happy, I think.
So they'll go on to play Italy on court 2.
The Dutch? Yeah, in the 9th, 10th positional?
Yep. Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, first thing in the morning. There's the last few positional playoffs in men's first thing tomorrow morning. So that'll be to get 9th or 10th, which is a huge achievement for the Dutch. You can see just how much it matters on their faces. But no time to sit around and I love the cheer in the direction of the camera there. No time to sit around and rest on their laurels. They've got to bouge. They've got to move off court. There's a Sweden versus Norway match on next here. Mixed match, local Scandi derby, as it were. It should be a very, very exciting match over here. I believe this is also positional playoff. This will be the 9th, 12th positional playoff after Norway beat Wales in a thrilling match at the end of yesterday. It came down to single set at the end. And that secured them their 3rd place, so they'll be aiming for a record high position in mixed for them. And Sweden will be aiming to mitigate damage, I think, basically.
Indeed.
So, that's it from us, and we'll be back in a minute.
Hi everyone and welcome to this Norway versus Sweden mixed game at the Limerick Euros. I'm your commentator for today, James Dixon, joined by
the wonderful Tim Day, and I'm saying wonderful. I'm doing it myself. I'm adding those.
Doing it for the brand.
Yeah. So this is one of the playoff matches, I believe. Trying to figure out exactly what position this will be. I do believe this is in the 9th to 12th place bracket. So yeah,
big for rankings.
Yeah, quite important, like surprisingly important, especially if you've had other results in the last 2 years that have been sort of very different from what you may achieve now. Obviously the most recent Euros has the biggest weight in the rankings.
But anything that impacts which pot you're in for?
Yes, can be huge. I don't know. I don't think either of these teams would move pot based off any of this. But there is always a possibility, and also if other teams haven't performed well, then there is always the possibility of actually dropping out of a set pot into the one above or below. So, and it does look like we are just about to get underway. I think the refs are being told that they need to wait until the actual start time. So just waiting for that time to tick over before we can get this underway.
Well, I'll flip to it. Nice. Great start there for Norway. Quick early out. Sets the pace of the game.
Yes, yeah.
Sweden come out on 3 balls, releasing low.
I do feel this Norway team, they have good arms.
Very underrated.
Yeah, it'll be a case of if they can actually use them, then they may do well. But
pre-throw there.
Yeah, Tellstrom really just realising that their wing player there was opening up their body and able to get a powerful shot off.
Especially early in the game as well, getting those pre-throws out.
Yes,
really help you.
It can get in their heads a little bit. Sweden losing a player and then another one and not conversing on that attack. I believe that was 3 balls released, as they did have 4 before that. So Norway now with the option of releasing multiple. 1-for-1 trades, which...
I don't believe he's out. I think he was apologising for the hit.
Oh, okay.
Confusingly doing it by putting his hands up. Another pre-throw.
And finishing that frame off. Wow. Yeah. Deciding actually we've got 4 balls. Let's use them.
No catches that set.
No. Just pure throwing power there. So Norway go 2 points up.
Interesting to see if Sweden try and slow the game down a little bit. That was very fast and it seemed to benefit Norway.
Yeah, I think it was also the possession that was given over. There multiple times Norway had 4 balls. So it's an unlucky ricochet there. Managed to get through the block and then also ricochet into the guy stood next to her.
Another hit.
And lovely hit there.
Sweden not messing around this set.
No, I mean, these first 2 frames, well, frame and 30 seconds is anything to go by. We could be in for a very spectacular match.
Another hit there.
Yeah.
Dodging not allowed on this court, apparently.
Yeah, this is just pure throwing, pure chaos,
but also
fast-paced play.
No dodging, no catching.
Yeah.
Only throw. Great block away. Play 2 called. Hit made.
Nice. Deciding to wait there until play ball, give themselves that extra time, wind up, see what movements were going to come out, and they get the hit because of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, 2 nearly identical frames,
but
for entirely different teams. So
it's interesting as well with waiting for play ball in that situation. The amount of teams that will, when their last player in, will throw that pre-throw. Waiting with less experienced teams tends to basically get you an extra ball.
Yes, yeah.
Sweden get get the middle ball, but just kind of fling it to the retriever at the back.
Yeah, and also doing, I believe this is at least a sub, possibly two subs.
They substitute
straight
both
away.
their wings.
Yeah, a relatively unusual thing to do.
It is 4v4. Two players have been lost from both sides.
Yeah. I feel like this is going to be a game where I'm very much struggling to try and add any insight, because there is so much happening on the court.
Just occasionally remind you how many players are actually on the court.
Does look like time is just paused. The ball was lost in the netting. So,
with Norway being a very new team, and Sweden are one of the most experienced teams here. Been around since the beginning, I believe. I believe the first Euros was in Stockholm in 2010, 2011.
I believe there was one before that.
That might have been London or Chester.
Yes, Chester was after. I believe there was one.
It was definitely a Stockholm Euros in a school playground.
Yeah. I believe it was. Yeah, metal fencing around the court. I think it was 3-ball foam. It was a slightly different time, shall we say? As a lovely throw comes in there.
3v2 to Norway. Women's only court at the moment.
Yes.
Blocked away.
Oh, nice hit.
Makes
Managing to catch that trailing foot. Lovely throw there from Strowlin.
Has anyone made a catch yet?
No, this has all just been
great hit under the block. Just really good placement.
Yes, yeah. Especially if you're one of those taller players, it can be really hard to get that block low enough, quick enough to
That feels like
stay
personal insight, that.
I may or may not have experienced that quite a lot myself, which is mostly why I've decided that rather than try and block it, I'll just move my legs. It's a lot easier. And Sweden are able to clean up that women's match that happened at the end there.
3 sets in, 0 catches made.
Well, also the time that's been taken for these 3 sets. None of them, I don't think, even getting anywhere near the 3-minute mark.
Just don't need it when you've got your arms everyone's arms going. Why bother waiting?
If you can hit through the block, if you can hit on those free throws, why bother?
At least early, not able to make the hit there by Sarovic. Gives Norway 3 balls. Block there.
Nice work there. Able to get the punish, not being able to be hit in return, and does end up with 4 balls. So
hit made. No, maybe not. Maybe blocked.
Yeah. I think a block from Mudin in the middle, and then 2-3 balls released, able to secure the hit. So nice work.
If Sweden win this, it would be them pulling away a little bit.
Yes, looking in quite a commanding position, especially as the first 2 hits out were both, 2 guys from the Norway side. So Norway coming up. Two running counters, both hits.
And a hit there as well. Very close quarters that.
A rebound hit and then a hit on the other side of the court as the player was trying to get the ball. So very, very rapidly paced, and throwing all 4, able to get the hit on the last woman left.
Neither team really wanting possession or to slow the game down, just willing to just throw back their arms. Again, no catches.
To be honest, I don't necessarily see either team that this doesn't benefit.
No.
Obviously, Sweden are up 6-2, but actually, I think Norway will be perfectly happy going for this fast-paced, throwing-based game, rather than looking to slow things down, because I think that could almost play more into Sweden's hands than it would their own.
Well, especially when set difference doesn't matter.
No.
Like in a group game, you might slow it down because you might be like, we're going behind, whatever. But if you keep it fast, you can maybe try and come back into it. You might get hammered, but you might not. Like, it's just luck of the draw then. Sweden now with 3 balls. Takes out that right wing of Norway. Blocked away. Gives Norway 3 balls.
Yeah, but possibly Tellstrom should have taken another step or two up court. The attention was definitely held captive by the other winger, so you'd hope to get that hit there on the player who isn't able to look across. The free throw does come in and hits out Lungdung. Apologies for any atrocious pronunciation on the names. A very late throw coming in, and bounce actually called, so although the player did have the hands up, it was a valid target.
Hit made there though.
Yeah, player just looking to try and make the call, took their eyes off a little bit and gets the hit.
I believe that they're talking about when she called herself out for the bounce, she was then hit after that.
Yes.
And they're trying to call her out for that, I believe, with this far ref, because you would have the best view of that situation. It's often the weird thing with line refs. The plays they have good views of almost make no sense.
Yes, yeah. That is also something that I know I've definitely found being up here in the commentary box, is that because we're almost on top of the court, it is very hard to tell whether a ball is bouncing just in front of the player or hitting that player. So
just that is
why you'll quite often hear us say things like, "Oh, beautiful hit," and then actually everyone calls it as a bounce. So that is the third guy out for Norway.
Oh, goes to the catch, not able to make it.
And a nice placement there on that throw.
Leaves it 4v1.
Catch.
Yeah, it's very shoulders.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, everyone wants the ball to be placed sort of chest or gut area, and then it's very hard to be moving to catch that higher ball on your shoulders or even face area.
It's the type of thing that people will make in foam but not in cloth.
Yes, foam being a far squishier ball, you're able to almost just stop the ball dead by just squishing it, whereas cloth has a lot more weight behind it and it's very hard to do the similar for. Not that some players don't.
No.
So the pace actually finally slowing, I think for the first time in the whole of this first half of the half. And of course, as soon as I say that, Sweden decide, we're going to finish this off, throw multiple balls and get the hit.
Still no sets gone to time, no catches made.
No. Sweden being the big beneficiaries of this, going 8-2 up. But I do feel that the Norway men especially just need to try and play themselves into the game a little bit. It doesn't matter if you're making a hit, if you're going straight out and leaving a lot for your women left on court to do. Whereas actually just keeping yourself in, even if you're not getting those hits, means you've got that little bit more time to get your eye in, force them to have to deal with you.
Great covering there. Great hit, great cover.
Very nice work there.
Gets 4 balls out of it as well from that movement.
Balls. Yeah.
It's a lot of that. If Norway can sort out their wing pressure, it'll do them a lot.
And I feel Norway showing a little bit of their inexperience there. They do get the hit on Illich, but rather than coming up as a full 4, it was very much 2 players coming up and then 2 more. Catch called in the middle and then a hit, so catch was secure first. It was
also loses the winger
pretty tight as well. Yes, yeah. And a lovely cross court.
Phenomenal catch.
A neutral zone catch there. Should have been dead to rights. I think the player was a little bit too worried about everything else that was going on, and
so he got to sucked into other parts of the game.
And again, lovely work from Lundegren there.
It's so much
letting the attention be drawn by this Swedish winger and gets the hit because of it.
Sweden just so much are doing the simple stuff right.
Yes.
Catch made there.
Catch and I believe block calls.
I mean, if it hit his hand when he made the catch. Then
no, hit.
It was just the fact that he was putting it in his hand. Like, well.
Yes, yeah.
Block there.
And I think if there's one person on this Norway team that you think can throw their way out of this situation, I do believe it would be number 48, Sander, I believe. There is some pronunciation guides, so hopefully I am saying that right.
Some pronunciation guides, but it is still Norwegian.
Yes, you are very much correct. And they're just a little too much to do. I think a little bit worried about the other winger there left in for Sweden, worried about whether they were going to do a running counter, took his eye off the one opposite him and got punished because of it.
2v1's always hard. When you know that those balls are going to be coming at you, they can double run and counter you. And staying alive in this situation, not massively helpful to use up all the time. You need it. 3 balls to Norway.
No, and 10-2 the score, so Sweden must be very happy with how this is going. Nice dodging for
Great
Ringren,
catch
but
there.
what a pluck!
Pulls off his toes.
Yeah, not a bad release there. It was literally going to his ankles, but able to get down low enough, get his hands to it, and secure it. Houdin taking the hit on the Norway winger, but does get hit out on the post throw there. So Norway up 1 player.
Great dodge.
Oh, that's unlucky there from
Rad.
He did everything right. He put the throw into.
Oh, it's great trade there.
It's just continuous.
Yeah. Sometimes you go for a catch and you don't make it, but it's the right thing to do.
Yes, well, it was also that he put off the other player who I do believe was called to throw with his pre-throw.
Yeah.
Isolated a single ball, just nipped away from him. Grodzinski, possibly. That's probably, again, atrocious pronunciation, the last player left in. Against 2 Norway women here, and I think it's really big for Norway if they can get this frame.
Yeah.
I think if they end up going into this half by this sort of deficit, I do worry about their resilience to bounce back and try and chase this. Whereas if they get this frame, suddenly they're in a very good position. And again, it's just that players struggling with 2 people coming opposite them, really wide angles. They focus on one and it's the other that gets hit.
Also, they really want to make that hit, so they come very far up court, and then the second player will just run at you.
Yeah.
Like they've got nothing to lose. They're just going to sprint at you. They're going to try and take that hit. But now,
so Norway getting some more points on the board.
Just 3 sets down.
Yeah, I think it was the first set as well that they won, got their initial frame off. So nice to see them actually get into it a little bit more now.
Now that the game's warmed up a little bit.
And lots of throws and nothing quite making the mark.
But Norway end up with 3 balls again. So great hit there. Sweden managed to sweep the ball though, managed to make the hit, ducked away from it. And then advantage over the sort of confusion from their teammate, taken. Sweden very happy to sort of launch those.
Yeah, they don't seem to be worried about actually giving over possession, and to be honest, fairly rightly so, because they are making their hits even on these long court snipes. So.
I think you've also got the problem that Sarovic on this left-hand Swedish wing has realised that the left hand from our left Norwegian winger is not retaliating. So he's just taking free rein on that. That's very brave.
Yeah, very aggressive play there. Only 1 player up.
Sweden also benefiting from slowing this game down really at this point.
Yeah, not really a necessary play to make, but that on the other hand, definitely well worth it. Quick running counter up the court. Able to hit the 1 player who held, so. And nice low throw. And the other other player gets hit out with a mini leap of faith, I'm going to say.
A big leap of faith, he would have landed on them.
Yes, yeah. Very well done to not injure the Norway player. Sweden up 12-4 now, and I would say likely the last frame, but I just don't know.
Yeah, most other games it would be. Oh, catch made there. Pats it to himself. No one will come in for it because it's the first play of the game, but it's still a catch.
And that's always really gutting as a player who's just been subbed on as well.
Yeah.
You feel like you've got that opportunity, and then you've just had it taken away with that catch. So
hit there as well. Norway now 2 players up. Taking out two of the men as well.
Yeah. Does mean that if any catches are made, it will be one of those men coming back in as the next player,
which tends to be their wingers.
Yes.
So see how much that impacts this. Norway now with 3. Some interesting fakes from Norway.
Yeah, a lovely post throw as well from Tellstrom, hitting out the
not punished for it again.
Middle player for Norway. High release, I think, was valid, just not that threatening, and they are able to get out of the way of it and get the hit on the Norway winger.
Very good. Smart little
looking
scurry
for a catch, and
she follows up her own blocked ball just for safety.
Does give Norway all 5 players, but all 5 balls, but obviously with only 2 players, it's very hard to capitalise on that.
Yeah. Can only throw 2, and they get a catch off it.
Catch from Tellstrom, and then the final hit.
And there will be another
frame for Sweden, and
another 90 seconds.
As I was saying, that was not the last frame.
No. I think Norway can feel a little bit hard done by. The 14-4 is not a fair representation of the game, but also the way it's been so fast and loose. You take that risk.
Yeah, I don't think Norway's made the adjustments that they should have made. Neither team taking a timeout as well.
Yeah.
Which usually that's what you see. You see a team take 2-3 frames, and then actually they go, no, we're just going to stop. We're going to break momentum. We're going to try and shut this off. Change up what we're doing in order to prevent it from happening. But both teams just happy to play dodgeball, I think.
Just happy to fling a few balls. I think there's also just been the wings from Sweden not being punished as much as you'd sort of like from Norway.
Yes, I'm not sure how the subbing is being done from Norway, whether it is a tactical or just on a rotation system.
Norway do have, interestingly, their calls done by a board from the side of court.
Yes.
I don't know if they've used that this game, because I haven't seen the board be used, but they were definitely doing it in groups.
Yes. And Sweden very dominating in this frame. Gone 4 players up. Got the 2 balls. We'll likely see a running counter. No, they're just happy to see out the time, let balls go.
Rest their arms a little bit.
And as soon as you say that, commentator's curse strikes again. They decide to go for the finish.
And that'll make it 16-4
of the half, which I do agree with you. I think Norway can feel rightfully a little bit hard done by.
Yeah, Sweden have been in control of this game. It's just the fact that being 8 sets down, 12 sets down, I can do maths. Seems a bit harsh.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see them take that time out.
Yeah.
Give themselves that opportunity to change up what they're doing. Whether that's looking to sort of set a little bit more, go up a bit slower, and rely on their arms to get their hits rather than the pace around courts, or whether there's something else that actually they decided could work well for them, possibly in just shutting down these Swedish players.
Yeah.
Because as you were saying, the Swedish wings have had a lot of joy with pre-throws and post-throws that haven't been punished.
Yeah, there's just no real defensive threat from Norway, particularly for them. So they are just taking those opportunities, and a lot of times, from what I've seen, Norway, when they have won sets, it's been when stuff's at the front of court, and there's a little bit of chaos, and Norway kind of come out on top of it. But when it settles back into a more, like, I guess, normal game, where everything's sort of at the back of court, Sweden are just so experienced with that, and so willing to take those opportunities that I don't know what you do.
No, I mean, I kind of feel like the coach of Norway will be just telling them to breathe, just calm it down that little bit. And I mean, I feel like the second half will be quite similar.
Yeah.
But not necessarily for the same reasons. I think Norway will be looking to try and chase the game, which will cause them to be making mistakes, giving opportunity for this Swedish team.
Yeah.
But it won't necessarily be the same mistakes that they were making in the first half.
No. I think the second half will be slower, because I think if you're Sweden, you want to rest your arms a bit, because you're probably going through, given the score here.
Yes.
And like, going all out is probably not going to help you. And if you're Norway, this game plan is not working out for you. Changing it up is probably not the worst idea.
So while we've got a little bit of a break, I will run through the scores on the other courts. Czech is beating Hungary 12-6 over on court 1. That should also be another commentated match, so if you do wish to pop your head over there, you are more than welcome to. Court 3 has Scotland beating Republic of Ireland 16-0. Court 4, Italy are playing the Swiss 10-4 currently. Court 5 has Belgium beating Wales 10-6. Court 6, Ukraine are down 6-10 to Portugal. And also all of that was in the cloth mixed category. Over on courts 7 and 8, court 7 is the foam men's, where Wales are 2-1 up against Ireland. And court 8 is foam mixed, where Italy are, by the looks of it, very comfortably 7-1 up against Austria.
Oh, that is an old game. That's not actually happening at the moment. That's the leftover court that's not live anymore. So that score is just on the system. Just almost shame Austria.
Permanent memory there for the Italians being able to beat the Austrians.
I believe that's from yesterday.
Yes, I don't. Yeah, I was slightly confused when I saw that, because I didn't think we had the full 8 courts in use today. And we've got about a minute left of this time out.
It'll be very interesting to see what changes Norway make. Whether this game does continue at the same speed. What changes Sweden make? Because you could very well see them resting players.
Yes, so in all likelihood, if things remain as they stand, it will be Sweden going through to play Czech, who play a similar style to Norway, just a little bit more effectively. They've got a lot of arms and they're very happy to just use them. Whereas Norway will be likely facing Hungary, which the Hungary team, I think they're lacking the depth compared to some of the other teams. So it's definitely a game where you're perfectly happy taking a 1-for-1 trade on one of their wingers and just then leaving your middle players to take out their middle players, knowing that they don't have the same depth that you do.
Yeah. Well, you're very experienced with one of Hungary's wingers.
Yes, playing with him at league. Does play in the British leagues. So it's interesting to see how well he fits in with that team. Which, to be honest, we've not seen many signs of issues, but I know that in the past there have been a bit of problems with possibly passing possession over a little bit too much and him getting a bit frustrated with that. So as this second half gets underway,
no one out
currently
yet.
No hits, which to be honest is quite surprising.
This is not been a big dodging game. Let's be honest.
No.
That's a hit though.
Yeah, both able to get the hit.
They're calling
get
5
the ball
balls.
bouncing back and collect the ball in the neutral zone. So
They go
all
for
5 balls.
Suicide.
Does
Hits 3.
get the leap of faith, gets the hit, so is allowed to return to his own side.
4
of
players
4.
out.
And
Leaves
then
1 player in for Norway.
extra balls released.
And hit there.
Yeah.
Only a minute taken.
minute gone and game's gone.
Sweden now not slowing down. If anything, seem more on it than before. Seem to have got that confidence from the first half and are really taking advantage.
Yes, yeah.
This could be also a thing with Norway just letting their heads drop a little bit. Like going into the half down and then coming into the first set and losing it within a minute. Very hard mentally.
Yeah, I think a bit unlucky with balls having to be put down near the front of court, meaning players have to move up court into a pressure environment in order to try and collect that possession, and Sweden able to capitalise on it.
Yeah. Not who hit there.
Big movements all around, especially from the Norway winger number 97, who I am not going to attempt to pronounce his surname.
I assume.
Yes.
I mean, if it's pronounced how it's written, which it probably isn't. Double hit there. It's the second double hit in 2 sets.
Both wingers being able to be taken out in one throw. Does look like Norway are looking to change it up after this, and
a hit
a lovely pluck catch.
And just loses track of the court, I suppose.
Yeah, I think he wanted to do a leap of faith and just didn't quite have enough court to do so.
Hit made there.
I feel a reasonable amount of this is Sweden starting to enjoy themselves a bit.
Yeah.
They know that, especially with this scoreline, even if Norway are wanting to slow it down.
Great catch there.
And catch and line called.
I think what the thing is that Sweden can almost have fun on the grounds of, even if they do start losing, they can just turtle. If they,
yes, they can slow it down, and they've got that experience to know that is an option.
Yeah.
So,
7 sets down is such a big mountain to climb,
yeah,
even for an experienced team.
Which is where we're seeing so many leaps of faith, just looking for catches that otherwise they may well have left.
Or nothing there. Seeing people looking for catches on both sides, really.
Yeah, again, I think in that 2-on-1 situation, just sort of going, actually, a catch will turn it round. But again, I think possibly the inexperience from Norway there. As a guy in mix playing against 2 women, actually, likely you're going to throw the ball faster than they will.
Yeah.
So I'd quite like him to actually backed his arm a little bit, stayed in and gone, I'm going to try and throw out this match and then look for a catch later.
It's almost treating it more like a foam game.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you use the time, wait for a good opportunity and then attack that rather than just trying to go straight away.
Straight for the catch. Especially running up the court for the catch.
Because no doubt there was plenty of time left in that frame.
I don't think any of them have gone
Any
to time.
of them have gone full 3 minutes.
There. Sweden just getting those hit and run hits where they just kind of take the wingers out and get nothing in return. Also willing to step up, and the Norway wingers wanting to make that counter, wanting to make that movement up and not being used to the other player just basically going, you're not doing that.
Oh, nice double hit. Nordgaard throwing a little bit of a cross court at the player in position 2, who juggles the catch and just pops it into the back of the Swedish winger there. Lovely hugs in the outbox from those 2 players.
Clearly not bitter about it.
Yeah, just showing actually it didn't matter and it's fine. A bounce called on Sagoy, possibly.
Yes. Sagoy.
The winger there.
Ooh, hit made there.
Does get clipped on that release.
The wingers for Norway just not surviving these Swedish throws.
No, and it's hard because it's exactly as you're saying that the only way to survive those throws is to be further away from them. And if you're further away from them, they're further away from you when you're trying to throw to hit them. So it's a bit of a catch-22 that there's no real good option.
Just such a confidence thing. They back themselves to make those hits. Earlier in the game, they weren't backing themselves as much with them, and now they're just sort of rolling through with it.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying the fact that there is no pressure left in this game.
It's a blowout.
Very much a mountain to climb at this point, which I don't foresee happening. So they know that actually it doesn't matter if I go out looking for this catch, which I otherwise shouldn't. I trust the rest of my team to win the frame anyway, or at very least make it take a little bit longer. And
it's unlucky.
The ball popped up basically in front of her face, but not quite aware that actually that was the ball that hit her, and she could have caught it for the catch and to keep herself in. So, not guard by herself, and this may be the first frame that will go to the full.
No, does not go to the full
3 minutes, and of course, as I'm saying that mid-sentence, does get hit out.
To make it 22-4.
Yes.
Again, not fully fair scoreline, but Sweden have been dominant in this game.
Yes. I think lots of this have been that experience. Sweden having got a lot of guys that have been at a lot of Euros. And like actually, if you look across to both their coaching box and like other players that could be there that are retrieving at the moment and things like that. They know how to play dodgeball and they know what to do in different scenarios. And going 3 players up already 20 seconds into this frame. And as I say that,
still 3 players up. You're still right.
Still 3 players up.
The math still checks out.
But down to 2 players.
It's just been. Oh, it's backlined even anyway. If he had dodged it, it's just been that sort of running start where Norway are running up, trying to make that hit early, and then dying for it because Sweden, even if they do get hit, take out that male wing player.
Yeah, they're very well aware that actually it doesn't matter if you do go out if you're neutralising a valid threat on the other team, which is something that I think could be interesting to see if Norway can recognise that's what happened and introduce when playing Hungary. Obviously 2 very strong wing players on that team, not saying that their middle aren't, but big threats on the wing, which if you can neutralise and get out, does make that game so much easier.
It's always the way that your wing players dictate the game because they dictate how your middle has to play. Your middle is only there to give your wing players opportunities, really. Like, if you're in the middle, your job is to dodge, make sure the balls stay on your side, and you give the wing players the opportunities to make those throws.
And lovely catch from Schulberg in the middle.
Catching also the job of the middle player, but less so. Great
beautiful cross court. And I was there saying that Norway will likely be facing Hungary, but as things currently stand, it is 12-all, so still to play for. Not sure about who will be.
Hit cold round the front player, takes out the player behind them.
So something you noticed there, Sagoy coming back on. The reason for that is the player who caught him out was already hit by the first ball that got him.
That's made.
And
it's made.
Based off the honesty rule, he only stepped off court because he believed he was out. Refs then able to let him know, actually, the player was already out, you can come back on.
It's a little bit confusing to watch, but otherwise you are punishing players for being honest.
Yes, which was the reason it was introduced. It's letting you know, actually, we would much rather you go out if you believe you're out.
Great catch.
And,
pops up to herself.
Nice pop up. Just a little wry smile, I think I can spy there on the lips of number 95.
Yes,
I think.
I think it's also with the honesty rule, part of it is that the last thing you want is someone stood on court with their hand half up, then possibly thrown out again, which, if nothing else, burns the ball for the other team, which isn't really fair. It's just a sort of... It's a great way of doing it.
It's a very complex sport, so anything you can do to try and make it that bit easier for players is definitely something that's worth thinking about. Sweden able to get the hit on number 4 for Norway.
Great hit there. Great retaliation hit there. Sarovic getting a lot of that joy on that cross court. It didn't hit him, did he? He blocked it.
Yeah.
Well, still getting a lot of joy. Not really getting retaliated against from it and making those hits occasionally.
Yeah, 4 balls given over to Sweden.
Also, the whole thing, if you can make the winger have to watch the entire team, always going to benefit you. A little bit bullying there.
Yeah, 3-ball attack onto the Norway winger. I think all 3 connecting as well. So, nice work there. Surprising, something that I noticed earlier is that, actually, Schulberg here, happy to be in the middle. Passed on the balls quite a lot. I mean, even there, not necessarily grabbing it, but instead letting the women on the court play as well.
I think a lot of it as well is the survivability. If you've got a player that's surviving on the wing better than you, giving them the ball and letting them do it, it's probably not the worst idea.
And little bit unfortunate there. Just tried to pass the ball across, it ended up rolling forward, and he was
unlucky.
Yeah, it's that awkward scenario where if that ball were to go over the end of the neutral zone, you would be called out for an invalid attempt. So the player moves forward in trying to look to prevent that from happening, and the Swedish player is more than happy to stand there and bully him, pretty much, because of that mistake.
Sort of the tale of the game. The Norway players come up, and the Swedish players not scared if they're holding a ball, and basically go, "You will die for this." And getting those hits, and you sort of feel like if earlier in the game they hadn't made those hits, the confidence wouldn't be there for them to do it now, and the scoreline would be a little bit less aggressive.
I thought that was a block there from Sando. But
good honesty from the player.
Yeah, calling that. Actually, no, it wasn't.
And by good honesty, we obviously mean actually playing the game properly.
Yes. Torklinson, unfortunately, not able to make that catch. I mean, it would have been a truly spectacular catch to have taken. Really down low and basically folding himself up to get down to it, but just slipping out of his fingers. 4 players left on for Norway.
1 ball for Sweden, 2 balls for Sweden. Oh, great catch in the middle there.
They get the hit on the Swedish winger, Brad, and then make the catch.
Lazy throw from the back of court.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is hard. All the players on this court will be aware of what the scoreline currently is. They know that actually this match is done. They're just playing it out. So you feel a little more willing to actually go for some of those cheeky little cross-court snipes, things like that. Look for those catches. Sando hitting out Stroll in there as she came up to the front of the court, leaving Norway with 3 balls and 2 players up. Early pre-throw, but dealt with quite well.
I don't think there's a lot in this game Norway can be pretty proud of the way they've played.
Yes.
They've just been unlucky with some of it and just hit a more experienced team.
Yeah, and you will notice, hopefully notice, that actually when they then play their next positional match, they may well be better matched and end up having that tighter game. Sando, unfortunately, they're pushing forward to try and do a running counter, but the Swedish player is able to get through the block.
Does make it even on players, 2 players run out, makes the hit on a knee. Just the placement on that throw is just very, very good.
Yeah, actually that player was around the ball return line when she was hit. It was just very fast paced by the Swedish team to get up court and look for that hit.
Been put in a position where if she had dropped down, she would have been clipped in the shoulder.
Yes.
It's that area that's so hard to deal with, Because you have to be mid-drop when it goes there.
Yeah, it's not like you can be sliding back because then you're too low.
Yeah.
You can't be stood up, too high, and you can't be stood up because then it's too low for you to comfortably get to. So the score in the Hungary-Czech game is currently 14-16, so still very tight over there, so not sure who either of these teams will be facing in the
great dodge there.
Either 9th, 10th or 11th, 12th positional match. And yeah,
you are advertising the other stream.
How
dare you?
I do realise that, but what I'm hoping of all our lovely fans is that actually they decide to finish watching this and then use the fact that you can wind back on YouTube to choose to watch the other match.
But we do have Sweden, I believe, calling a hit. Not entirely sure what that referee discussion was about. It's very difficult to figure out from a distance.
No, yeah, it's ones where you may not have even spotted what they're chatting about, and they make the decision.
Well, it could have been anything that's happened in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, hit called there on Oslen.
Sweden 4 balls. Clips the shoulder. And the ball rolls back as well, giving Norway 2 balls. Woo. Great dodging. Norway now with possession. Level on players. Can they get a set back? Blocked away. 3 balls to Norway again.
Even as well on number of guys on the court.
Great hit there. Makes the trade.
As I say that, he does trade himself out for Lundgren from Sweden, who's getting a lot of high fives in the outbox.
Well, it's one of the situations where she may not have made the hit, but she's made that situation.
Yes, yeah. And actually, it's something you see some of the higher up teams utilise a lot, especially when they've lost one of their men. Going up with two guys and a girl, a lot of the time they will have the female player throw, because the wing players are so hyper-focused on the guy that's opposite them, that actually that ball can just slip under the radar and get that hit.
Yeah, player called out for an invalid.
Invalid attempt there. I think almost caused a little bit by Nulin, I believe his name is. We're going off the back of the shirts because a very naughty nation didn't fill out their commentary form, so you can only blame them. He threw quite early, which I think threw off the other player.
Leap of faith makes the hit.
Goes for the leap of faith, gets the hit.
It's always the way when you come that far up in a 1v1, the other player's always coming back at you. Unless you have a ball to defend yourself with, it's so risky.
Yeah.
Which again seems to be an experience thing, really.
Yeah, it's where you'll see a lot of players then going up with 2.
Yeah.
Obviously that brings its own risks, that you don't have 2 hands on the ball, so there is far more of a risk of them free throwing you and dislodging one of those balls, which would mean that you would be out.
That does make it 32-4 in this last, I believe, set. Double hit there, possibly?
No, I believe.
No, it's double hit called. One ref was calling bounce, one ref was calling double hit, but who knows? Very difficult to tell.
Very high block and
up. I believe you're getting it. So we'll be down to 1 commentator while Tim runs and gets a ball. So yeah, it is 6v4 on court. He gives the Swedish 3 balls. Will you be out of breath?
And back in and seamlessly back into the commentary. Just having to run across for that ball that landed up on the balcony.
If you're watching the stream on court 3, you might have seen it. But that does make it 5-4 Sweden in this set, with Norway with 3 balls. Blocked away, blocked both.
All 3 balls thrown.
Great hit there.
but Sweden more than happy to release to get that hit on.
It's the fact you could see the target selection change as he realised the player hadn't gone as far back as they possibly should have done. This has just kind of turned into a clinic by Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because Norway will also know that block does go up in the air and is caught at the back of the court, and player also gets hit as well, just to make sure.
Yeah, no ill intent. It's just one of those things where you need to make sure that player's out, and if they're staying that far up court.
Well, also you don't know whether actually your block is catchable, whether the release from the Norway man is going to hit that player that is looking for that catch before it's secured and prevent it. So just taking the time to throw another ball and get a hit as well. So
this will be the last 90-second set. Looking at this game, I think we might see a lot of leaps of faith this set.
Sweden, actually, the reason that the rules got changed that you're only allowed one person to do a leap of faith at a time. Obviously, with 5 balls going around, and if you make a successful leap of faith, you are allowed back in. Woo! Very nice leaning off court to secure that. Yeah, so because you can stay in if you make a successful leap of faith, they had to change the rules because it's too hard to ref to see which of those players made a successful leap of faith and which didn't.
Hit made in the middle there.
Now, I feel this may be a bit mean because this Swedish team have rotated through players an awful lot, but who do you think has been your MVP for this match?
I think it's so difficult. Mudin's been very good. Lundgren, I believe. It's very difficult as well, given that their names are on the backs of their shirts. They're not on the list in front of me. But there's been a lot of very good Swedish play. I literally cannot remember their name. Who do you think? Or cop out?
I think Sarovic has done very well. I think possibly being a little more overzealous than needed to be at times, but actually
Hellstrom's been very good.
Yes, and actually I know we haven't mentioned them as much, but a lot of the women as well doing what needed to be done, which cannot be overstated in some of these matches.
It's the curse of the middle player.
Yes.
Your middle players always get overlooked. You see it a lot. I know in the British leagues, Cam Roughton has been overlooked a lot over the years because he's a very good middle player, but he's a middle player.
Yes, the wing players obviously being past the ball the majority of the time. So they're the ones that are able to make hits and make plays, to be honest, because they've got that ball in their hand.
But yeah, I think I'd go with Tellstrom.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable shout. I think you can make a justification for the majority of the guys on that Swedish team, and by guys I do mean basically any of them.
I mean, there's definitely no weak link in that team.
No, and this is always nice to see that actually the team's happy, celebrating the match together.
But yeah, that will be this game over and done with. I don't know what the next game on the court is.
Yes, so this will mean that Sweden will be going through to the 9th and playoff.
Against still Hungary or Czechia.
With Norway in the 11th and 12th. It is currently 18 all on court 1, and I believe, I'm assuming, not long left. It actually looks like that has gone into a overtime scenario. So the winner of that gets to play Sweden, and the loser will be facing Norway for the 11th, 12th position. I think we'll leave you, and I don't think either of us will be too upset if you do go over to that court, because I think that's what we're just about to do ourselves.
Yes. So we'll see you after this break. You'll get another game.
See you guys later. Bye.